7. Scratch knew the man was cold. He could hear the warrior's teeth rattle from time to time. The trapper inched forward a few more steps toward the horse guard as the Arapaho stomped his feet to stay warm. That noise and the diversion from the Indians' concentration allowed the white man to snake closer to the guard. Within half an hour, the sky would be light enough to allow a man to see features on another's face. He hoped by daybreak they would all be on the way back to their camp. It did not matter that Bass had killed many men. It was also of no consequence that most of those men were killed close up, within an arm's length, their faces visible, where you could see their eyes. None of that made this kill any easier. None of what had gone before made this something routine, mechanical. Titus was still scared right down to his cold feet. That never changed. The only thing that mattered to him right now was how he handled the fear. Would he bungle this, letting his fear take over, then have to straighten things out as best he could? Or would he again be able to wrestle down fear, conquer it as he would any enemy? He swallowed hard. A man had to do what he had to do. Nothing more than that. No foo-for-ah. Just do it. Scratch was glad the warrior actually stood apart from the horses. Those animals dozed heaviest here just before dawn. The guard preferred to spend his watch in among the trees rather than among the 3 horses staked here on the east side of the Arapaho night camp. He probably thinks it's warmer in them trees, too. Bass crinkled his frost-laden mustache with a grin. Hell, it'd be lots warmer standing in amongst them ponies and their body heat. Besides, standing in with the horses would make a man a harder target. And that's what Bass had waited for. He had patiently lingered in the frigid air until the guard decided to move away from the horses. Far enough away that the Indians' ponies might not smell him, even in their sleep. The next time the guard would stomp his feet and slap his arms to work up warmth and stimulate circulation, Bass would make his move. 2 quick steps, and he would be at the warrior's side. 2 quick steps, and it would be a test of surprise versus youth, muscle against older sinew, one man's fear against another man's dread. The Indian stomped his feet in the ankle-deep silver-white snow. Bass barely cast a shadow in the gem-light left before dawn, and he was behind the guard. With the second step that brought him next to the Indian, Scratch had his left arm ready. It lashed around the warrior's neck. The hand locked back over the right shoulder. Stiffening, the guard attempted to turn into his attacker. He was strong. Titus knew he would not last long wrestling this one. In the next instant, the knife was already on its way. The tip slid past the warrior's hair, breaking the skin just beneath the skull cap at the base of the brain, just to the side of the first knuckle on the spine. One jab. The warrior stiffened and tried to jerk away from his attacker. Bass quickly drove the knife in hard, up into the back of the brain. The wriggling, squirming guard made this second plunge something less than smooth, fighting against the left arm that held him locked against the trapper. Just as the Arapaho lashed out with his leg and began to pull the locking arm away with his own 2 mighty arms, the trapper's knife finished its work. Scratch felt the blade rip past the resistance of muscle and sinew, finally plunging into the softer tissue. There was a gush and flow of fluid, hot across his cold flesh as it billowed down the handle of the knife and over his fingers. Scratch twisted the blade back and forth, back and forth. Within the weakening grip of his left arm, the warrior stiffened spastically, then went as limp as a new moccasin, his bowels releasing in death. Bass swallowed hard against the hot lump searing his throat, a lump that twisted and stuck like a knot in a rope. He shook slightly, not knowing if he quaked from the cold or the final relaxation of his own muscles. He waited to see if there were other sounds coming from the nearby fire, from the guard's companions. None of the sleeping warriors seemed to stir. Bass himself waited to breathe. The air finally rushed out of his lungs in a torrent. Bass pulled the cold air back in just as greedily. Then he held his breath and listened to the night. Somewhere across the fire, a horse snorted softly. The forest grew quiet once more. It was almost as if the only sound a man could hear was the silvery light itself slinking across the snow. The metallic glow crept and snaked against the blue-black shadows near the trees. At last, he let the body slip out of his grasp. It crumpled to the snow in a bloody heap. Impact with the ground was muffled, softened, like a man plunging into a feather bed. Then the silence radiated about him once again. Scratch straightened. He swallowed once, gulping the strong, heady air. It was cold. The hot lump was gone. Then he backed into the trees, back within the shadows once again. He took the long way back to that place where he'd left his wife. She was to wait near the northern group of ponies. It would be there she would kill her first of 2 horses. Perhaps he should not have put such a burden upon her. A young woman barely out of her teens, being dragged into this life-and-death struggle. And to top it off, she was the only one who could drop a pony to cover the odor of the white men. A lot to put on her. The singular task of killing a tethered, hobbled Indian pony. To do it quickly, efficiently enough that the animal made no noise, did not struggle, did not harm her. Bass almost regretted his decision now. He did not see the woman where she was supposed to be waiting. His heart took a leap and waited such a long time to fall. The cold air hung at the back of his throat. Was this the right place? Here, in the inky darkness, without much light, he could only hope his memory served him right. Was this where he had left her, for sure? The panic rose in him like a foul-tasting bile. Either he was not in the right place, where he had told her to await his return, or... He didn't want to think about her being gone, captured, dead, or worse. A sound so quiet it was like the moaning of a heart slipping up a man's throat. She moved out of the trees and stopped. The Sparrowhawk woman stood close enough to the shadows that a man would not see her unless he was looking specifically for the woman. She planted herself out from the trees just enough for him to pick her out from the indigo darkness. Titus took in a rush of air, relieved to see her there at last, where he had left her, where she was to have stayed. As he slid beside her in the silver light, the trapper hungered for her instantly. There was a painful, gnawing need and fiery desire in his relief to find her safe. A part of his being had returned, completing him. Waits by the water turned at his last step toward her, half crouching as she wheeled around. The knife in her hand slid up between them, then fell jerkily when she had determined it was her husband who crept up on her in the darkness. The Crow woman fell against him in relief. The white man cradled her gently quaking shoulders and rested his chin against the top of her head. Finally, she pulled back and looked up into the dark coals that were his eyes beneath the moon's light. Waits by the water raised her knife and held it up for him to see. The blade did not glitter in the silvery light. He reached up to feel the blade and the hand that held the knife. They both were wet, drenched with a sticky, thick fluid. Blood. He put a finger to her lips, then his, to signal silence between them. Next, the finger moved to his throat and slashed across it. She nodded. He quaked for what she had already done. The woman had disobeyed his instructions. She had not waited for his return before killing the first pony. Instantly, he was angry and proud both. Finally, the growing light relieved him of the inner struggle. The silvery air of pre-dawn was becoming the blooming gray of dawn. Just as quickly, he was glad for what she had taken upon herself. They might have time, just enough minutes left to skirt the camp and reach the ponies staked to the south of the warrior's fire. Scratch gently moved her knife aside and pulled her into him. A kiss on her forehead, and he turned to lead her away. The growing gray light sliding into the valley gave the snow a luster of ash. No longer a brilliant silver blue, the dull ash gray and charcoal lay brightening before the onslaught of pale yellow at the horizon. The air was always coldest now, just before the sky awakened for the day. Weaving in and out through the tangle of pine, spruce, and aspen, Bass felt the warmth of her nearness. That radiance gave him strength. He hoped his being with her would now give his wife the resolve to complete her bloody task. Halfway there, and only the Crow woman could complete the circle. To his right, through the deep blue mist laced in the timber, he could make out that small, smoky fire at the center of the warriors' sleeping camp. Around the tendrils of tired gray smoke lifting into the heavy dawn air were the scalp hunters themselves. Radiating from their fire like the spokes of a carriage wheel, the 11 lifeless forms were like so many cocoons under the new blanket of white snow. He cut to his left immediately to put more distance between himself and the warriors. The eastern group of horses should be close by, so the trapper pushed farther into the timber, farther away from their sleepy noses. He stopped to look about him at the forest for a few moments. The trapper needed bearings. Yet there was no sun, and he could not be sure at this moment where the eastern horizon lay. With the dense mist, he could not be guided by the morning stars lying low along the western horizon. She sensed his consternation. The Crow woman touched his arm, pointed to his right. He gazed down at her for a long moment, then understood what she had told him. There was no good reason to trust her in this matter, yet he followed her direction. Scratch set off again, bearing more and more to the right. Finally, he heard a pony nicker through the dark timber. Out there, in the growing gray light, he thought he could make out the gauzy forms moving as if in slow motion. The southern grazers. The trapper turned to smile at his woman before she left his side. He stopped her, cupped her chin within a palm, and bent to brush her lips. A gentle smile blossomed at the corners of her lips. Stretching on toes, she reached up and brushed his lips with another kiss. He watched her move away through the trees, slowly, one cautious step after another, always toward the ghost-like, misty animals out there in the dark timber. Then, the swirl of thick soup swept into the trees like an avalanche rolling down the side of a slope. The ponies were gone. Waits by the water disappeared with them. The Sparrowhawk woman ground to a halt as the mist rolled in around her. Only another 20 feet and she would have been among the animals. The fear rose within her like a fever. Her skin prickled with its heat. Yet, like a wave of warmth washing over the skin, it was quickly gone to leave her shivering in the damp fog. Ahead was the heavy tussing of hoofs. Waits by the water heard a pony blow somewhere out there in the mist. She was relieved. The fear washed off her. Then she stepped on through the soup once more. It made the Crow woman feel a little better holding the knife out in front of her, ready to protect herself should something leap out of this mystery cloud. A few more steps, and 2 ponies materialized out of the mist. They seemed like ghosts to her, undefined, not quite real. She moved a few steps toward them, eyes alert and burning to find the 3rd pony staked here. Finally, the 3rd animal loomed dimly out of the fog. The animals all appeared to be clean-boned. A little slack from the long ride to this mountain valley, but all surely would be quick as sin and long-winded. Each stood some 14 hands, spare in build and set on good stout legs with a short back. For a moment in the frost, the woman admired their full barrels, sharp, nervous, peaked ears quaking over large, bright, owling eyes. The first pony was asleep, enjoying its deepest sleep just before dawn. The second closed its eyes to the two-legged stepping out of the mist. It would pay her no mind. The third horse was awake, wide awake, its nose raised in the air, testing the breezes, trying to scent her. Waits by the water stopped, forced her thoughts to bore into the pony's mind. "Little brother, it is not you I wish. I will be quiet. You must not speak. It is not you I wish to take with me. You may live long. You have nothing to fear from me, little brother." The animal's nervous ears twitched. Then it shivered once and dropped its head to resume pawing at the snow. Its sides rippled in another cold shudder, and the pony blew. In the cold, sparkling air, the other two ponies exhaled breaths as big as shovel heads. She could see the tiny icicles frozen at their chins, hanging like frosty tinsel in the damp mist. From the two, she selected the larger, the older of the horses. The younger had longer to live, perhaps, more to experience on this great circular walk through life. This older one had been down many trails before, had probably seen much of what was meant for the medicine dog to see with its eyes through a lifetime of sweet grass and willow shoots. She would allow him to cross to the other side now. The chant rose in her heart, echoing through her mind with a soft whisper returning again and again and again. Almost at the back of her throat, the words were trapped, unspoken, yet as vivid as if they had been screamed aloud to crack the morning mist. "Little brother, it is time for us. Little brother, come. Your nights are past, and the hills are never more. Little brother, come." Her arm slipped over his neck, and she caressed his withers. Slowly, she put her lips near the pony's ear, and again she spoke to him. "Sweet water and grass await you, old friends of yours, little brother." Waits by the water patted and caressed, stroked his neck, currying his mane between her fingers like a breeder's brush. "Darkness is no longer for you. The day comes to take you home. Little brother, come." She brought her left arm up with the skinning blade, tightening her caress of the pony's neck. "Little brother, it is time for us." The woman laid the edge of the knife against the animal's muscular neck, feeling the blade throb with the pulsing rhythm beneath the steel. "Little brother, your nights are past. Old friends await you." The words drifted into the animal's ears as would a needle sliding through silk. The pony's head flexed once as the edge of the blade slid across the veins and the huge windpipe. She imprisoned his neck, fingers buried in the mane. "Little brother, come. The day is here to take you home." The horse collapsed to his forelegs, then the rear legs slowly gave way. Waits by the water felt the rushing, pulsing waves of blood flowing over her left arm. The animal flexed, a stronger, more desperate lunge now, but still she held on as he fought to rise. There was an ugly, futile wheezing as the pony fought for air, fought for its legs, fought the woman holding him. "Little brother, I thank you for your life." The huge head grew very heavy and began to collapse from her grasp. Waits by the water eased it down into the red, mushy snow. The ground was slick with the blood broth where she stepped. Already her arm was chilled where the fluid had bloomed over her. She turned and slipped back toward the dark timber where Titus waited for her. The other two horses wandered out of the mist to investigate this new odor on the breeze. Nostrils flexing, the animals nuzzled at the heavy gray air. Their eyes wide with fear, inquiry, mystery, they watched her until the Sparrowhawk woman disappeared into the trees. He stood before her. Bass stepped suddenly from behind a tree, right out of the morning's ashen mist. Waits by the water stifled a scream of surprise. He touched her lips with two gnarled fingers, the woolen blanket mitten dangling from the cuff at the end of his elk-hide coat. Then he gently pried the knife from her fingers and put it back in her sheath after he wiped the pony's blood from it. Slowly, Scratch pulled the pistol from her belt and put it in her left hand. After he had given her the rifle she was to use, the trapper led her into the gray, light timber. It did not take many steps before they were about halfway between the southern group of ponies, where she had slit one's throat, and the western group of browsing animals. Right to the edge of the trees which gathered around the warriors' camp in the forest he led her. Bass set his own weapons against a spruce and helped the woman settle in behind some deadfall. He showed her that here she would not only have protection from Arapaho arrows and lead balls, but she would also have a rest to use for her first, well-aimed shot. When he was sure she understood not to fire the rifle until she had first heard his rifle blast into the warrior camp, Bass left his woman and melted back into the forest mist. Scratch pushed north from her post, finding the Flathead woman and Josiah between the westerly and northern stakes of horses. He took Josiah on with him as they circled those northern ponies, still investigating the smell of blood from their fallen companion. He and the younger man waited a few moments to watch if the first part of their plan was working. Both were relieved to find the horses were dividing their time between sniffing at the sacrificed pony and pawing in the snow for browse. The men moved on. Scratch left Paddock near the edge of the trees. After a few steps, Bass turned and caught the last glimpse of the young man, having set his rifle against a tree in readiness, then pulling the bow and a handful of arrows from the quiver at his shoulder. The old trapper slid into the milky melding of morning fog and snow-laden pine. He shivered through those minutes of waiting, certain it was only the cold. Bass checked his pistol again and again, being sure it was on half-cock there in his belt. He would reach for the rifle first, assessing the amount of priming in the pan. Then he fussed with the .64 caliber smoothbore, which stood at the rifle's side. 3 shots he would get before having to reload. Paddock had been mentally clicking off the minutes since Bass had stepped away. Surely it must be time. Surely he had waited long enough on Bass. Selecting one of the arrows he had lightly stuck in the snow at his side, Josiah knocked it on the bowstring. He drew the rawhide string back to his cheekbone, placing the arrowhead at the middle of the warrior's chest. He wasn't sure if the Arapaho was on his back or belly. The only thing he knew was which end was which. The black hair spilled out of the robe at the end farthest from the fire. Injuns always sleep with their feet to the fire, Josiah reminded himself, as the arrow leapt from the bow with a quiet thwung. He was close enough to the fire to hear the air explode from the victim's lungs, the sound of death as the warrior grunted. He was already dead. The first one did not move. Next to the first warrior, another stirred fitfully. He rolled in his sleep as Paddock hurriedly nocked a second arrow. The second arrow slashed through the mist toward the dark form. The form twitched spasmodically with the impact, then went limp. Across the fire toward the Crow woman's side, one of the warriors unexpectedly sat up and rubbed at his eyes. He shivered from the damp cold as the buffalo robe slipped away from his shoulders. He looked about him, studying his sleeping companions. Paddock wrenched the arrow out of the snow and slapped it against the rawhide bowstring. The solitary warrior's hand hung in the air like a bird surprised in flight. Not another muscle moved, only his eyes. They climbed from the feathered shaft sticking out of his companion across the fire. They leapt to the second shaft in the body beside the first. The dark eyes suddenly burned into the mist around the camp, puckering wildly in cold scrutiny, willing that the mist would lift magically so his dreaded, hated enemy would be exposed. His cold fingers sought the knife at his side while he drew the huge pistol from his belt. Paddock slapped the arrow onto the rawhide string and began pulling it back to his cheek. The robe slid off the warrior like water running off his back in a spring shower. Rising in his throat, the scream burst from the warrior's lips to pierce the stifling gray light. Bass was ready. The huge ball from the smoothbore ripped through the Indian's chest, driving him violently sideways to land on top of the warrior beside him, who was just beginning to rise. Bone and lead tore through the brown body as the second warrior started to scramble to his feet. All about the fire, the other Indians twisted in their robes and blankets, bolted upright, crouching on their knees, or lying on their stomachs. On the north side of the fire, a warrior rose to one knee and placed his aged smoothbore against a shoulder, aiming at the puff of smoke in the trees that gave away Scratch's position. Just as the warrior fired into the trees, Look's Farwoman's ball smashed through his body, sending him sprawling face down into the smoking fire pit. Pandemonium broke loose about the fire as frantic warriors jerked here and there, seeking protection and cover from the rifle fire hailing down on them from both sides of the clearing. Two of the warriors pushed themselves flat against the wet snow behind their fallen companions. Paddock fired at an Indian scooting away from the fire pit. The ball sent the Arapaho tumbling, with a wound high in his shoulder. He bellowed in pain as Paddock cursed his shot for not killing the warrior. On the far side of the fire, a warrior stood bravely, chanting the protection of his war song, crying out the promise of his death song. He wrenched up his bow to fire toward the white smoke hung back in the trees, which told of Look's Farwoman's shot. The arrow flew on its way and thwacked into the pine beside her head. Terrified, she fell back into the snow, her heart clutched high in her throat. Josiah could not see her through the mist and the trees. He could not know if she were alive or dead from the Arapaho's bowshot. It did not matter. There was blood in his eye. Paddock pulled his pistol free and advanced from the tree line into the clearing. Warriors kneeling and those standing to meet the challenge suddenly wheeled to see the lone white man advancing with the pistol held out and ready before him. The moment hung while no one but the young trapper moved. Suddenly, bows and guns swung toward the tall, bearded intruder. Paddock fired at the bowman, catapulting the warrior backwards into the new snow. The trapper dropped to his knees and searched his belt for the huge knife he carried. Bass leapt out of the cover of the trees and fired his second shot at a warrior taking a bead on Paddock. Both weapons roared simultaneously. Through the gray smoke puffing up from the pan, Scratch watched his partner roll over through the snow. At the same time, the Arapaho was thrown into the fire by the rifle's blast. The old trapper was concerned that he had heard no sound from his wife's position as he drew the pistol out of his belt and pulled the hammer back to full cock. To the old man's right, with a flash of movement at the corner of his good eye, there came a rush of color and light against the pale gray fog. The roar of the warrior's battle song reached his ears as the trapper began to turn. He had one ball left. The pistol arm swung up as straight as a pendulum through the smoke and mist. The Arapaho came on in a leaping rush. No aiming, no time, just instinct, the will to survive. Scratch snapped the trigger. He watched the warrior's face disappear in a blazing corona of blood. The Arapaho slid to a stop and dropped his rifle. He began to topple backwards as both hands came up to clutch at his missing face, drenched with blood and gore. He crumpled backwards in a heap, his life fluid flooding over him. Looks Far appeared at the edge of the trees. Fearing her husband was seriously wounded, she ran across the snow toward him. Josiah rose to his knees, clutching his left arm in a bloodied right hand. Paddock screamed for his woman to turn back. The tall, skinny warrior was rushing toward the short woman, a large dagger in his hand. His face was hideous, sparsely painted, some of the red and black grease paint over his cheeks smeared after his cold night's sleep in the robe. In one motion, Paddock exploded to his feet, a shoulder crashing into his wife to throw her to the side. He rolled on over her through the soggy snow. Tumbling up onto his feet, his bloodied right hand slipped his knife free from his belt and in one underarmed motion sent the huge blade on its way. The tall warrior skidded to a stop and stared at the center of his chest. Crumpling to his knees, his own knife still held out before him, the Indian stared down at the thick handle of the weapon which had just gored him. Blood gushed out of his war shirt over the knife blade. The smeared red and black paint pushed itself into a gritty smile as the Arapaho pitched forward. The smile froze in death. Looks Far and Josiah rose almost as one. She adjusted the harness that carried their son and immediately tried to inspect her husband's left arm. The young trapper pushed her behind him roughly. He stood between her and the fire. At his feet, the ground was already muddy in the growing pink light, already slickening with blood. Bass was about halfway between the fire and the meadow's edge of lodgepole pine when he realized he was finally out of firepower. Both rifles had been used, and now the pistol was empty. He glanced down at the muzzle on the 6-inch barrel. Gray smoke still curled from the huge hole. In the next instant, the pistol flew from his grasp. The old trapper's lungs exploded with the impact. The warrior had knocked the wind out of him. Together, they sailed through the air toward the pines. He tried to gasp for air as the warrior rode down on him. Then the pain washed over Scratch in gigantic waves once more as they struck the ground together. The Arapaho had the advantage. He had landed on top of the white man. Back near the circle of smoke and ash, one of the younger warriors had crouched, watching the short-lived battle. As the lead balls and arrows had sped around him, the Arapaho had seen one after another of his companions in the scalp party rubbed out. His eyes flicked down to the torn snow, reddened with their blood. He knew it was time to leave. Better to fight another day. The old white man was walking toward the younger one, the one who pushed the woman behind him. That tall, young warrior watched one of his painted party leap at a dead run and strike the older white man, both of them sprawling into the slippery snow. The young Arapaho jerked at the rustle of movement near the edge of the trees behind him. It was another woman. She clutched a rifle in her hand. She was banging on the weapon's lock, trying to make it fire. Again and again she would pull the trigger, then tap the pan with her palm. She would be his escape, a weapon and a hostage. The horses awaited him. The young warrior shoved aside the muzzle of the rifle as the woman's head snapped up in surprise. The scream of horror caught in her throat and barely squeaked past her lips. He was suddenly behind her, a knife tip pushed into her ribs, pricking the flesh beneath her dress and capote, an arm locked tight about her throat. He picked her off the ground. Her feet dangled, her neck stretched. Waits by the water watched with eyes of fear as the other warrior tumbled over her husband. He lay motionless for a long moment beneath the Arapaho, trying to catch his breath. One arm was pinned beneath the large warrior. Suddenly, the old trapper twisted to the side, attempting to free the other arm. The Indian smashed a huge fist across the white man's cheek. The blow pounded Scratch's head back onto the ground underneath the snow and left him dazed. The impact of the blow echoed in his head like an axe on wood, resounding again and again. Bass finally realized the Indian was beating him with his fists, using his hands like huge hardwood clubs. This one could use his hands well. Back and forth the old trapper's head rolled with each and every blow. The older trapper rolled back and forth with the pummeling, putting his mind on one arm, one hand, one set of fingers. They found the knife at the side of his belt. Slowly, the weapon worked free as Bass's body twisted and squirmed beneath the Arapaho on top of him. Like a piece of light in a mirror, the blade flashed up into the sunlight. The razored edge caught the warrior squarely below the right side of the jaw. The Arapaho jerked backwards as if to escape the knife, but the weapon's work had already been done. The blood exploded from the wound as the flesh tore apart. Blood billowed down on Bass as the Indian wavered over him. The white man was blinded as the crimson gore rained down on him. The Indian tumbled off to the side, vainly clutching at his torn neck, blood and frothy fluid spilling over his hands. His mouth moved mechanically, trying to speak. Only pink, bubbling fluid came out. His legs jerked. Finally, his whole body twitched twice more and lay quiet, his legs still tangled with the trapper's. Scratch pushed himself up on first one elbow, then the second. His breathing slowed eventually. His mind cleared. The old trapper snapped his head to that spot in the meadow where his woman had been standing. Josiah and Look's Farwoman looked across the battle site toward the tall warrior. The Arapaho was joined now by the companion wounded high in his shoulder. This second warrior clutched at the ragged hole with a bloodied hand. He looked weak from the loss of fluid. Wavering, he stood close to the tall warrior and his crow captive. Bass pulled his legs free and rose to his knees, never taking his eyes off the tall warrior. It was as if he were studying the Indian, calculating just what the Arapaho would do under one circumstance or another. What to risk? What could he not afford to risk? As the old trapper got to his feet, he saw that Paddock had scooped up a knife from the snow. The younger trapper was easing around the other side of the fire, ambling closer and closer to the tall warrior. Then Bass stood to full height, aching in all those places that weren't frozen. The tall warrior grumbled to his wounded companion. The shorter, slower man stumbled off toward a group of their horses. Silently, Paddock crept out of the tall warrior's line of sight. He melted into the trees, and that mist reluctant to leave the shadows. Scratch's eyes returned to the tall warrior. The Indian seemed nervous, anxious. He was not ready to die, and the old trapper knew it. Still, he held that knife pressed beneath the sparrowhawk woman's breast. He sucked air in huge, frantic gulps. His left arm clenched and loosened around the woman's neck. Then they all heard the scream. Its unearthly sound rolled out of the mist, still hanging in the blue shadows. The tall warrior jerked his arm tighter about the woman, momentarily lifting her off the ground. The cry of horror rolled away in echo. Nervously, the Indian sidled back a few steps. He put more distance between him and the old trapper, who worked at slowly closing the gap. Paddock appeared in the clearing. He held aloft the full scalp of the wounded warrior who had been sent after the horses. Step by step, the young trapper began his walk toward the tall warrior. Josiah held the scalp out before him, the reddened knife in his right hand. The grisly trophy dripped blood across the snow as he approached the Indian. "Easy, son, easy," Bass snapped. "Don't get this nigger too riled up. His feathers get mussed up, he's just liable to slip that blade on into her. Take your time." Paddock stopped, realizing just what he was doing. Goading the warrior. Outnumbered, the Indian would probably do something rash, something stupid, something deadly. Josiah watched the dark eyes flit back and forth from trapper to trapper, from Bass to Paddock. That's it, Scratch's voice soothed. Just keep him on the edge. Don't want to push him over it, son. Bass took another step. The warrior jerked his knife anxiously. Scratch stopped, waited. Something would come up, he hoped. Something would happen that would present an opening. Meanwhile, he would stand stock still and reload his pistol. That ought to make the nigger just downright nervous. Scratch filled the pan with powder from the priming horn he carried slung from his pouch strap. He snapped the frizzen down over it, brought the hammer back to full cock, and eased the pistol forward, muzzle yawning in the frosty air. At first, the warrior looked back and forth between the two men. Then his eyes locked on the older man and the pistol pointed at him. The warrior's face slowly broke with a grin. It was not an amused look. Scratch was not sure he could tell why the Indian was smiling at him. Then the warrior brought the knife blade away from the woman's breast to wave it menacingly at the white man, as if in challenge to the pistol. Bass returned the Indian's smile. As the trapper's bearded face cracked with its grin, the warrior shoved Waits by the Water off to the side, straight into the old trapper's arms. Bass was totally stunned. He caught the woman as she careened into his outstretched arms, and in doing so, he was suddenly afraid he had made a fatal mistake. Immediately the warrior was on top of the staggering couple, shoving them backwards, ripping the pistol away from the old trapper. Just as quickly, the sick smile fled from the warrior's face. Blood bubbled across his lips, spilling over his chin. He turned to the side, his pain-glazed eyes boring into Paddock. The handle of the knife quivered in the Indian's back. It was stuck high in the thorax. The warrior turned, corkscrewed into the snow, dead as he fell. Waits by the Water collapsed against the old trapper, embracing him frantically, whimpering. She sobbed into the crook of his neck. The Crow woman stifled the next sob and swiped at her eyes, then her nose with the sleeve of her capote. Wearily, Scratch looked over the battle scene. The ground was slick with muddied snow tromped by horses and men, bloodied and littered with the weapons of those 10 dead men scattered around the fire. 2 had never known what had killed them. The rest had approached death as bravely as their medicine had allowed. All but one, and Paddock held his scalp. That one had been wounded and tried to escape. Not as brave as his companions, yet each was as dead as the others. The Sparrowhawk woman brought him out of his reverie, touching his bleeding lip and the skin that was split open over a cheek, reddening his beard with pink frosty icicles. He smiled and gazed over the top of her head to Josiah and Looks Far. The Flathead woman had removed the young child from the warm harness at her back and placed him on one of the Arapaho robes stretched across the snow. She seemed intent upon cleaning him here in the coldest dawn air, as if the battle had never taken place. Paddock was kicking life into the remains of the small, smoky fire at the center of the clearing. The scalp party had gathered enough wood to keep the fire going on through the night, plus enough left over with which to cook their morning meal. Bass brought Waits by the Water under his arm, and together they sat silently by the fire. Looks Far took the clean infant and placed him within her warm coat. She offered a nipple to the hungry child. The greedy sounds of his suckling mingled with the crackling pop of dry pine as it caught flame. It was after the infant had eaten, fallen asleep again, before anyone finally spoke. Until then, each person seemed content to be alone with his thoughts, watching the flames dance in the retreating gray mist, hypnotized by the smoke crawling out of the fire into the heavy dawn sky. Josiah leaned back against a corpse beneath a robe, his hand stretched over his woman's shoulder. Weights by the water rested her head on Bass's knee, gazing into the whirling, crackling flames. "I suppose we ought to be going on home now," Scratch said softly. "You want to take it all?" Paddock asked. Bass sighed. "Don't see why not," he said. "But we don't need them robes. Most likely got little varmints in 'em anyway. You best just burn the lot of 'em, son." "Moccasins?" "Yep, we can always use spares, fast as my hoofs go through 'em." "Their guns?" "I reckon. We'll take those with us." "Never know when you can use an extra rifle or two," Paddock said as he rose to his feet. "Even them old Brown Bess guns mightn't just save our wick someday, Josiah." Paddock stretched his left arm gingerly. The bleeding had stopped. He painfully rotated it several times, testing it. "You'll be all right?" "Believe I'll be," Paddock answered the older man. "You pull together the weapons. Take all the knives and hawks, such as that, but the rest of it, robes and all, burn it all to hell." Paddock watched the old man staring into the flames intently, eyes unblinking. "What are you heading off to do?" "Horses." Bass looked at Paddock. "Ain't gonna leave good horse flesh around for the likes of wolves, bears, and such. We might be able to use some of the mangy Injun ponies ourselves." "Them as we don't need?" Josiah inquired. "Sell. We'll sell 'em, son," Bass answered. "Down to Taos. Turn a coin or two on them Injun ponies. Might as well." Scratch came to his feet at last, then wheeled to slog off across the wet snow, gummy with blood and death. Paddock gazed about him, studying the scene for the first time. He watched the two Indian women, disbelieving their quiet, numbed countenances amid the carnage among the bloodied victims of the battle. This was something foreign. These women sitting here around the fire as if they were merely intent on cooking breakfast. They acted as if nothing had happened right there a few moments ago, as if they all had not been staring into the face of death. But here with his wife, not a trace of the toll on her face. And, in looking over at the Crow woman, he could not see any price exacted in her eyes. Josiah shook his head and knelt to throw some parfleshes into the fire he had stoked to a roaring warmth. He would burn just about everything they would not be taking along. Maybe it was all as easy as that. What you didn't take for yourself, you destroyed so that no one else could have it. It seemed the way of things out here in the free mountains. One moment you were killing and close to being killed. The next you were plundering your enemy's camp. You took what you could carry and destroyed the rest. What's more, you never gave a second thought to it. Paddock turned to stare at the Crow woman. Then his gaze flickered over to the young Flathead mother. Never a second thought to it. You took what you could carry and destroyed the rest. Might as well, he mumbled, throwing a dirty, muddied blanket atop the leaping flames. One thing at a time, Scratch. One thing at a time. The steamy stench of death and dung rose thick about him in the frosty dawn air. Suddenly, Josiah gagged. 8. 8 ragged suns had risen and set over the Bayou Salade since the trappers' attack on the scalp hunters. The moon of deer rutting was little more than a week old. The mornings broke frosty, foretelling of winter to come. Each day would exhaust itself in the highlight during this season of change. For most of the hours while the sun rode high, a man could do without a capote for warmth, especially if he kept himself busy setting his traps, pulling beaver from those traps, along with the other labors of skinning, stretching, pressing all the hides into bales for the trail south. As evening slid headlong through the valley, a man would find himself pulling something around his shoulders for warmth, something to ward off that chill which came sneaking like a damp, hoary thief, robbing him of the will to move anywhere far from the fire. At times, the lengthening purple shadows would be licked and spittled with huge, dry flakes of snow. Yet no storm had come since the night of stalking the scalp hunters' camp. There came only the occasional reminder that the season was growing old around them, and they with it. The sun was settling among the craggy spires to the west when Paddock pulled into camp at the head of the small string of ponies. He dropped to the ground and turned as Titus emerged from the trees at the tail end of the pack string. The men had returned from retrieving the beaver pelts they had cached upon leaving their first campsite. Scratch slid from his saddle to untie those fresh pelts they had skinned from beaver caught in the morning's traps. He tossed the ragged, bloodied hides toward his younger partner. "You get these," he suggested quietly, his words laden with fatigue. "I'll take care of the rest from here." Bass nodded down the line at the ponies loaded with their packed beaver bales, the results of their efforts in the fall hunt thus far. He watched Paddock signal that he would grain and stretch the new pelts. Josiah turned away to drag the hides on into camp, one arm held out to enfold Looks Far as she ran to greet him. The old man decided he would not fuss with the packs all that much this evening, saving that sort of labor for tomorrow, the middle part of the day, when a man wasn't busied in setting the traps nor skinning the beaver caught in those sets. He glanced back in the direction of camp, hopeful of seeing Waits by the Water emerge from the purple shadows woven among the trees that ringed the bright firelight in their camp. After a moment, when she did not appear, Titus reluctantly returned to his labors. Scooping up the beaver packs, he carried them over beneath the trees with the bundles of other camp goods. Back and forth he trudged between the trees and the ponies until the trapper could at last take the pack animals off to be staked with the other horses for the night. The light was smoky gray by the time he entered the stand of aspens surrounding their campsite and stepped into the bright ring of firelight. Paddock already had his hands full. The young man sat cross-legged on the ground near the fire, weaving a thin strip of rawhide back and forth through a series of holes he had punched in a green beaver hide. On each turn through the hole, the rawhide strip would be wound around a circular hoop of willow as he gradually stretched the hide into that particular round shape that had come to be known as the beaver dollar. Their camp was dotted here and there with the circular trophies, on one side dark and hairy, on the other side red-streaked and bleaching. Yet it wasn't stretching the hides which tonight required Josiah's full attention. His son crawled back and forth across his father's legs, over the beaver hides, and right through the work at hand, wanting his father's all, tugging at the fringe along his father's sleeve and darting for the fire pit repeatedly. Paddock would lace one hole through a green beaver hide, then stretch over to yank his son back from the fire. Then another hole was laced, and the young trapper would retrieve Joshua before the tad could pick up the sharp awl. It all looked to be a game with the boy, and much more fun than work for Paddock. "What are you laughing at now, old man?" Josiah glanced up as Bass strode into the circle of bright light. "Seems like you're having a rougher time with that young'un of your'n than you did with them Rapaho scalp hunters." "He can be a real handful, Scratch." Josiah reached out to grab at his son, who was crawling away toward the fire pit. "It ain't no worse'n taking you to raise, boy," Scratch grinned, teeth flashing vividly in the firelight. "I think I heard this round before, old man," Josiah said, returning the older trapper's smile. "How about you?" He had to pull the sharp awl out of Joshua's tiny fist. "You helping out here, instead of just standing there telling me how good you were in raising me?" Titus knelt down to retrieve the energetic bundle of arms and legs. "Come here, you little hell kitten," he said, as he brought the child up to his shoulder. We'll go find out what that Crow woman of mine has been up to." As the old trapper approached the two women, Waits by the water lifted her face to smile happily at him in the light from a larger fire the women were using for cooking. She set aside the leather she was working and sprang to her feet. Looks Far stood and pushed aside a strand of hair that kept falling in her eyes. Her hands were bloody and dirty from pounding stakes through the edges of an elk hide she was stretching on the ground. Around her lay 3 other hides in various stages of curing, one totally scraped, another free of flesh and hair and soaking in brains, and a third which she had just begun to scrape. "You gals been staying busy," Bass nodded approvingly at the women's joint efforts. Both females had been raised in a culture that eons ago mandated the warrior male hunt the game and bring the meat home. From there on out, most everything became the woman's responsibility. First, she would skin and butcher the animal. Next, she would bring in water and wood to build a fire over which to cook the meat. In addition, she now had a new hide for either the lodge or clothing, or she could rawhide the skin so that stiff parfleshes and storage cases could be made. It was up to her and her alone to keep a meal constantly available by the fire and each member of her family properly clothed. Both Indian women had grown up knowing nothing else. From their labors, they drew their worth as a person, a way in which to return the love and protection of their husbands. "Ouch!" Bass yelled, and snapped a hand up to catch Joshua's tiny paw as it pulled on the long, narrow braid hanging along the old man's cheek. "How you feel if I pulled your hair, eh?" The youngster howled as the trapper tugged on the boy's short, curly locks. Duly punished, he buried his little head down into the trapper's shoulder, begging pardon for his crime. Bass patted his little buttocks in forgiveness. "Looks Far," Scratch said as he stepped over to the flathead woman. "You best take him now. I punished him enough already." "A man-child needs to know," Looks Far spoke in halting, improving English. "Know who's boss?" Bass asked. "His folks, yes," she answered, cradling the youngster to her shoulder. Joshua immediately stuck a tiny paw down the neck of her wool dress, attempting to pull the front of the garment aside. He sought a full breast. Looks Far removed his hand from its explorations. The child sniffed angrily and stuffed his hand right back down her dress. He made smacking noises with his lips. "You see," she said as she shook her head and grinned at the other couple, "my son shows me who is really boss." "A young'un gets hungry, there ain't no stopping him," Bass chuckled. "I suppose grown folks find out in a hurry just who the real boss is. That's a natural fact." With the child fed, both women set about serving up an elegant meal. Around their cooking fire arose a delicious corona of mouth-wetting aromas. The women had used their time well this past fall, gathering the onions, wild turnips, elk cabbage, and the huge mushrooms they all favored. All had been sliced thin, then dried to preserve them for the coming winter. In one of the small iron kettles bubbled a rich, spiced soup, the stock for which was buffalo blood along with bone marrow that melted like butter and laced with slices of prairie onions, chunks of turnip, and huge portions of the wild mushrooms. Spitted over the 2 kettles were a couple of sage hens, a bird often called a grouse or fool's hen. Long green branches of willow were used to spit these birds over a low fire, the hens' juices dripping into the kettles beneath them so that the grouse could be repeatedly basted in their own juices. Succulent strips of elk and buffalo hung at the edge of the same fire, juices dripping into the spitting flames. From time to time, one of the women would fork bread from a kettle where it had fried to a golden brown in hot animal fat. For dessert, The adults scraped with their fingertips at the marrow inside some bones roasted in the hot ashes at the side of the fire. The bones were cracked open with a knife handle or a handy palm-sized stone. This rich, butter-like treat they devoured greedily. Bass smacked his lips as the marrow melted away in his mouth and ran down his throat like a thick syrup. What a bounty the wilderness provided for a man, he thought. Nearly everything that walked, crawled, flew, swam, or was alive was some form of food. To the Indian. For Titus Bass, too. At first, he had been appalled at seeing Indian women stir into their stews and broths those flies, spiders, and hard-shelled beetles that made the mistake of tumbling too close to the main dish. Butterflies, grasshoppers, even a darting moth fell prey if it landed on the surface of a simmering broth. Scratch chuckled, recalling the humorous memory of watching an old Ute woman fighting one of the family dogs for a piece of meat that the cur had stolen from the family's stew pot. She bludgeoned the dog into releasing the half-chewed piece of venison, which the squaw promptly returned to the kettle. It made no matter to her that the dog had been chewing on that meat, dragging it across the ground, mauling the chunk between its dirtied paws. Amusing now to remember how he had later seen the old woman putting a freshly skinned dog's carcass in that same bubbling pot, most likely to replace that meat the offending animal had eaten. During those early seasons in the mountains, Scratch himself had tired of eating nothing but lean meat and cold creek water. Out of the monotony, the trapper soon learned to ferret through the driftwood along the bigger water courses for Jerusalem artichokes that both gophers and ground squirrels had hidden there against the coming winters. He had developed a real taste for the hips he plucked off wild roses, having learned early on they and other vegetables would protect him from the scurvy normally contracted on a meat-only diet. There were always the sarvice berries, chokecherries, or wild raspberries to spice up a meal and startle the taste buds dulled by the monotony of lean, red meat. The light had slipped away to indigo while they had eaten. Above their camp, splotches of evening stars appeared. With every moment, the sky darkened, bringing out more and more a dusting of spun sugar across the blackening heavens. The coffee boiled and spewed into the fire for an instant before Josiah rescued the battered, fire-blackened veteran pot from the flames. Both trappers leaned back against saddles and apishamores, their feet stretched toward the fire's welcome warmth. This had to be the highlight of a man's day. Having reluctantly left his warm robe and soft-skinned wife even before the sun had yawned, the trapper began his daily labors. In fall camp, there was always something to be done. If not restaking the ponies or riding them for exercise, there was the scraping and stretching of the hides. If it were not repair of saddles and tack, it was mending a sore hoof or the bloody wound caused when one pony bit another in the cavvyard. The saddle sores and cinch ulcers of a summer's travel were treated with those herbs and roots known to draw out poisons and heal the flesh of man and beast alike. The strength in Paddock's wounded arm was returning. For days after the battle, he had worn a rawhide sling, which kept his left arm all but useless. Yet, with the ministrations of both the old trapper and Looks Far, Josiah had begun to heal quickly. With each advancing day, a little more of the strength and mobility returned to the youth's arm. Tomorrow would be the third day he had refused to use the rawhide sling. He was satisfied that soon he would once again feel whole. Bass watched Josiah blow across the top of his tin mug of coffee. The steaming mist enveloped the young trapper's face as he sipped carefully at the hot liquid. Black as the devil's night, hot as the old demon's hell itself, and as rich as sin, the coffee these trappers drank was a fitting treat to end a day of hard, cold labor. Each man enjoyed his cup in silence, listening to the crackle and snap of resin-loaded firewood and the gentle snores of the infant asleep on a robe beside his mother. Looks Far sat to Paddock's left, sewing up several pair of new moccasins for her husband. Bass turned as his wife's shadow swept over him.
"Husband?"
Waits by the water addressed him in Crow. Scratch looked up at his woman bathed in the gentle firelight. "What is that?" He threw a hand toward the soft garment she held up for his inspection.
"It is for the coming winter and its mighty winds," she smiled proudly.
Titus kicked aside the buffalo robe wrapped over his legs and creaked to his feet before the woman. She held out a long shirt that would reach to his knees. The thicker elk hide would prove warmer than buckskin. The neck hole had been trimmed with red trade cloth, no doubt a strip cut from the hem of her wool rendezvous dress. The sides of the shirt were tied together and fringed, as were the sleeves. But the loving touch was ultimately the bright colors glinting in the dancing firelight. Greasy yellow, oxblood red, robin's egg blue, colors she had dyed those quills used to decorate the strips that ran over both shoulders and down both arms. The center of both chest and back was emblazoned with a large quilled rosette. Scratch was speechless, a rare occasion for him. For weeks he had watched her using her spare moments in camp at her quill work, dyeing the plucked quills after they had been sorted and bleached. Then she had flattened each one with a special tool. Yet each quill had received a final flattening between her front teeth before it was sewn on a strip of smoked leather. He had watched her apply those colorful quills back and forth in straight, even rows, tying each wrap down with 2 separate stitches of animal sinew as thread. In those spare moments she had stolen out of each day before they had had to move camp, Waits by the water added row after row to her strips and rosettes. But Bass had not seen the quill work since they had established this new camp. He had supposed his wife was making something for herself, or for the young child of Looks Far woman. There were no words for the shirt's beauty. He opened his mouth once, then a second time, and finally a third before he could speak. Across the fire were murmurings of approval from both Looks Far and Josiah. Yet Titus could find no adequate words. Instead, he tossed down his coffee mug and flung his arms around the woman. He hoped this embrace would say all he wanted it to tell her. The colors, they are perfect. Bass stepped back so that he could hold the shirt up in the dancing firelight. They are the colors for your power, my husband, she declared with pride, beaming in the soft copper light. My God, he whispered, almost like worship. It's so damned beautiful. The blue is for the power of the sky above, she explained in Crow, a finger tracing the path of some blue quills. This red is for the blood of our mother, the earth. She ran a fingertip across some dark oxblood red quills. At last comes the greasy yellow, for that power coming from the sun above, source of the greatest medicine. Wah! Scratch wrenched her and the shirt into the tight circle of his arms, raised her off her feet, and swung the woman around in a tight dance for a moment before she squealed for breath. Paddock and Looks Far watched, laughing, clapping their hands in joy and amusement. In such a family, all shared the joy one felt. Dizzy, the older trapper finally stumbled to a halt and let his wife slide from his grasp. Both were breathless for a moment until she reached up to brush a kiss upon his lips. There are leggings, my husband. She turned and knelt beside a painted rawhide box. Leggings, too? He leaned down over her shoulder like a little boy watching someone fetch a treat for him.
My man cannot go about with nothing on his legs, can he?
I suppose the woman's got a point. Bass broke back into English when he turned to address Josiah and Looks Far.
Waits by the water rose from her rawhide box with the 2 leggings rolled up in her palms. She handed one to Bass, then unfurled the other. The shirt's quillwork pattern ran down the outside length of the legging. He whistled low and long at the quality of her work, at the softness of the smoked elk skin, and finally the care she had given to the fringe being cut very, very thin, then each strand pulled and twisted.
"I'll prance as one fancy nigger," he exclaimed, holding the shirt across one outstretched arm and a legging dangling from the other.
Fancy nigger,
the Sparrowhawk woman smiled, happy at his exuberant pride over the new clothes she had sewn for him. "One lucky nigger, too," he roared, wrapping an arm about her.
Again they were a swirl of arms, legs, war shirt, and leggings. The fire popped and crackled, sending flares of bright fireflies into the black sky over their heads. Josiah finally tired of clapping and stomping his foot. He reached out to slow down the prancing couple. How about some of that whiskey you always keep around?" Josiah was breathless. Bass and he stood weaving against one another, both exhausted from their revelry.
"Why, now that do make a nice thought, don't it?" Bass puffed.
He wheeled quickly, smacking his lips. In a moment, he returned to the fire with a large tin flask emblazoned with a lion crest on one side.
"Ladies first," he said, as he worried the cork out of the neck and bent over Looks Far woman's cup. She rarely, if ever, drank coffee and had only occasionally sipped at whiskey while they had been at rendezvous. Both were a man's drink. Next, Bass slipped a few drops into his woman's cup. Then Josiah was at his side, cup in hand. When both men had enough for a toast, Bass raised the flask into the light above the cheery fire. "To the warmth of liquid cheer." He brought the flask to his lips, then watched those around him sip at their whiskey. "To the warmth of a roaring fire." Again he touched lips to the flask neck. "But most of all, to the warmth of friends." Again he watched over the neck of the flask as the others sipped at their portions of the burning liquid. He dragged the back of his hand across his mouth and sat down when Josiah joined Looks Far near the sleeping infant. Waits by the water curled her legs up and tucked herself in beside the older trapper. A star flared as it entered the atmosphere to begin a fiery course across the sky. Bright enough to cause each of them to watch its flaming descent to Earth, the star's yellow-blue tail lit up the western night sky. Scratch stood, not quite sure he couldn't hear the meteor falling through the sky with its faint whistle of flaming speed. In the cavvyard, their ponies were becoming restless. They had heard the meteor, too. Bass plunged through the trees quickly, into the shadows and to the meadow where the horses were staked. Here, each animal could paw away the snow to get at the sun-cured grasses. The old trapper watched a few of the animals pitch their heads toward the meteor and roll their eyes in fright. Nostrils flared. Just as the first star disappeared beyond the mountains, a second shooting star began its path across the dark heavens. Now many in the herd were snorting, frightening each other. Some took to loud whinnying, a shrill scream. They yanked and pulled at their picket pins. Those previously docile enough for hobbles now loped about clumsily, bumping into other horses, stirring the others into a frightened, excited frenzy. Bass was sure he could hear the faint whistle of the second star as its yellow-green tail plummeted toward Earth. In the west, the sound grew louder. He ducked into the trees again, groping through the shadows back toward the camp and the firelight. Behind him, the trapper left the screams and cries of the horses.
Ahead through the pines came the piercing wail of the infant. Looks Far cradled the child in her arm. She sat on the ground, rocking him to and fro. Joshua wailed on and on in differing pitches. His mother cooed at him, spoke to him in her flathead tongue, anxious to quiet him. "He got scared of the bright lights, eh?" Bass strode into the firelight. He cranked his head back up toward the sky, where 2 more stars began their descent to earth together. "Enough to frighten a little pup, it is," he clucked as he looked down at the wailing infant. "Hell, it's enough to scare us grown folks." Scratch looked around the fire. Paddock stood watching the sky, intent on the falling stars. Looks Far divided her attention between the luminous heavens and her shrieking son. Waits by the water sat looking up in apprehension, then scooted around the fire to plop down beside Looks Far. Sisters of a sort, they exchanged grim smiles. The Crow woman scooped up the baby's rattle and shook it in front of the child's face as a diversion to soothe him, to remind him that things had not changed in his little world. The rattle had been made by attaching dew claws from antelope and deer to rawhide-wrapped willow. The green willow had first been shaped into a small hoop with a short, straight handle. The tinkling, clattering dew claws were strung around the inside of that oblong hoop. Joshua stuck a tiny paw out of his deer-hide blanket and shoved the rattle away. Looks Far apologized to the Crow woman with her eyes. Waits by the water smiled patiently. From the blankets in Paddock's shelter, she retrieved the dried, puffed antelope bladder the young trapper had filled with tiny, round pebbles from the bottom of a high-country stream. The bladder had been wrapped with sinew on a peeled willow wand. The Crow woman shook it gently in front of the child's face, hoping this diversion would work to quiet him. Joshua backhanded the rattle out of his way. Still patient, Looks Far grabbed up a painted willow hoop about 8 inches in diameter. From its circumference hung 4 little tin cones that tinkled against each other. That did not please Joshua. Instead, he wrinkled up his tiny face and threw some punches at the air to show how disgruntled he had become. Waits by the water next tried the deerskin doll she had stuffed with the hair from a buffalo's hump. The combination made for a soft, pliable human effigy. Large emerald green pony beads served for eyes, while the mouth was sewn with blood-red seed beads. The doll wore a miniature war shirt, and a tiny breechclout was sewn around its waist. Now the Crow woman made the 10-inch-high effigy dance and cavort before the enraged little boy. Joshua clamped his eyes shut, refusing to watch the performance. Looks Far put her hand down into his swaddling stuffed with cottonwood down and moss for absorption. The child was not wet, nor had he dirtied himself. All that remained was to see if the boy was hungry. The Flathead woman parted the folds of her blanket capote, pulled aside the billows of her doeskin dress. She exposed a full, rounded breast beneath the gaping sleeve. Her nipple nudged the wailing infant's lips. He tasted and licked at the warm milk for a brief moment, but it was not what he really wanted. The infant broke out bawling again. Overhead, the sky flared still with the luminescent tails trailing along behind the shooting stars. Josiah was close to the end of his string. The fiery skies overhead made him strangely nervous. He had never before experienced such a vivid, massive phenomenon, and never before had his son persisted so long in an angry crying fit. He wondered if the two were not connected in some mysterious way. "Damn it, woman," he said as he wheeled on Looks Far. "Can't you get him to quiet down?" She jerked at the sharpness of his words, hurt, surprised at the same time. Looks Far moved her lips, but no sound came out. Easy, Bass stepped to him, placed a hand on Josiah's shoulder. "Just take her easy, son. Look-a-here. Them ponies out there don't know what the devil's going on. They ain't never seen nothing like this happen in the sky afore. And little Joshua here, he's just like them animals. He's got him a little mind just like them ponies, so he don't know any better. Them ponies out there crying and wailing away, little Joshua here don't know why he's scared, why he's mad at the sky. I'll take the flat of my hand to his little bare ass, Josiah gestured with a huge palm. That won't serve no goodly purpose. Scratch shook his head. Just make him madder, I'd s'pose. Sides, man should never go punishin' a boy. Injuns don't punish a boy by striking him, 'cause that makes the young'un have a broken, cowed-down spirit. And no Injun pappy wants that out of a little he-pup of his own. 'Stead of being a warrior, the boy'd be called a squaw, and being called that is like being cussed at in the worst of ways. Saying a man is a squaw is like saying he's a coward of the worst color. Josiah shook his head, exasperated with the crying, exhausted in his patience. You got any bright, shiny ideas? Something to try to get Joshua back to sleep? First thing, Scratch instructed paternally, you take the boy from his mother. Paddock bent over and took up the squalling infant, all legs and arms and a face screwed up in anger. Already his little throat was becoming raw and hoarse from the crying. I'll be back shortly. Bass wheeled and headed away from the fire. Where the hell you going? Josiah's gaze followed the old man into the shadows. Nice time for you to be thinking of taking a piss. Hey, Scratch, you leaving me here with this bawling kid? After a few minutes, the older trapper returned with a gherkin of water sloshing at his side. Gimme a cup, he requested of the Crow woman as he sat down between the two women. Josiah had been shooing and shushing just about as long as he could take it. Here, he said as he handed the squirming infant to the old man. Oof, what a little chunk of it you are, Scratch said as he accepted the squalling, kicking child. Josiah watched the old trapper dip his tin cup into the bucket of bitter cold water. You grown patient in your old age, huh, old man? Nothing of the sort, son. This just be a case of knowin' what to do 'cause I learnt it watchin' the Crow. Bass slowly began to pour the first cup of the mountain stream water over the child's little head. For a moment, the infant was shocked, numbed, surprised. His rage sputtered to a halt. The little mouth oed up in cold shock. Then Joshua wailed even louder than before. Why, you little hellion! Scratch dipped a second cupful from the bucket and slowly let it trickle over the infant's head. Why is he giving us such a fit tonight? Josiah asked. Don't know, son. Scratch glanced up at Paddock a moment before he dipped a third cup from the freezing water. His left arm was full of the sopping, cold, wriggling bundle. Looks to be sometimes a pup don't really need a good reason to have him a fuss. So you give him a reason to bawl? Looks like that's the ticket, Josiah, Scratch answered as he poured another slow, cold cupful over the tiny head. Joshua can't decide what he's mad at? I'll give him a reason to be mad. We'll get him all worked out of his lather real quick like now. Both women watched the older man dip the cup again and again into the water, pouring the freezing liquid repeatedly over the infant's little head. In turn, Joshua had worked himself into a real tizzy, screaming, hollering, flailing away with his tiny legs and arms at the world, spending every ounce of his puny rage. Bass gritted his teeth as he struggled with the mighty, tiny bundle slung across his left arm. There'd be more damned arms and legs here on this critter than there be in a hill of red ants. He continued to pour water over the blubbering infant. Kid's as grumpy as a sore-tailed bear, Scratch. Josiah smiled as he watched the ancient process of man teaching boy. We'll work the pea-doodles right out of him yet. Looks like he wants right out of your grip. Well, he ain't going nowhere, son, Scratch responded as he struggled with the cold, wet, miserable infant. He can climb all over me if and that's what he wants, but he ain't going nowhere. Josiah looked at both women's faces. Where he thought he might find worry or consternation on Look's Farwoman's face, he found instead amused attention. Waits by the water likewise seemed tickled to watch the clumsy old trapper battle the yowling bundle of appendages. "This rumpus'll die down soon now," Scratch said, as he looked around at the others. "Son, want you to punch that fire real good now. I want it mighty warm so this little un don't catch him the death of a chill, come down with the ague or such." Paddock worked quickly, adding fuel to the fire, stoking it higher and higher until the camp radiated with a cheery warmth once more. Overhead, the sky was thickening with the shooting stars. From this direction and that, the meteors raced across the backdrop of the inky heavens. The ponies continued to whinny and scream in fright, their high-pitched cries an eerie backdrop to the infant's wailing. At last, it began to sound like Joshua was losing steam. Bass kept pouring the icy water over his tiny head, one slow cupful at a time. Paddock noticed the difference in the intensity of these new wails and screams let out by his son. "You honery old bastard," Josiah said as he glanced at Bass. "I wouldn't let you get away with that if I was the kid you was trying to pour water on." Bass matched Paddock's grin. "I am honery, son. That's a natural fact. Only 'cause my ma raised me on sour milk." His eyes dropped to look at the little boy cradled within a soaked left arm. The infant was sputtering to a halt. He merely sobbed weakly, his little breath catching pitifully. At last it seemed he was exhausted from his crying, his anger cooled. Yet Bass did not yet give up the water. He continued to slowly pour 2 more cups of water over Joshua's head. The infant suffered them in complete silence, his little mouth drawn up in a numbed, puckered O. Beneath the dribbles of icy water, Joshua's little dark eyes owled up at the old trapper. "I'll be go to—" Paddock leaned in and stared down at his son in the old man's lap. "Looks like you've worked a honest-to-goodness miracle cure here. Seems like you're real handy at settling children down. Done this before, haven't you?" Bass shook his head slightly, then snorted. He set the tin cup aside, staring down at the little brown eyes below his, staring back full of wonder at his old ones. "Nah, Josiah, I ain't never done anything like this before. Just watched them crow is all I done. Told you. Lordy, to tell the truth with a young'un around, especially in my arms, why, I feel about as clumsy as a 800-pound black bear backsliding down a smooth-skinned quakey." The 2 women huddled close at Scratch's knees. Looks Far wanted desperately to reach out, to touch her son as he rolled his dark fawn eyes at his mother. Yet she knew that she must not. Bass cooed at the infant, instructing him never to pull such a fit again, or the same punishment would be exacted upon his little head. The old trapper admonished the youngster to mind his mother one more time, then handed the infant to Looks Far. The flathead woman readily accepted the soggy bundle. Joshua continued to sob, his little body quaking with the noiseless, stifled cries. His heart had been broken, but not his spirit. Looks Far gazed up at Bass with a wide smile. He answered with a grin that cracked across his leathery face. "Worked slick as a peeled onion, didn't it?" he beamed. "Slick as a derned peeled onion." The old trapper rose. Beneath his elk-hide coat, his leggings and the left arm and tail of his buckskin shirt were soaked. In the frosty air, the damp leather grew chilly very quickly. Waits by the water raced around the fire to retrieve his new outfit. She happily presented him again with the garments, tugging at his wet clothing, squealing in her excitement to see him dressed in her new gift. Scratch obliged quickly. He pulled off the wet legging and the shirt, his naked skin prickling in the freezing air. Finally, the dry legging was changed, and he stood before them resplendent in his new outfit. Satisfied with everyone's approval, the older trapper once again slipped on the elk-hide coat. Scratch leaned down over the infant. Joshua was asleep already, a warm, dry blanket now wrapping him so that all Titus could see was the contented little face. Bass smiled over at his woman. "Young'un is as sound asleep as a bark beetle in cottonwood down." He sighed and cranked his head up at the sky. The indigo canopy was coming alive, flaming with long streamers of blue and yellow-green. They were not witnessing isolated shooting stars. This was working itself into a full-blown meteor shower. "What you think of this?" Paddock said as he came to stand beside the older man. "Don't know just what to make of it, Josiah," Bass said after a moment of reflection. "There'll be some Injun camps from Watauga in the south to the Musselshell in the north where folks are saying a heap of prayers right now. If it ain't the end of the world, then it be some mighty big, big medicine to 'em." You ain't worried none about all them fallen stars?" Josiah continued. "Nothing serious with it?" He quickly shot a glance at his wife and son across the fire. "Josiah, in all them seasons I got stuffed under my old belt here," he said as he poked some straight fingers beneath the leather band, "my eye's been privy to a lot of glory sights out here in the free mountains. I've been scared enough to shit peach pits at times. In the early days, that is, I want you to know. By now, howsoever, ain't nothing like this show here to cause me no great concern." Bass watched the sky fill up with the fire, yellow, green, orange, and blue lights. He shook his head. "It 'pears to be a purty glory wonderment, that it is, but I ain't worried 'bout it at all." He turned back to Josiah. Paddock's eyes dropped from the exploding heavens. "There gonna be any stars left up there when this damned show of yours runs out?" Scratch looked back at the night sky. "Son, them stars ain't like you and me. There'll be plenty of them up there. For all the fireworks and as long as it's been going on now, I ain't noticed a damned one of them stars missing up there. Don't seem to be a empty place in that sky out there." After a moment of thought, Paddock finally responded. He chuckled lightly and put a hand on Bass's shoulder. "I suppose you are right. Doesn't appear to be a single star missing up there at all. Plenty of them left. Those stars are like folks back east, son. There's plenty of them that a few don't get missed," Bass commented with a dry sadness. "Out here, in all of this country, a man would be sorely missed." Scratch then turned to look up at the tall youth by his side. "Josiah, we're just like them stars up there, shooting stars. There's so many white folks who'll one day come flooding over this land, why, folks like you and me ain't gonna be missed at all. Hell, they won't ever know we was here afore 'em." He shook his head sadly as he dropped his eyes away from Paddock's face. "We're just like them stars, son. Burn ourselves out, and ain't a soul what will miss us when we're gone." "You can't be happy about that at all," Josiah injected. "Nope," Scratch chopped the word smoothly. "Man wants to leave something behind. Any man does. Even if it only be a son, a child to carry on his name, maybe so carry on his way of life. No other soul gives a damn about him, consarn him. Man hopes he might have a boy to carry on. You're a lucky soul, Josiah Paddock." His eyes climbed to the young trapper's face. "That son of yours back there can be what you leave behind." Paddock glanced for a moment at the woman and child. Then his eyes returned to the streaking heavens. Beyond the trappers, their herd of ponies was still restless. Not an animal was occupied with eating the summer-stunted grasses beneath the snow. Instead, every pony pulled at the picket pin keeping it from bolting into the black kettle night. Each eye the size of a tin mug, both rolling wildly and full of fear, the horse's nostrils flared. Some cried out, sounding almost like a child in fear. Other ponies whinnied their shrill fright of the heavens. Bass clucked his tongue against his teeth. "Naw, son. There ain't a soul back to them settlements what'll know we was even here." He watched some of the strange lights a moment, streaks of bluish-white that continued to light up a trail across the sky for a few minutes after the star itself had ceased to be, after it had completed its race across the dark backdrop. Bass spoke again. "Save for a few traders, maybe. Some of the fur company bushways and fatbacks. Ain't a solitary damned soul gonna know we was the first to come out here at all." "That ain't what you're looking for, are you, Scratch?" Josiah glanced over at the older trapper. "You looking to have a lot of folks know your name someday? Know who Titus Bass was?" Scratch chewed on that. His eyes filled in wonder at this winter sky dusted with falling stars. The indigo canopy was so streaked at times it seemed that images were conjured, images that reminded him of many things, images that reminded him of nothing at all. Things recognizable, things he had never before witnessed. Explosions, pulsings, whistlings, and screams. The night was alive with its own destruction, perhaps with its own recreation. Finally, the old man responded. "Naw, son. I ain't all that fired up about having folks know just who Titus Bass was when the time comes for me to pass on. I'd just like to have more of them pilgrims back east know what we done for 'em, just so they could have 'em a fancy hat, them gals have 'em a muffler or beaver collar. Let 'em know just who it was that came out here to wade bare-assed into the ball-freezing streams to get that beaver without losing their hair in the bargain." "And if they did know?" Paddock asked after a moment of reflection. Bass dug a toe at the frozen crust of snow beneath him. "Most likely them kind wouldn't give a damn, would they now? Nah, I doubt it, son. You're probably right on that." He let his eyes climb back toward the sky and its racing tracks of blue-green, yellow-white streaks. It didn't matter that such a sky demanded of a man that he heed a warning. The Indians knew Old Man Coyote was telling them all something of great importance. So be it that the old man was doing this in his prankster fashion, lighting up the sky just like a celebration of the young country's independence from the Britishers. That was exactly his style, the old Coyote man. He was a one now. He was a one. That old man wanted folks to know he'd been around for sure, wanted them to remember he had talked to them. Put on such a show as this. To hell in a metal trap. Who'd remember Titus Bass had come along? Didn't really matter much after all, did it? All that really seemed of any importance right now was that the trickster, the old man Coyote, was trying to tell Titus Bass something, and Scratch wasn't sure yet just what that something was. It did have something to do with the sky, he supposed. It might have been about the Arapaho if this meteor shower had occurred better than a week ago. No, not the scalp hunting party. There was some solid reason Bass knew for the sky thickening like a blood soup and coming to a boil. Each star a bubble in that roiling cauldron, all blood-red with light, streaked yellow, green, and blue, shafts of luminous, exploding nodules falling to earth. Old Man Coyote had really put himself out for some reason. He would not have gone to the effort of such a display as this without a damned good reason. Scratch did not like the fact that he didn't know that reason. Yet, over time, he had come to accept, and with that acceptance years ago had come a patience. With the patience, ultimately had come the peace to let a lot of it slide, run right off his shoulders like water off his bare back. Let it go, and move on. He'd find out what the crazy old coot wanted with him soon enough as it was. No sense in worrying about it now. "Let's get on back to camp. Get us some more of that pop skull whiskey we brung along." Titus slapped Josiah on the shoulder, then turned toward the trees. "Damned fine idea you got there, old man." Bass took out his pipe, sat down to light it. After he had it smoking, he leaned back against his saddle and horse blanket at last and watched the women finish their chores after their grand supper. Soon he would have Waits by the Water bring them some more of his whiskey. Paddock studied the women bent over their chores, kettles and pots taken up with their happy squaw chatter. He could see that the women were not listening. Finally, he worked up the courage and bent towards Scratch as the older man tossed a burning twig back into the fire after lighting his pipe. "Scratch? You got something on your mind, huh?" Just want to know something." "Go ahead, son," he coaxed the young man patiently. "Get shed of it." "When," he began, swallowing. "Just when does all the killing end, Scratch?" The older trapper watched his partner's gaze leave the waltzing flames and meet his. Bass took the pipe stem from his lips and blew a gray-white halo about his head. He looked down into the fire before he answered. "You mean in the Rapahos?" "The first bunch, then those that come last, ones we had to kill," Josiah started out. "Them two from St. Louis, then Sharp. Just when does it all end?" Titus swallowed hard and stared down into the blackness of his pipe bowl. He did not have anything wise to say to the young man. "Josiah, them that come from St. Louis, Sharp too, there was no putting a stop to until we killed them or they kilt us. The cloth of it were cut no other way. Weren't no other choice in that." "And the Injuns? Them Arapaho warriors?" "They was fixin' to do some evil to your wife." "I know that, damn it," Josiah snapped quietly. I was just thinking there must have been a better way." "Only way to finish it was to kill 'em all." Bass had a little edge to his voice, something cold and honed, something hardened to killing over the years, something pushing down the bile that always rose in him when he did. "First time, we made the mistake of letting them others get on back to their village, tell what happened. Should have kilt 'em all, like we did back on the morning." "No," Josiah interrupted. "That ain't always the way." "Why? You got the answer?" the older man quietly wondered. "You got a better answer?" "No." Paddock's eyes flicked up to Scratch's face. "No, I don't have any answers to any of this, old friend. How the killing keeps on trailing me, dogging me, won't let me be. Ever since St. Louis." Bass listened to the voice trail off into silence. "You're sounding almost ghosty, saying them things. Almost like you figure you got the fates after you, son." Paddock was sick of it riding in his gut. He wanted it out and examined, over with. Ever since that morning they had attacked the scalp hunters' camp, he had wondered on it, and in his wonder, a bitter distaste for himself had festered. "I don't think I'm ghosty as you yet, my friend," Paddock gulped. "I'm just trying to figure things out." "Sometimes you push and yank at something all too hard," Scratch offered. "Sometimes, Josiah, you gotta just let it go right on by you." "What if it takes you along with it?" Scratch chewed lightly on the reed stem of his pipe before answering. "Man's gotta do what he's gotta do, I suppose. It's up to others to understand, son. If they can't understand what he's done, leastways they can accept it. You gotta learn to accept things as they come. Life's full of all of it. Some of it's ugly, to be sure, but most of it's purty. Not all of this is ugly, Josiah." Paddock tossed the twig he had been toying with into the flames. "Would they've gone on if we'd let them?" "That pack of blood-guzzling renegades?" "Yes," Paddock answered innocently enough. "Son, as long as you've been out here in these free mountains, as much as you wore the green off already, I'll be hanged to dry if and you still can't figure out the color of the cloth. Josiah, them Injuns was out to lift our hair. No two ways about it. They would have gave us no choice, like we give the two of them the first time. We let them go. That was the mistake. Not killing 'em all was the mistake. We made the mistake of not killing 'em all the first time." But it ain't right, is it? To answer your question, yepper, the stragglers would have gone if and we'd let 'em. And they'd be back straight away with more help. Them brownskins are itching to rub us out. One palm moved quickly over the other. I just want to be left alone, Scratch, Josiah almost begged with the tone of his voice. I know, son. What do you think I want sometimes more than anything else? You get to wondering why they just can't let you be. He watched Paddock nod in agreement before he went on. And sometimes it ain't in the cards. Not for nothing you done, not for nothing you caused. It's them other folks that cause you the devil. And you gotta make a choice again and again and again. It might just come down to you or them over and over and over. Scratch watched Paddock's head shake sadly while he gazed into the blue-yellow flames licking at the sky. Then the old trapper continued. Choices should come easy when a man's got him folks depending on him. Looks Far and Joshua, they need you to make a lot of the choices for 'em. Making a choice gets easy when a man wants to take care of what's his. Sounds like you're saying the killing doesn't ever end, Paddock said. Sounds like you think a man's always got to make that choice. Yes, Bass answered quietly. That's the simple truth of it. Out here, the killing may go on and on. It's the way of life to accept. Or you don't. That choice is up to each man. Isn't any room for a fella who doesn't want to do the killing? No one can say I want to do the killing, Josiah. I don't cotton to taking another man's life away from him unless he's wronged me, unless there's no other way out of it. I'm sorry, Scratch, he apologized. I know better. I never figured you for lapping up the chance to kill someone. Paddock held his gaze on the older man, trying to read the eyes merrily dancing with firelight, dark waters brooding beneath that cheery surface. Bass was a puzzle inside a maze, confusing at best, especially when you believed you had found the answer to his riddle. I'll walk away from trouble when I can, Josiah. Howsoever, if a man wants to bring trouble to my doorstep, he best be ready to go the whole hog, right down to the last bristle on that hog's tail. Yes, Josiah agreed, watching the two women stand from their chores, drying their hands across their wool dresses. Looks Far and the boy are dependent on you, Josiah. I know they are. They're looking for you to protect 'em, keep 'em safe. Best way you know how. Paddock nodded in agreement. I know that. It's just, at times I don't know how best to be doing exactly that. That's where it comes in, the hard part of being a man, having to decide just how to do it for them that you love. Every man for himself? Every man got to decide for himself, son. No one else can make that choice for you. If it's my choice to make, I'm choosing more whiskey, he said, changing the subject as the two women joined them at the fire. Paddock held his cup out to the Crow woman who carried the tin flask. He would have to consider all he had discussed with Bass, but for now, with the women close at hand, the conversation had to end. His mind and heart would have to work on it some more. Paddock smiled as Waits by the water worried the cork back and forth from the neck of the flask. She poured him a little whiskey in his coffee tin. Scratch held out his cup. After she had poured some into her husband's tin, Waits by the water sat beside him. The trapper sipped at the strong grain alcohol mixture. The whiskey burned in his gullet, just like the heavens broiled above them. It comforted the old trapper that his woman had returned to the fire and cuddled him by the flames. She warmed the very part of him that had grown cold with the talk of killing. Waits by the water so rarely drank, yet he offered her his tin cup. She took it from him, allowed the whiskey to brush her lips, then brought the cup away. The tip of her tongue licked delicately at the whiskey. That sip would do her. She gave the mug back to him and smiled. It was the kind of smile that told him the magic of this sky was casting a spell on her.
Waits by the water turned now to glance at Looks Far. The Flathead woman turned to meet the gaze. They both shared the same childhood, lived out in those northern mountains. Looks Far silently told the Crow woman she understood what Waits by the Water was remembering. Though a mystery, magical, and perhaps a portent of that to come, the Flathead woman was familiar with the light shows in the skies. She herself could remember the pale, blood-red luminescence in the northern sky that would intensify as her people had watched in wonder. Then, brightly colored streams of blue-green, yellow-orange would burst out of the blood-red until there was a curtain of billowing light pulsating and wriggling as if it were a glowing, living creature crawling over the horizon. A long, fiery snake that stretched from edge of the earth to edge of the earth, its dancing hood composed of darting nodes of blue or green or yellow explosions. The snake often darkened to bloody crimson as if in warning, then burst forth with the white-blue and orange-green filaments streaking, shifting, worming their way across the sky. "When this happens," Looks Far said as she turned to Josiah by her side, "it is my people who tell that the Great One above is dreaming again, as he did when he was getting ready to make our world out of mud and sky. We again see the magic of his dream on the heavens." She gestured toward the massive fireworks exploding above them through the overhanging branches. "What happens when the Great One above is dreaming again?" he asked. Looks Far turned toward her husband. "He is getting ready to change things here on our world, my husband," she whispered softly in Flathead. "Old Coyote Man must not be asleep when the Great One above dreams like this. If he is asleep, then he will miss the warnings that things must change. If Old Coyote Man is awake to see the dream, then he can help the people to change things and make them right again. The circle starts in the north at the Great Dream, and the circle continues around us if it is not broken." "Is it broken, my wife?" Paddock asked. "I do not know of such things," Looks Far answered after some thought. "I pray for our son that the circle will be healed and we never have to part in death." Paddock stared into the dancing fire at their feet. His ears had become adjusted to the noise of the horses stomping and crying out in the darkness. He had yet to become fully reconciled to his wife's view of life. He recalled how she had talked him into allowing her and their son to join the attack on the scalp hunters' camp. Life and death seemed so intertwined, inseparable. She believed they were just that, one process. If the great circle of life were to be fully healed, then life would go on for all the forevers that would exist. They would never again part, never again suffer the pain of separation. If the circle were complete. He watched the night sky, listening to those faint whistlings and screams of the night heavens. "You listen close enough, son," Scratch said softly, piercing the young trapper's reverie. "You can almost hear a song." Paddock looked over at the older man and smiled in the bright firelight. He strained against the tussing of the pony's hoofs, their frightened whinnying, and the crackling of wood in the hypnotic flames. There was something back there, beneath it all, a strange sort of sound. He finally nodded. "You hear it?" Bass inquired. "Yeah," Paddock nodded. "I think I do." "You'll know it if you do hear it," Scratch said. "Up this high, up here where the sky is so clear, where the sky's so damned near, you'll be able to hear angels sing." "That must be what I'm hearing," Josiah said. "You'll know it if you hear it." "What's it saying to you, Scratch?" Bass cocked an ear like a hound would at a bear's den, straining to catch a hint of a sound foreign to its ear. "Telling me it's time we push on, son. Time to pack up, head out to Taos." "When?" "Day, maybe 2. Bass sighed, relieved, contented. His eyes were heavy with sleep. Take time to bundle all them plues up proper for the trip. Not quite as far a jaunt to get down to Taos way as it were to get down here from Rendezvous." He gazed into the great dome overhead. "Angel's tellin' this old child he better be gettin' while them passes ain't locked with the early snows. Better make it to the south wind side before it's too late." "Angels tell you all of that?" Josiah cast a questioning look toward the heavens, grinned. "Angels," Bass spit into the fire. "Maybe my medicine, maybe that night sky up there. All the same, son. They're all the same." Bass rose slowly to his feet, knees and hips popping painfully after a long sit on the cold ground. "Right now, howsoever, my woman's telling me to come to bed with her. Long winter nights mean that much more time for snuggling." He reached out to help pull Waits by the Water to her feet, chuckling softly as he led her off toward their shelter. While she crawled in among the blankets and robes, the mountain man draped a threadbare mackinaw over the front of their pine bough sleeping shelter. The firelight danced through the thin, worn places in the blanket. Bass slid under the robes. The heavy warmth of the animal hides felt good to him. As he warmed, he took off the elk-hide coat. The man heard the woman's gentle breathing as she took his rough hand in hers. Waits by the Water led his fingers to her bare breast, small and full beneath his coarse skin. Like velvet with a rigid center, her breast almost like life itself. She was so soft, yet there was that strength at the core. Bass grew rigid. Soon he took his hand away from her breast, moved her soft fingers to his groin. "We make a child on this night of magic," she whispered, husky, the sound of overpowering desire strong in her voice. "It is a night of great mystery, woman," he answered, pulling aside his breech-clout so she could touch him. "A night to end some things, a night to begin others." She moaned, felt his readiness. "There are many things in this night that are yet to be revealed to us," he said, as he rolled atop her naked body. "Many things to know in the time to come. That time will be ours, woman. We take it as ours. It does not belong to anyone else. Ours. It cannot be taken from us." "Take me with you, my husband, wherever it is you go." There was more urgency to her voice now as she moved beneath him in a growing cadence of pleasure. "If the spirits choose, you will never leave my side, dear one. If the spirits choose, we will forever be together." The dance of the dying fire flickered across the blanket doorway. With luminous trails of light overhead, this moment with her was like a prayer. He would ask forgiveness. He hoped his prayer would be granted. Bass hoped he would receive an answer soon, one way or another, to know if he had been forgiven. But for the time being, he would be with this woman, the meeting of their bodies like a prayer, begging forgiveness, asking for time, hoping for healing. A prayer yet for healing. 9. He painfully turned away from the little table beside his bed. Tuesday. He had already circled the date on that calendar scroll laid out beside his stationery. The night of November 12th, 1833. He would certainly have to remember this cold, damp night. Across the date, he had scrawled the words, "Star Shower." The old man returned to the small garret window with the kitten stretched across his arms. One of the servants had brought him the animal a little more than 2 months before, hoping it would cheer the master of this tired old house. If the tiny, playful, orange-furred ball of energy did not end the isolation of the old man, at least it gave him distraction, and with that distraction came a peace of sorts. There were times he would sit in the lone, straight-backed oak chair by the window, allowing himself no padding for those hours on end when he would watch either the street below or the wharf not far away, and the lazy river just beyond the steamboats lashed securely to St. Louis.
Yet for all the time spent motionless gazing out the window, the little kitten would remain on his lap. She purred to him as he ran his bony, gnarled fingers gently along her tiny body. This kitten returned the old man's affection by giving him something close to tranquility at those moments. To stroke the animal, to hear and feel her body throbbing beneath his fingertips with her joyful purr, that all gave the man pause, and in that reflection, he began to regain fragments of peace he had known long ago. Usually, the purple evenings made the streets quiet below him. The laborers had left their work at the wharves behind for the day. Most of the city's residents were already home with their families, dining and whiling away the evening in one fashion or another. Occasionally, there were folks who would pass by that great stone wall surrounding the house yards, snatch a quick peek through the heavy wrought iron gate, and scurry on about their business. The lamps on the corners of each block would be lit, casting a pale corona of light over the snow-muddied, hard-rutted streets. This very evening had begun in much the same manner. Yet not long after the light had fallen from the sky and the night went lamp black with its usual dusting of stars, the old man caught a fleeting glimpse of that solitary shooting star racing across the inky heavens. Of itself, this was not at all unusual. There were always shooting stars to be seen if one watched the night sky long enough. The old man watched this sky every night. He knew just what stars and constellations were up there beyond his tiny attic window. Nor had he been concerned with the second, nor the third, but when the meteors began to rain with more and more urgency, his attention became total. Soon enough, the kitten was no longer content to lie still across his blanket-shrouded lap while he stroked her. Instead, the animal grew restless, then rose to her feet, arched her back with a feral shriek, and tore off out the door he left cracked open for her. Below him in the night, spotted with yellowed rosettes of light, people were gathering along the muddied sidewalks, craning their necks to the sky. Down by the warehouses, a crowd had gathered round a doomsayer, preaching that this was the coming of that day of judgment, the end of the world. A sure sign the Lord God was raining fire on the world. No more flood. God had said the next time would be fire. Raining destruction on the world he had created, and a world he was now going to end for all its many sins. Tiny knots of frightened spectators clustered together, feeding on each other's fears and superstitions. Then there were those casual observers out this evening to follow the unusual phenomenon. Mere spectators were in a minority this night. Most folks were certain this blazing sky of fire rain was a portent of some great calamity, at least a warning of God's unbridled wrath upon man. The old man wondered if the priest at the cathedral was lighting candles at this very moment of the star shower. The black-robed man of God saying his prescribed prayers, his intercession on behalf of a sinful world, begging God's forgiveness, begging that God not destroy his most noble creation. He laughed suddenly, something he had not done for a long, long time. A sound strange to his own ears. And with the laugh came the phlegm webbing at the back of his throat to make him gag and cough. It was always this way. The fluid returned stronger and stronger with every passing day. He would hack up great balls of night phlegm each morning, and through each day he continually spit into the huge brass spittoon the house servants emptied and washed for him several times a day. He had refused their suggestions to call a physician, someone who could tell them just what ailed the old man, what it was that sucked the very strength from his wasting body, what it was that racked his frame with the horrendous coughing fits. He finished this attack, spitting out the last of those balls of thick mucus. Wiping his lips across the back of his sleeve, the gray head peered from his tiny window once more. The sky lit up with blue-green, orange-yellow, yellow-green, and blue-white streakings. The wispy tails of the shooting stars raced across each other, as if to spawn more and more of the blazing meteors. He had been concerned at first, but nothing more than that, as he watched the sky giving birth to its explosive offspring. Down in the yard near the front portico were gathered some of the house servants. More superstitious than most people, the ebony-skinned slaves had served the old man obediently for these many years. Here in St. Louis, the Negroes were called Inks. The old man now heard their low, frightened voices clamoring in the yard below his attic window. Here, in the darkness of the cloudless, star-rippled night, the servants all but disappeared from view. Occasionally he could pick out their wide rows of teeth as they talked, perhaps their huge oval eyes widening in fear at the celestial streamers. He smiled a moment, feeling safe with such people around him. They knew no better. The Inks had their superstitions and primitive beliefs. In their ignorance came a sort of security, a protection in the face of such a frightening phenomenon. It was the priests, the learned ones, his wealthy associates who really deserved his ridicule. They should know better. Horses whinnied and cried out from the stable at the rear of the great house. The hounds had set up a great howling by now, and the frightened wails of other animals had finally pierced his little world high in the cold attic. If not every man in the city, at least every animal was driven to believe there was something to be afraid of in this meteor shower. Down in the street, a carriage lumbered past, bouncing and swaying back and forth across the rock-hardened ruts. The driver clung on as best he could, clawing at the reins, attempting to control the fright-crazed horses. Behind him, the cowering passengers jumbled and bounced against each other. The iron-rimmed wheels clattered off through the night, the cries of animal and man alike disappearing into the inky blackness of the cold St. Louis frost. The clamor rose and ebbed with the number of stars plummeting toward Earth. On the street, some people darted here, others there, rushing to get home, others to find a place safer than home. At the wharf, one of the steamers shrieked its whistle, telling all that the engine fires had been stoked and brought to running temperature. The captain must have been superstitious himself, ordering his boat to cast off into the night flow of the Mississippi River rather than risk the destruction of the world while lashed to a St. Louis wharf. The whistle faded off downriver. Head on to Natchez, perhaps all the way to New Orleans. If it were the end of the world, there would be no escape. No escape at all. He wondered if others around the world would see this same star-smudged sky. Could they see it, and how were they reacting in Quebec, or New Orleans, along the Red River of the North, the Souris, the Roche Jaune, and out along the Platte? Was the night sky more clear out in that great expanse of Western territory? If so, would it be more frightening? Could they see the mystery held in this fiery pageant? Would they view it as the end of their world? How would the inhabitants of those regions regard this night? Would those primitive peoples gaze upon the sky in numbing fear as did the people here below him on these St. Louis streets? Would their medicine men be whipping the true believers into a religious frenzy around huge bonfires and the hypnotic thumping of animal skins? Not all that different from the priest in the cathedral, except the black robe did most of his praying in private. The night of shooting stars served good purpose to the few who held sway over the many. He was several ages older now since the meteor shower had begun hours ago. The old man felt the muscles stiffen, complaining in his knotted back and along his cramped buttocks. Still, he did not move. The night sky held him fascinated, enthralled, hypnotized. He wondered if he was under its power, wondered if, at last, its magic held him in its grip. Perhaps the world was coming to an end in some form or another. The thought flashed over him as surely as the shimmering light bathed his gray head, the starshine flooding through the tiny window where he sat, frozen, an observer who had prayed, supplicated his God to participate. Now, at last, he realized the world as he had known it was indeed coming to an end. His tiny, sheltered, protected world had cracked some 2.5 years before. Through that jagged portal in his protective wall had slipped the young American who had killed his beloved Henri. From that point on, the old man's little world had begun to disintegrate. It had taken him this long to realize it. Better than 2 years, and for all that time, the old man had refused to accept that things must change, accept that things would change, with or without him. The heavens hung heavy, dripping with light, all blue-white and yellow-green like wispy party streamers when the family would ring in a new year. But it was November 13th already, past midnight by the tiny clock on the table, yet the sky flamed on. He would remember this night. Much more than a mere inked circle on his weather calendar, he would remember. This night, in the waning weeks of 1833, when he had finally realized the huge giant, Emile Sharp, was not returning to St. Louis, to the street below, to this house. The old gray head bent and fell against the window pane. Below him, the screams of frightened humans and the cries of terrified animals continued unabated. The old man did not hear. He was praying. It was a prayer that nothing more would slip through that ragged, torn portal in his protective wall. He had tried to reach out from St. Louis with the arms of others, and each of them had failed. 3 hired to kill that single young American. All had failed to return. The old man's familiar, comfortable world was coming to an end under the spectacle of the meteor shower. No longer could he rely upon others to do what he should have undertaken himself on the first account. He should have acted 2.5 years ago while he was stronger. All of this he realized now. His prayer begged his God to bring the young murderer to him instead. A pitiful prayer, pleading for intercession. Bring the young American to him so that his hands alone could kill the murderer of his Henri. Dear God, bring him to me so that my tired hands might know of his death at last. Please, dear God, if ever you would grant a man his wish, bring him to me that I might see his blood on my own hands. His eyes finally raised to the heavens from whence his answer would come. He knew his God personally showed him this sky as a message, a foretelling. He knew his God told him the murderer would be delivered to him. The young American would be brought to St. Louis, to this great house, to this very room. And here, he would kill the murderer with the pistol that had waited by the door for so long now. By his own hand, his own bloodied hand. The old man's prayer would be answered. This flaming, mystical night sky raining fire and destruction down upon the world told him so. His prayer would soon be given answer. His prayer answered at last. Most of the days had broken clear as crystal, ringing cold and cloudless, leaving ice-slicked water crusted in their kettles and water bags. The pack animals and Indian mustangs slicked the air with frosty halos for most of the morning ride, until the high sun finally warmed the air above their mist-shrouded worms snaking along the timbered ridges. Bass had brought the party through the pass in 3 miserable, freezing days. They had huddled around fires each long winter's night in the snow, but they had survived their climb out of the Bayou Salade. The snows were not so deep that man nor horse could not push themselves over the pass. The early winter skies had been held in abeyance. No snow had fallen during their trip over the high side. Winter was drawing in rapidly around them, but the old man had been lucky to move when he had. Good weather held until they had dropped away from the pass. Behind them, the clouds had tumbled in over the hoary peaks, covering the ragged, torn granite with raging winter storms, punctuated with flying ice and wispy streamers of dry, silky snow. It was as if a door had slammed shut behind them, a portal never to be opened again. The small brigade had dropped into the high mountain valley named for the very same saint blessing that hub of America's fur trade. St. Louis rested along the Mississippi River, and here the San Luis Valley rested along the Rio Grande River, rolling south toward the vicinity of Taos. The old trapper had crossed and recrossed this valley many times, climbing in and out to the north along the route they had just left. If he ever entered the valley from the west, the mountain trapper climbed up from the river they called the Blue, long before named the Rio San Xavier by Spanish explorers. It flowed through a black, ruggedly beautiful and darkly yawning canyon that led the trappers into that high country of the west slope. Over the Cochetopa Pass they trailed, that western portal to the San Luis Valley, at times known to the Spanish as El Puerto de los Cebollas, or Buffalo Gate. From that 10,000-foot height, the traveler would drop into the high San Luis Valley, travel south, and eventually pick up the Rio Grande. Everything was familiar to the old man here. It was like getting close to home after a long trip away from the hearth. Herds of wild mustangs raced across their path daily, requiring the men and women alike to strain at keeping the pack horses and extra ponies from running off. A horse thief's paradise if a man wanted to make the effort to capture the wild creatures. Much of the land now lay under almost a foot of new snow, this white dusting like spun sugar covering their baggage and sleeping robes each morning. Later in the day, the brightness of the high sun at times hurt the eyes, making them smart and water with the dazzling reflection. Yet the same high sun made the land come alive for the old man. The colors of the hills and animal life and streams and the very sky itself, they all were more vivid than he had remembered. Bass felt his heart beat louder the closer they drew to Taos. Waits by the water spent more and more time beside him during these days of cold, early winter travel. They chattered aimlessly, talking together of important matters, talking of things with no importance at all. There was a vitality they shared together, a strength that drew itself from each other. Bass finally realized why the colors danced more vividly for him this trip, why the homecoming to Taos seemed all the sweeter. He had this woman to share it with. He had Waits by the water at his side. He was bringing his woman to Taos, taking her toward the closest thing to civilization he had seen in more than 10 years. Hell, she'd never even been to a damned fur trading post, and here I am taking her down to Taos. It was enough to boil the britches of any man who grew up in those United States back east. To think of bringing someone here who has never seen a town before. You are thinking of something tonight? She had a way of coquettishly half-lidding her eyes whenever she asked the question. That may be, he responded in Sparrowhawk, but what I was thinking of was showing you this wonderful place called Taos. The last word seemed out of place, butted up against the sounds made in the Crow tongue. My husband is glad to be coming to this place? House? She asked with wider eyes. I'm very glad to be coming here, he nodded. Just like the big valley of the South Park, I am glad to share this with you. I am most happy that you are here to share it with me now." He spread his arms across the rolling country as if to lay it at her feet, his gift for her. This mountain southwest was a land of extreme contrasts. While there were rich flowered valleys, so too were there high snow-capped peaks. The green, rolling meadows ran up against the sun-hardened desert wastes speckled with ocotillo and barrel cactus, mesquite trees, and frequent reminders of an even more ancient time in the sharp, black lava that would dot the landscape. Always the land of the lizard, horned toad, prairie dog, and rattlesnake, this was also a land where the infrequent streams would be bordered with cottonwood and willow. From such gypsum-tainted streams would come the gyp water that would cause many unaccustomed travelers to become sickened, ill with bowel distress. Vast, yawning plains stretched toward the purple bulk of hills up to brick-red mountains timbered with piñon pine and cedar. At sunrise, treeless ridges would stare back at a man like some swollen, puffy, fight-injured eye. When the sun was high, the same vista was painted hazy blue, falling away to a deep purple as the sun finally went to rest. In such a land, there was always the heat of hell, or the bitter cold of an unexpected and uncompromising winter storm. For much of their way through this land of color and contrast, they had been approximating the deep course of the Rio Grande as it rolled almost due south. Last evening, they had finally dropped into the Taos Valley itself. Running mostly north and south, the valley was flanked on the west by that deep gorge, the canyon of the Rio Grande. To the north, south, and east erupted the piñon-timbered mountain peaks. "In the past, I mostly come down along the Front Range from the country north of here," Bass explained at their night fire. "Fella climbs them hills there," he said, wagging a knife toward the Sangre de Cristos. "Comes on over a pass that you can still run in the winter. Then you can follow the little Fernandez River down here to the valley to find the town you've been looking for, Taos." The Rio Fernando de Taos eventually flowed into the Rio Grande, leading the weary traveler scrambling down out of the Sangre de Cristos on to the settlement squatting beneath the early winter sun. Those streams rushing down the western slope of the mountains, which did not dump their flow into the Rio Grande, drained into a lake some 25 miles long by about 5 miles wide, designated on the earliest of maps as Laguna Grande. The valley seemed to offer refuge and haven to all who entered here. The winter storms could spend their rage on the mountain peaks bordering the valley, giving the weary, frozen traveler pause and warmth here below the fury. From spring until fall, the green fields welcomed the prairie-jaded wanderer who had pushed himself along the dry and dusty course of the Santa Fe Trail. Here, that wanderer could find refreshment, cool breezes, and clear water in the shade of the Sangre de Cristos. As early as the 1300s, the Indians had begun building the massive, multi-storied Pueblo of Taos, constructing the thick mud walls up against the Taos Mountain at the northern end of the valley. Successive pueblos had been added over the centuries. Finally, after the threat of frequent bloody attacks by the Comanche had diminished, a new Spanish settlement had been given birth. Named after a 17th century Spanish pioneer of this valley, the village came to be known as Don Fernando de Taos. Bass stopped the party on a low rise overlooking the town. To the south was a scattering of mud houses sprinkled around the largest structure, the church. As the tallest building in the settlement, the church was complete with 2 bell towers, their height graced with bells. The whitewashed adobe walls glittered in the high winter sunlight. Bass turned to his woman, enjoying this chance to watch her quiet reaction to these simple mud buildings scattered across the valley floor. While they might seem like hovels or shanties to an American trader bringing costly goods across the prairie from Missouri, the whitewashed adobe huts and houses surrounding the magnificence of the Catholic Church left the Crow woman slack-jawed. Don Fernando de Taos. Some of the Spanish called it Don Fernandez de Taos. Others corrupted it farther to San Fernandez or San Fernando de Taos. Whatever name the Spanish or American travelers hung on it, to the mountain man it was known simply as Taos. Paddock himself had imagined something a bit more on the grand scale, at least from the magnificent description given by the older trapper. Where Josiah had expected to find rich carriages and the teeming, silk-lined boardwalks of a St. Louis fur trade center, what he now saw disappointed him. This is Taos? He turned to ask of Bass. What do you think, Josiah? It's just like you told me, Scratch. Woo-wee! Come on, you folks, Bass cheered happily with a grand sweeping arc of his arm. Let's get on down there with them pelados, see if we can't find us a place to put up for the winter. Mangy hounds and skinny mixed-breed dogs had raced out to bark and yip around the ponies' legs as the group neared the outskirts of town. Few, if any, of the horses were alarmed by those noisy dogs. The ponies had been raised in Indian camps where a man could find almost as many dogs as he could horses. A few heads lifted from chores to notice the small trapper band entering from the north, then resumed their late-afternoon duties. The sight of American trappers arriving in the Mexican settlement was routine by now. There was nothing to distinguish this ragtag band, with some 24 horses loping along behind it. Taosinos, rich and poor alike, were much accustomed by now to the Americanos entering Mexican territory. The older residents of the village had long ago seen their first Yankee visitor. As it was, most Taos citizens had reached their middle age growing up with a constant ebb and flow of both American traders and trappers. The lighter-skinned gringos had been visiting their village for many years. Under that bright, high light of early winter, the whitewashed adobe houses radiated a pleasing sight to the eyes of these new arrivals. Bass had returned to the scene of so many fond memories. Down the narrow, unpaved, hard-packed streets, smeared with snow and dotted with mud puddles, the old trapper led his string of ponies. It had been a long time since the Mexican residents had seen this many riderless horses. Taosinos glanced from windows or raised their heads from late-afternoon labors to gaze at the newcomers. Dusty-skinned, buxom wenches peered at the buck-skinned trappers from the shadow of doorways, their eyes challenging and inviting at the same time. Where Josiah had first thought he had stepped off into a brutally spare land, he now became caught up in the rhythm that was this Mexican village. Where first he had seen nothing but a confused scattering of flat-roofed adobe buildings, Paddock now was greeted with faint strains of happy music and the sing-song of a foreign tongue ringing at his ears. Mexican citizens wandered and sauntered about slowly, as if really having no place to go. Scratch led the group around the plodding oxen which pulled squeaking, two-wheeled carretas that looked more like roofless bird cages than small wagons. No sewer system existed in the Mexican village, and the streets proved to be a dumping place for human and animal waste alike. Goats, horses, sheep, oxen, and mules moved aside as the trapper and his friends made their way up the crowded, bustling streets toward the main plaza. The church they'd seen from the hillside faced public buildings and vendors' shops around a treeless square at the center of town. It was here that the frenetic activity of the day's trading would soon wind down for the night. Barking with advertisement of their particular wares, shrill-throated vendors screamed out the virtues of their goods from here and there around the plaza. Mexican and Indian women alike peered curiously up at the Crow and Flathead women as the new arrivals came to a halt in the milling village square. Studying looks far and waits by the water from beneath the folds of their black-dyed rebozo shawls, the Mexican women fluffed at their bright red and blue skirts. They smiled at the newcomers from behind their tall stacks of soap cubes, their wheels of goat's cheese, eggs, vegetables, hot onions, and peppers. Here, a customer could purchase a sugar-dusted sweetbread baked in a domed mud oven, or a tamale from bubbling pots simmering over the coals of glowing braziers. The plaza was like nothing they'd ever seen before. One vendor sold choice cuts of buffalo, another offered pork or lamb. Chickens hung lifeless and naked from their vendor's stall. Selections of liver, intestines, and tripe lay beneath a loose netting that was to protect the meat from insects. Stacks of dried hay, bundles of mesquite and pinon firewood, even animals on the hoof were offered for sale. As the two Indian women were helped down from their mounts by their two buck-skinned husbands, they were appraised from beneath the shade of wide-brimmed sombreros. The men in the square were clustered around iron braziers where they talked and warmed themselves and smoked their corn-husked cigarillos. Two Mexicans walked around the plaza's circumference, lighting the smoky torches with the short, oiled firebrands they carried. When all the torches were lit, the church bells rang out across the square. And when the tolling of the bells faded away, the plaza became silent. Bass signaled his group to remain quiet as hundreds of whispering voices mumbled their evening vespers. As the prayers were spoken, candles inside the church were lit by a priest. Field hand, peon laborer, and slave-owning gentry joined in silent prayer with young caballeros in their black-dyed buckskins. Black rebozos and colorful shawls were pulled over women's bowed heads as they recited their communal prayer. Suddenly, there arose the tinkling of smaller, livelier bells. The muted whispering ceased. Heads lifted, and people began chatting noisily again. The people moved about the plaza, securing their purchases before they headed home at this ending of the day. And just about every one of them gave the new gringos a once-over before passing on. "Ho, Bass!" the voice cried out from within the bustling crowd. "Bass!" The shaggy head bobbed up above the crowd as a skinny-framed man struggled through the surging Mexicans. Scratch turned at the sound of his name, attempting to place the voice before he could see the face. "Bass, is that really you?" The tall, skinny gringo stood before the old trapper, his bald fists resting on his hips, feet spread shoulder-width, chin cocked in a jaunty pose. Scratch looked him up and down but once. "Roland?" "That it is." "I'll be... Damn, what a sight for sore eyes." Titus lunged out as each man wrapped his arms around the other, flailing away at the other's back with hard, pounding exuberance. "God, but I'm surprised to find you here after all these seasons," Roland cried as he pulled back from Titus with a wide grin etched across his deep-lined face. "It's been some time, ain't it?" Bass smiled. He motioned for his young partner to come forward. "This here is my young compañero, Josiah Paddock," Bass declared proudly. "He's a real chunk of it, I'll say," Roland said as he shook hands with Paddock. "This skinny whiffet on a stick goes by the name of John Rowland," Scratch told Paddock. "We go back a long way. Winter of 24-25. Up to the green it were that year, was it not?" "Yep," Roland answered. "And a ball-freezing pizzer of a blue winter that was." His crow-footed eyes traveled to the capote-wrapped women who stood behind their men. "Who might these comely wenches be?" "The purty one with the young'un is Paddock's wife, looks far woman," Bass explained. "And my son, Joshua," Paddock added. "And the other lovely damsel?" Roland asked. "Waits by the water," Bass beamed proudly. "She's my crow wife. Looks far as Flathead. Howsoever, they're two of a kind." "I'll wager that's right on the stick." Roland turned to stare into the old trapper's face. "What brings you down this way as the cold of winter is fixin' to break on over the mountains?" "Do you know of any finer place to while away a winter, John Roland?" "Not me, Titus Bass." He slapped a bony hand on Scratch's shoulder. "Seems to be you found another place to spend your winters," he said with a quick nod toward Waits by the water. Bass winked. "How have you fared, old friend?" I've been better," Roland admitted. "Made the mistake of trapping some dry traces of late." "Got a woman?" Scratch asked. "There have been several," Roland said as he toed the snow beneath his feet. "Got a young Utah gal now. Bought her off a band of Comanches come in to trade this past fall. I ain't never done without a woman." "Where is it you're layin' over?" Scratch asked. "Kincaid's place, as a matter of fact." "Mateo Kincaid?" Bass said with a sudden excitement to his voice. "He's still casting a shadow across dear old Mother Earth?" "Too damned good a person for the good Lord to fetch up yet," Roland smiled. "Not like you or me, Bass. The man's a known saint in these parts." "Wah!" Bass snorted. "You're right there. You s'pose old Matt would let some poor wayfarers lay over a night or two whilst they find themselves some proper diggins of their own for the comin' winter?" "Need you ask?" Roland laughed. "Let's find the old runagate and give him a mountain squeeze. If he's not moved since I last was here, I should remember where he's livin'." Bass nodded. "Let's get this brigade movin', Josiah." Scratch pulled on the reins to yank his buffalo runner along behind him. The women tugged at the rawhide ropes of the long string of some 24 pack animals, most laden with baggage or beaver packs. That bright rose light of a late winter afternoon was slipping reluctantly from the sky as Roland led the procession around the side of the treeless plaza. Nothing could grow where so many feet trod day in and day out. There was no vegetation, yet no one ever seemed to notice. The plaza always seemed alive all of itself. Under the first wet snows of early winter, the hard-packed, sun-baked streets had become muddied, rutted remnants of corduroy ribbed with all the thousands of footprints and wagon or cartwheel tracks. Soon enough, the shrill cries of what vendors remained in the square were fading behind them. Some shop owners would stay until the very last customer had retreated for the winter night. The plaza would fall silent under a star-studded sky, awaiting its resurrection with the morning's new sun. Those brays and bleats, whinnies and curses slipped from the ears as the party wound out of the square along a rutted, snowy street headed south. The closer to the square, the more wealthy the homeowner. The farther out along the narrow, rutted avenues, the poorer you were, it was said. Yet a genteel nose would have appreciated living farther away from the hub of commerce. Bass was able to drink in the fresher air now as they moved down the narrow street. He was glad to be leaving the plaza and its mingling of simmering food spices and fresh animal dung underfoot. The pungent smoke of many fires and the evening's oiled torches mixed with the heavy, wet wool smell of the sheep, not to mention the sweated, hard-worked odor of burros, mules, and horses. But now his nose cleared as the air grew sweeter once more. A carreta rolled past, its passengers several children not yet in their teens. They were clearly Indian, driven by a Mexican who was hoping to get home to his master's hacienda out in the valley before dark. The huge, well-run ranchos were maintained in and out with peon and Indian slave labor. Many of the southwestern tribes stole children from one another and sold them to slave traders, who would bring those children to the major villages to sell to the highest bidders. While the Navajos were most adept at stealing the children of other tribes, the poverty-stricken Paiutes often were forced to sell their own children into slavery. Boys grew up working with animals or in the fields. There was more of a demand for girls, however, as they became valued house servants around the hacienda of the master. The blue light dimmed to purple shadow along the narrow streets of low, flat-roofed mud homes. Here and there passed serapied men scurrying home after a day of labor or gracefully stepping women returning from the marketplace. Between the lips of most, man and woman alike, was the ever-present corn-shuck cigarillo, its dull red glow dotting the purple evening light. Kincaid's place of itself did not look like much at first. It, too, was a grouping of squat, one-storied, flat-roofed buildings. 3 smaller adobe structures of varying sizes sat out from the main house. All was surrounded on 3 sides by a wall which, in this case, was not much taller than 5 feet. As they came down the narrow, muddied road from the rise, the whole of the place had a pleasing, welcoming attitude about it for the weary traveler. While prosperous citizens of Taos blockaded themselves behind high, protective walls, the poorer inhabitants of the village had only the walls of their homes behind which to retreat. Through those great high walls of the wealthy was usually but one gate, iron-barred, wide enough to permit a carriage egress. While, in contrast, in the homes of those poorer citizens was a door so small many times even a short man had to stoop to enter a house. Most of these houses were really little more than mud huts, a single room where a large family eked out their existence. If there were any windows, it was certain they were not covered with glass. That extravagance was reserved for the more wealthy. Instead, the windows, which were no larger than portholes, might be covered with scraped rawhide or translucent mica. While the walls were of sun-baked adobe mud, so were the roofs. During rainy or snowy weather, most of the ceilings leaked muddy water or brown, slimy mud itself. Some water-sodden roofs had even collapsed on unsuspecting, sleeping inhabitants. While not wealthy, Kincaid was comfortable by most standards of the day. He was not merely scratching out an existence, as were the peon laborers who worked the hacienda fields dotting the valley floor. Mateo had long ago decided to remain somewhere in between, to live comfortably without the trappings of wealth, to go without want of a meal when hungry or a dry robe to curl up in with his Mexican wife when sleepy. There was really little more. From time to time, Kincaid had been known to head out for months, trapping what he could, then returning with his catch when all pack animals were laden with his efforts. The furs he sold and traded for provided just enough to support his privately held conception of comfort. While he had become a Mexican citizen, baptized in the Roman Catholic Church, and married a Mexican woman, Mateo Kincaid still remained apart from his fellow native-born Taosinos. It was not from a want of friendliness on the part of the other Taos residents. It was Kincaid's own choice in the matter. He preferred to spend most of his time either by himself or immersed in that constant ebb and flow of buck-skinned mountaineers visiting the valley season after season. Always a gracious host, he helped many trappers sell their furs at the right prices, secure staples and trade goods at a fair market, and intervened when trouble with the local officials raised its head. Each and every American mountaineer who found shelter or aid from Mateo Kincaid was sure to share some of his hairy wealth with the old, naturalized Mexican citizen. Here, he was the recognized entertainer for all the hunters who entered the Taos Valley. Soft light spilled out in arched rainbows from each mica-paned window, pale, candlelit, welcoming. Across one window, barred with stout wooden limbs, brushed the shadow of one of the inhabitants. At all the windows' sills were mud and wooden boxes, during the long growing season bedecked with gay blue and red geraniums. At the side of the house stood 2 small mud ovens that resembled inverted coffee cups. During the days, these beehive-shaped structures were used for baking. At night, they were shelter for the family's dogs. The Kincaid dogs had already set up a yipping, howling chorus to announce that someone was coming down their road. Yellow light suddenly poured from the front door, framing a wide man of middling height. The man stepped into the yard, where some of the dogs ran to greet him. "Ho, Kincaid!" Roland called out.
"Roland?"
the graveled voice answered.
"John Roland? Is that you now?"
"Mateo, it's Roland for sure," he replied, entering the gateless portico within the adobe wall. John turned to Scratch, whispering under his breath, "Old feller's eyesight ain't all that good these days. Things far off are just a blur, he tells us. He's kinda touchy about it."
"Hell, I know just how Mateo feels," Scratch said.
"Who's that with you?"
Kincaid called. "Titus Bass, Mateo," Bass cried out as he approached the Taos resident, his hand now empty of both rein and rifle.
Titus Bass?" Mateo sang out. "Scratch?"
"One and the same, old friend," Bass said as he put his hands on the wide, stout shoulders and pulled Kincaid into an embrace. After much hugging and slapping of backs, Scratch pulled away. "It's been some time, Mateo."
"Too much,"
Kincaid nodded.
"Who are all these folks with you, my friend? Don't they know they are welcome at Kincaid's house?"
Bass motioned for the others.
"One of these women has to be related to you, Scratch," Mateo chimed after he'd looked over the newcomers.
"This gal," Scratch said as he stepped to his wife's side and put his arm around her waist. "Waits by the water, my Crow wife." Kincaid swept low in a graceful bow.
"I am pleased to meet you, dear lady."
He turned to Bass.
"You always were partial to them Crow, wasn't you?"
"I finally found me a keeper," Titus beamed proudly.
"This young lady and her child?"
Mateo said as he stepped to the Flathead woman's side to view the sleeping infant slung from her back. "Looks far, woman," Paddock said as he stuck out his paw toward the old mountaineer. "Our boy, Joshua."
"And you are?"
Kincaid asked. "Josiah Paddock, 2 years out of St. Louis, and pleased to make your acquaintance, sir."
"This youngun's real civil,"
Mateo said as he glanced at Bass and Roland.
"He hasn't had time to become ruined like you two tough old hard-cased hides."
They all laughed as Mateo turned toward the house. A woman stood in the doorway, wiping her hands across her muslin apron.
"If I forget my manners here, Mama will serve my old threadbare scalp to you for breakfast,"
Mateo chuckled, pulling the woman out of the doorway. She came forward with her husband and gave several quick curtsies from the waist.
"This is Rosa," Mateo said. "My Rosalita. Finest cook this side of the Healy and south of Watuya."
Mateo turned to Bass.
"You had supper yet, old friend?"
"Well, no, he stammered. Kincaid started giving directions.
"Rosa, you take these women in. Introduce yourselves,"
he said as he herded them toward the door.
"They got a little young'un with them, a boy by the name of Joshua."
Rosa beamed and circled to Looks Far woman's side, where she brushed a finger across the infant's cheek.
"Joshua," she chimed in imitation English.
"Woman's a sucker for kids," Kincaid said. "Here," he said as he led the men around the corner of the house. "We'll put all these animals of yours back here. Got a pole corral that ain't being used."
Behind the house, Kincaid showed the men the corral, then pointed to the smaller of the 2 adobe buildings which were some 20 yards from the main house.
"Over there. You can put your tack and trappings in that one. Beside the shed, you'll find all the hay your animals can eat. If we need more in the morning, we'll take the wagon out to the field where there's more hay cut and stacked."
"Be glad to help out any time," Paddock said.
"Right now, you fellas get them horses put up for the night."
He turned toward the second adobe building.
"Drop your plunder in there. That'll be where you stay. John, best go grab your woman.
he said, nodding toward another hut.
She'll be wanting to meet these new ladies. Supper's about ready.
Kincaid wheeled around and left the three in the starlit yard. We only need to spend a night or two, Kincaid, Scratch hollered after the old man.
I don't care none if you spend the whole winter with me, you slack-eared redbone, Mateo shouted back. I'll be sure you earn your keep. Now, ondale. Hurry up, boys. Rosalita runs this house and she runs me too. If you want something to eat at Rosa's table, you best be getting washed up and sat down. She won't wait on you none.
Bass and Roland began pulling their ponies into the corral where they stripped the horses of their loads and pack saddles. Scratch turned when he saw Paddock hadn't joined them. You comin', son? Give us a hand here? Titus called out. He must love her an awful lot, Josiah replied as he watched Kincaid until the old mountaineer disappeared into the house and shut the door. Why, yes, son, Scratch said. I'll bet he does. A man can put up with quite a lot he loves a woman enough. Probably learned to love all her funny little ways. Josiah turned at last toward the pole corral and tugged at a stiffened rawhide knot as he thought about it. You learned to love someone, you learned to put up with some of their silly, childish ways. He felt good as he looked over at his older partner. They had put up with one another over all this time because they loved each other. Just like Rosa and Mateo. Just like Scratch and Waits by the Water, he and Look's Farwoman. Now, under the illumination of the stars, the old man's beard stood out even more silver than Josiah had remembered. He smiled. What you looking at? Scratch demanded when he turned to find Josiah staring at him. You, my friend, Josiah answered simply. Just looking at my best friend. 10. It smelled close to contentment. Paddock drew in a deep breath, his eyelids at half-mast. The rainbow of fragrances danced around in his nose. Burning pinon and cedar from the fireplace mingled smoky scents with the faint aroma of red peppers that hung in huge festive garlands drying on the walls. Those smells blended with the scent of freshly baked bread and heady black coffee just coming to a boil. Paddock greedily drank in his dream aromas and plopped an arm over on the buffalo robe beside him. Good morning, she whispered in Flathead. Look's Farwoman's smile warmed him as the buffalo robe fell away from his chest. She sat at the end of the thick, woven rug in the fashion of Indian women, her legs tucked in at her side. She had been brushing her long hair with a porcupine comb. Then she nodded down at the robe beside her husband, where their son Joshua was still sleeping. You both sleep long this morning. Her voice was as soft as her eyes. He is not hungry? He has not asked for his milk yet, she answered. I am enjoying this time of quiet without him always pulling at me. Joshua acts like it is his nipple, like it does not belong to me. Josiah reached out to cup the back of her head and gently pulled her toward him. His fingers slid across the soft skin at the neckline of her dress, then continued on down until he held a milk-firm breast suspended in his palm. He massaged it gently. You are both wrong, he murmured. This belongs to me. She pulled back and gave her husband a playful slap as he raised his arms to defend himself. They laughed together, tussling on the robe until Paddock felt something tugging at his wrist. He pulled his hands away from his face to discover his son pulling on his arm. He is awake now, Look's Far declared. That I can see. It is your fault that he is awake, she pouted. Now he will want his milk. You are quick to blame that on me, Paddock smiled. He wrapped his wife in one arm, picked Joshua up with his other. I think we will start something new in our family this morning, he said in Flathead words. We will allow Joshua to suck on some milk first, then you will let me. Look's Far pushed him away again. Decent folks can't get no sleep, Bass said as he stuck his head out from under one of the thick blankets they had hung as a divider in the small two-roomed hut. Waits by the water pulled up the blanket partition and stepped out from their little section of the main room. Bass drew back instantly, pulling at the blanket to cover himself. Looks-Far clapped a hand over her mouth when she got a glimpse of the old trapper's naked body. "What we just saw wasn't decent at all, Scratch," Josiah laughed. "You see enough?" "Really saw more than I wanted to see, if the truth be known." Bass sought something to throw at Paddock. When he couldn't find anything, he squatted there and growled curses at his young partner while he finished getting the second legging and the breech clout on behind the privacy of the blanket.
"What's all the derned racket?"
Kincaid said as he shoved open the wooden door to the small hut. Rosa ducked under his arm and came into the room, carrying a tray covered with dishes, each piled high with sweet biscuits called biscochis. A small crock of honey was stuffed in the midst of the hard, porous treats. Paddock pulled a low table to the center of the room, and Rosa set the tray down, then stepped out of Mateo's way. Kincaid balanced another small tray of treats in his right hand. Suspended from his left hand was the bale of a huge coffee pot, pocked and blackened over many years of fire boiling. On the fingers of that same hand hung tin mugs. Mateo set the pot down on the low table and distributed the cups. Waits by the water poured, and soon everyone was biting into the hard, cookie-like treats, including Joshua, who sucked and gummed his morning sweet. They sat on the hard-packed floor amid a profusion of colorful Navajo rugs, which would soon be rolled up and placed against the wall, after use in place of chairs or bedding for the night. Bass turned back to the small group gathered at the table, blowing across his mug of hot coffee, after he'd thrown some cedar and pinon limbs atop the coals of last night's fire. Built into the corner of the front room of the hut was a triangular adobe fireplace, which soon filled the whole house with that fragrant warmth peculiar to a winter morning. Sunshine poured like thick honey through the frosted mica window panes. Over the past several days since their arrival in Taos, they had been busy. The first night at Kincaid's place had been grand. Rosa seemed to take a quiet delight in the two women and continually fussed over the infant. After the extravagant spread placed before them that evening, the men had adjourned to the main room of the house and stoked up the fire in the corner fireplace. Mateo's dwelling surrounded a center patio, an enclosed courtyard. Every room in the house opened onto this small patio where Rosa had another oven. The 4 American men had settled down onto the thick-woven Navajo rugs and filled their pipes with tobacco brought in from Missouri by Santa Fe trail traders. Bass had leaned back and relaxed, feeling some of the aches from the long journey melt away from his body. The walls about him were adobe, covered with gypsum, a substance which rubbed off easily on a person, so most of the walls in Kincaid's house were covered to the height of a person's shoulder with bright calicos. Here, in the main room of this home, the hard-packed earthen floor was covered with a coarse domestic fabric known as gurga, which served the purpose of a light carpeting. Kincaid had asked his old friend what the two partners were going to do for the winter. Bass had described their plan to spend the cold, snowy months in Taos, then retrace their steps back to the Bayou Salade for the spring hunt before rendezvous farther north. Bass had asked Mateo if he knew where they could find a vacant place in Taos to lay over for the winter. Kincaid had stated that he did know of such a place, but that the cost might be dear, even for as rich a trapper as Titus Bass. "Just how dear?" Scratch had asked.
"They'll be expecting you to pitch in and help with the chores," Mateo had answered.
"That's only natural," Bass had replied. "What else are they asking?"
"You should bring in game to add to their larder."
"That ain't nothing unreasonable," Bass had said. "What else do they want? And just who the hell are these folks?"
"What they want from you,"
Kincaid had smiled as he pulled the pipe stem from his lips,
"is for the lot of you to enjoy the winter with them, Christmas and all, as their guests. Rosa and me are the ones doing the asking."
"Spend the winter right here?" Bass gulped. "Right here with you and Rosa?" Paddock had echoed.
"That's what we've decided already this evening. Tell us now, you'll accept?"
Scratch studied Paddock's smiling face, then turned back to Kincaid.
"I suppose it wouldn't do any good to go ask them women about this." "You can see well enough for yourself."
Roland swept an arm toward the doorway where silently stood his wife, along with the two other Indian women, between them little Rosa cradling Joshua in her arms. All three faces wore the same rosy smile and bright, expectant sparkle in their eyes. Bass realized he was outnumbered again.
"Ain't no use at times. Looks like you've got visitors for the holidays."
There was a general rejoicing as the women shrieked and hugged Rosa and each other, dancing around the rotund woman. Roland's wife came over and embraced the trapper. Paddock stood and did a little jig right on the spot, soon joined by Mateo before the fireplace. The two men were quite a spectacle, arm in arm, spinning first this way, then whirling that way. John Roland whistled a tune while Bass clapped his hands in time with their impromptu mountain stomp. Above it all, little Joshua squealed and giggled his own approval of all the fun. Thus began a routine those first few days that started before dawn with a cold, loping walk from the small house to the main dwelling where Rosa always had coffee ready, along with some tortillas and beans. After getting something in their bellies, Bass and Josiah slipped back into the pre-dawn cold to feed the many horses, cut some animals out into the fields where they would be picketed for the day. After the ponies were fed and their pack sores tended, the men would slip back inside for another quick cup of coffee just after the sun came up. Here, they would be joined by Mateo, and plans for the day's activities were discussed. Paddock and Bass once again returned to the small building out back, where they untied all the bales of beaver so the pelts could air. Each and every plew was checked carefully for insect and vermin damage, dusted, then repacked once more. There was always chopping wood or hunting in the surrounding hills to take up what was left of the afternoons. By the fifth day, Mateo had his fellow trappers join him in planning another, larger corral south of the big house. It was there, Kincaid told them, they would keep their impressive herd of stolen horses. Bass wrinkled his nose at the suggestion that his horses were stolen. He always shouted that they had come by the ponies fair and square, according to mountain law in the Bayou Salade. He told Mateo they had tried to talk the Arapahoes out of the horses for a fair price, but the warriors had wanted nothing more in trade but the white men's scalps. "It come down to trading or fighting," he told Kincaid with a grin. "Them Arapahoes ain't the kind that'll ever forget," Mateo sighed when he got serious one afternoon. "They can trouble a man across a big chunk of territory. They ain't the kind never to forget, Titus." Bass studied his old friend's eyes, then reached up to tap the back of his head where the scalp was tied down over the bald spot on his skull. "I ain't the kind what never forgets neither, and I ain't never give a thought to forgivin'." "You've set your mind to it?" Kincaid wiped his brow. "I can't have no Injuns running me out of the mountains, now can I?" Scratch inquired. Mateo understood immediately. "Man finds himself a place to make his stand, plant his feet. He'll put up with a lot so folks'll let him be," Titus finished. Kincaid did understand. He had found his place. He was making his stand here in the autumn of his life. He knew what it meant to finally find that one thing for which Bass was still searching. He only hoped his friend from over the years one day would find that peace and contentment he had found here in the Taos Valley. Scratch was happy enough right now. This morning, around the little table in their adobe hut, watching his wife and friends chatter happily about him, Titus found a mellow glow spread within him. It was close enough to contentment for the time. He studied them all, feeling as a stranger here in their midst, Not one of them. It was nothing any of them had done. It was something Scratch had to work out on his own. Feeling distant, apart, not belonging here with the life of these people.
"You listening?" Mateo inquired. "Scratch, where do you wander off to? I've been calling your name."
Scratch snapped his head around. I wasn't listening." "I know," Paddock agreed. "We've been trying to get your attention." Bass shook his head, the cobwebs of reverie still thick. "What was it you was saying?" "We were talking about Christmas, Scratch." Bass turned to Kincaid. "Christmas?" It had been so long since he'd allowed himself to think about Christmas. There was something childlike and magic about the season that tinkled like a bell inside him, somewhere distant, somewhere long ago, almost too faint to be heard. "I haven't had a Christmas celebration in," Paddock counted off the years on his fingers. 31, 32. This'll make it 3 Christmases. Scratch squinted hard, staring into his coffee mug. "Christmas," he sighed wistfully. "Been so long." He looked up to find them all staring his way. "How long, old friend?" Mateo asked. I don't remember," he answered slowly, sadness creasing his leathery face. "You've been in the mountains for better than 10 years, hasn't it been?" Mateo continued. 10 years? 10 years. Coming up on 10 years now. His voice sounded distant, like the wail of a river steamboat whistle crying out from somewhere in the night. "Christmas is such a happy time round Taos," Mateo said. "I ain't had a Christmas in long before the 10 years, Titus mumbled. "There are native holiday celebrations, and all the people in Taos decorate the outside of their homes with piñon branches tied up with red bows. Ah, it is something to enjoy for long after." "We'll celebrate Christmas in style, Mateo," Josiah said with a wide smile. "Scratch, how does that sound?" "Sounds real good, son," Bass finally answered, his mind elsewhere. "When is Christmas? How far off?" "It's only 2 weeks away," Mateo smiled. "Then New Year's isn't far behind," Scratch said. "There's a fandango this year on New Year's Eve, old friend," Mateo said. "We'll all go together. Been some time since you stomped away the whole night, ain't it, child?" That fandango on New Year's Eve? It be my birthday," Scratch said wistfully. "I didn't know that," Mateo said. "I didn't either," Josiah declared. "You never said when your birthday was, Scratch." "So, New Year's Eve is your birthday," Mateo said. "Nah, not exactly. New Year's Day, more proper," Bass answered. "We'll help the New Year roar in by celebrating your birthday then." Titus looked at Kincaid. What year is it? The year it's gonna be?" "Why, 1834, Scratch," Kincaid answered. "Tough, ain't it, to keep track in the mountains?" "Yeah." "How old's that make you?" Paddock asked. "My folks told me I was born in 94, Titus said. "How old's that make me now?" "You're going to be 40, Scratch," Paddock said with a warm smile. "Just a pup," Mateo said, as he reached out and slapped Scratch on the thigh. "Youngin' like you'll always be a kid to me." "Never thought no one could get as old as you," Scratch nudged Kincaid with the toe of a moccasin. "You watch yourself, you young long-eared hog. Gotta be showing respect for your elders." "A man starts losing some of his youth in the mountains," Scratch said quietly. "Along with it, he can lose some of what it takes for him to survive in them mountains." "Yes," Mateo said wistfully. "You still here all right?" "Sure do," Bass answered firmly. "Not all the time," Paddock added. "What do you mean by that?" Scratch demanded. "Just what I said, Scratch. You don't hear so good all the time." "I hear just fine," Bass pouted. "Sometimes,
I don't hear so good when folks is saying something I don't want to listen to, that's all."
Mateo glanced over at Paddock.
"How's his eyes, Josiah?"
"I suppose they're all right," Paddock said. "I can't say I've seen his eyes fail him."
"And you ain't never gonna," Scratch said. "Man needs both out in the mountains," Mateo said. "Eyes and ears working full time. Old friend, I finally had to own up to the fact that I was getting on in years. Had to own up to the fact that things didn't work as well as they used to when I was Josiah's age."
"Josiah ain't got nothing on me," Scratch smiled. "I can still whip him any way he cares to cut the mustard."
"And you can still hear all right?"
Mateo asked gently.
"I hear all I want to hear, nothing else." "And your eyes? They're not giving you any problems?" Mateo asked, leaning forward.
"When I don't strain 'em none," Bass lied. "They get a little tired now and again, but they still see clear as a bell and twice as far as Paddock's." Josiah stood up and slapped Titus on the shoulder. "Don't worry, old man," he laughed. "We'll see your 40th birthday in together."
"Wah," Kincaid agreed. "We'll make it a fandango they'll not soon forget here in Taos."
"We'll make it a real special party for you," Josiah added. Bass raised his coffee mug in a toast. "Here's to 1834, and to seeing it in with old friends." "With old friends," Paddock echoed.
"To old friends," Kincaid agreed.
"Yes, with my old friends," Bass repeated, smiling over the lip of his mug. 11. The days began to flood past in an ever-quickening rush toward Christmas and the celebration of the new year. His sweet, smoky, youthful memories of his childhood days rode high in Scratch's mind when he entered the plaza and felt the gaiety of the shoppers. Watching the preparations for the holidays, the festive decorations the Tausinos hung both inside their homes and out, the colorful pageants on the streets always winding their way to the cathedral, the bright anticipation registered on everyone's face, meant a lot to Titus Bass. He enjoyed being swept up in the rush toward the happiest of holidays. He remembered Christmas as a time when his family gathered merrily for a rare day of rest to bask in the glow of their communal love. They would exchange little gifts from each family member to the others, and then the feast. What a feast it was, he remembered. Enough now to make his mouth water and pucker in anticipation over all these miles, across all these years. With Christmas so close at hand, could his birthday be far behind? It had been a long time since he had allowed himself the luxury of thinking about a birthday. It wasn't so bad growing old, after all, when there were others who could help you celebrate that annual event. Such a long time since he had done anything more than wonder if it were getting close to Christmas or his birthday, an empty, cold wondering during those long, winter-locked nights in a cold camp made all the colder without family or friends to cheer a man on a special day. So many years that Titus Bass desperately wanted this coming New Year's to be all the more special for him, for his family, for his friends here in Taos, special enough to make up for all the birthdays slipped by without celebration, without notice, without the warmth of others. There was a light tensing in the air as the holiday approached. The religious festival was so much a part of life in the Mexican provinces. There was little else to do but live, work, and die. When the chance for a celebration, a festival, a fandango, or holiday came along, it was joined with fevered gusto. So it was that the music and processions occurred almost every day now as the days of Christmas drew near. Little children carried their tallow candles, parading through the snowy, muddy streets where the horses and mules joined in song with their own brays and whinnies. Always the village priest headed the processions, behind him others who carried the platforms bearing the crude effigies of the Madonna, Joseph, and the infant Christ child lying in a corn crib. All activity on the streets or in the main plaza would grind to a halt while the procession passed by. The crowd joined in, singing their religious appeals for the sacred birthday and its coming. All bowed as the black-robed priest trudged by, carrying the large wooden cross before him, its effigy of the wounded, dying Christ nailed and sacrificed upon the crossed timbers. After that moment of prayerful reflection upon the true reason for Christ's entry into this world hundreds of years before, the Tausinos were free to clap and sing and revel with that happiness associated with the child's birth. These simple, happy people had been celebrating life itself longer than any one man could remember. Far back into the gray areas of any memory, back to a time when the first Spanish settlers had come to this valley, an annual tradition itself had been born. In late July or early August, the Great Taos Fair had always been held. Drawn like moths to the flame, the traders of different colors flew into the high valley, nestled beneath the chilly, dark peaks of the Sangre de Cristos, that valley of green, verdant meadows watered with icy snow-melt streams. To Taos came the traders and merchants out of those Spanish provinces to the south. Packed aboard the carretas piled high were the treasures of Chihuahua. Mexican traders laid out their wares brought all the way from Spain, bright tin objects to dazzle the eye, along with the large silver coin pieces so valued as ornaments by those visiting Indians who used the metal currency to bedeck themselves in a grand fashion. Up from the city of the pass, El Paso, came the traders with carts groaning under the earthen jars, sloshing full of a rich, heady wine judged to equal any Spanish variety. The richest pass brandy made the customer all the more warmly willing to part with his own money or trade goods. From the outlying provinces of New Spain came those hundreds of traders who sought the riches afforded at these annual fairs. While one might bring horses to trade, another would bring edged weapons, knives and short swords, or trinkets and bracelets and rings. Always a colorful marketplace, the economic tension of the annual fair increased as tribe after rival tribe entered the valley to trade. Here to the land of the Pueblo dwellers came those warring groups, Arapaho, Comanche, Kiowa, Navajo, Apache, Pawnee, Ute, and others. Hostilities suspended for a few days of merriment and bartering, the enemies contented themselves with growling and trading, threatening and selling their wares. Each of them held to a temporary truce even during the bloodiest of intertribal wars. Each knew they could return to the killing soon enough. After a few days of pleasure, the annual affair came but once a year. The Indians brought their pelts, huge black buffalo robes, fine, supple, silk-like chamois, and slaves. Human misery was the primary staple of the Indian trade. Captives stolen, kidnapped during raids on neighboring rival tribes, or from the New Mexicans themselves. The suspicious Indian traders bartered away their human currency for trinkets, blankets, metalware, and weapons, always the staple of trade with primitive peoples at any time in history, at any place around the globe. And always there was the strong drink, the water lit with fire that made a man act as if he were a touched-by-the-moon being. They always traded for the brandy and wine, some for the stronger, headier Taos lightning, that pale, mule-strong blending of spirits distilled from wheat and corn. Aguardiente, the drink favored by Indian and mountain trapper alike. As the days sped toward Christ's birthday, the weather finally cleared. Each morning burst bright under the high light, saffron spread over the snow-iced valley. While still cold, the welcome sun warmed a person's skin enough that he could venture out to celebrate the coming holiday in comfort. Many men spent much of their winter day sitting propped lazily against the sunny wall of some house or shop in the great plaza. Draped in multicolored Navajo blankets or striped serapes, the older men would gossip, nap, and gossip some more, while consuming one after another of their corn-husk cigarillos. Children who sat long enough with the older ones were recruited to pick lice off the old men. Up and down the narrow streets past the women returning from springs outside of town, balancing earthen jars on their heads or shoulders with Old Testament grace. These were days filled with gay, sprightly music performed by the same blending of instruments that served church service and fandango alike. Even at funerals for a small child, the band would play the happy tunes for, after all, the deceased had gone on to eternal grace before he or she had been corrupted by a temporal and most evil world. This was a lazy time of gambling and games of chance, cockfights and horse races. Dashing young caballeros, bedecked in their tight black-dyed leather pants and short-waisted jackets dripping with silver ornaments, goaded one another into their games of skill and chance. There was always the game of El Gallo, the sport wherein a horseman rode at full tilt down the street to scoop up a shrieking, terrified rooster which had been buried up to its neck in the sandy soil. Or there was a variation called El Correr El Gallo, requiring more skill and dexterity. A cock or hen was tied by its feet to some limb of a nearby tree so the bird would hang just within the reach of a man on horseback. The squawking head was then well greased with lard so that it would easily slip from a man's fingers. Then it was up to the challengers to race beneath the shrieking bird and tear it from its noose in the tree. If one of the young caballeros was successful, he would tear off with the others in hot pursuit, everyone attempting to capture the cock, during which struggle the bird would be literally torn to pieces. Finally, there was El Coleo, a headier game for the more stout of heart. The dashing vaquero vied with others to seize a fleeing bull by the tail and bring it to the ground with a quick flip of the beast's tail. The tempo and religious fervor of these celebrations picked up as the days drew closer and closer to Christmas. In the midst of the great plaza, among the many burros and mules, goats and pigs, the native inhabitants of the pueblos were caught up in excitement of the approaching holiday. Many of the Indians accepted Christianity in grand ceremonies on the cathedral steps, led by the black-robed priest. The pueblo dwellers accepted the image of the man nailed to the tree timbers without abandoning their own ancient beliefs, just as surely as they had come to accept the encroachment of the Spanish in their valley while still grinding corn between porous stones as had their ancestors centuries before. Bass would always enjoy the plaza whenever he journeyed into town. Besides the vivid, colorful sights, there were so many new and foreign sounds for the ear to record. And the smells. Oh, those aromas mingling in a rainbow of hunger-producing fragrances. Huge kettles of Chile Colorado simmered over fiery braziers, the aroma of which was enough by itself to burn a man's mouth and make his eyes bubble with tears. Women slapped and swung sticks at the dogs, which constantly made forays into the square through the stacks of goat's milk cheese heaped in tall pyramids. There was little fruit to speak of most of the time, few apples, peaches, apricots, or grapes, yet such extravagance was never missed. With a ready abundance of corn and wheat, the bounty of fresh fruit was not missed in the least. Two principal dishes of the Taucinos were made from corn. The first was atole, essentially a thin gruel a woman made by stirring corn flour into boiling milk or water. This hearty, pasty soup was eaten so generally that it had come to be known as El Café de los Mexicanos. Likewise, there were always stacks of tortillas available, made by boiling corn in water mixed with a little lime, then removing the hulls from the cob and pounding and grinding the soaked kernels into a sodden paste on a metate. Next, the women rolled the semi-solid mass out flat between their palms, creating a thin crepe with continued patting, and then baked the delicious cakes upon a metal sheet called a comal, which they placed over a fire. Stacks of the tortillas disappeared with every meal as they became edible spoons that could be used for scooping up frijoles or the fiery chile colorado. Scratch marveled at the bustling, buzzing activity about him, people flitting here and there around the plaza, from shop to shop, from one vendor's stall to another. As poor as they might be, the Taucinos did not seem to regret their lot. Here they were not guarded at all about their meager purchases, not hoarding what little currency they had to barter. Instead, they accepted and moved on, making the best of what little had been dealt them. The old trapper could understand. To keep some of his sanity, a man had to push a lot of his regrets aside, live without them. Regrets could drive him to being touched by the moon. He smiled, cracking one side of his bearded face as he leaned against a vendor's stall. The shrill, barking come-ons rang back and forth across the muddied plaza, dotted here and there with the steamy droppings of burros, mules, horses, sheep, and pigs alike. A blending, raucous chorus of noise that swelled around him. Like Bass, these people looked content with their lot in life, much happier than many an American back east in the settlements of those United States. Always stretching, always reaching out for something more, that was the American trader's way. Those who carted trade goods into Taos and Santa Fe by the wagon load wanted it all. So it was, their kind were often bewildered by the Mexican people. The traders had always come in their creaking, dried-axle carts and wagons, bowed by trade goods guaranteed to make the foreign eye sparkle and lust. Then they left with their gold specie tied up in rawhide bags and lit out for the settlements to finance another trip. Yet so many of those Americans refused, perhaps were unable to understand the Mexican people whom they regarded at a lower station in life. When a man jumped off from the west bank of the great muddy Missouri River, he crossed into the painful expanse of the Great Plains country. Then he traveled through a transition zone, a land where he bid farewell to both the best and the worst of civilization, heading for a land where the life lived and those peoples who lived it did not at all belong in the 19th century. A man had to accept that he was leaving the security of his Occidental world and traveling back into those lost ages of the past, where Indian and Spanish cultures bubbled and boiled against one another as they had for centuries, the Indian way of life surviving still, despite all attempts to amalgamate it. Instead, the American trader entered a world which often irritated and befuddled him. He entered a society where the people lived in such squalid conditions, whether Pueblo Indian or Mexican pelado. Their very floors were of dirt. They scratched their existence out of the earth and seemed to do so without complaint. They were generally very ignorant in that manner in which a primitive people remains ignorant during the initial onslaught of a conflicting civilization. And the trader could not reason why the Taucinos remained happy. Still they came to Taos as traders had always come for centuries unknown to lands of foreign primitive peoples, taking what treasures they could carry on horseback or piled high in their wagons or deep in the holds of their seagoing ships. Traders had always come to visit the unwashed, always offering riches to a poor people. Riches in Mexico meant there were actually 4 pesos traded in the New Mexican economy. The standard of exchange began with the peso de la tierra, or the land dollar, sometimes called the adobe dollar, and worth only about 2 reales, or about 25 cents. Next came the peso de antiguo, or old dollar, worth about twice as much, 50 cents. The third was the peso de proyecto, worth about 6 reales, or 75 cents. Finally came the peso de plata, or the silver peso that Bass always demanded in payment for his trades. It was worth 8 reales, or $1 American. The Indians, ignorant of the vagaries of exchange, along with the newcomer to Mexico, were often bilked since they knew nothing of the differences in the 4 pesos. To most new traders, a peso was a peso. Not so in Mexico. Bass turned away from the vendor's stall and stuffed his small bag of currency deep into his shooting pouch. The little bag felt good in his hand as he flushed with the feeling of being a little boy sent off to market by his mother, in his hands a few coins with which to purchase some household necessity along with a treasured piece of hard candy. He had just traded off some of his poorer beaver pelts so that he would have some hard money to buy some food for Rosa and Mateo to help replace what his small party had eaten since their arrival in Taos. He also wanted to buy each of his friends and his wife a small bauble for Christmas. The young, nervous Mexican Indian vendor had been minding the store for his employer when Bass had slogged up with his 2 small bundles of pelts. There had been some stifled, self-conscious dickering, but essentially the clerk had told the white trapper that his American boss was away on business to Santa Fe and would not be returning for several days after Christmas. If the trapper wished to haggle for a better price on the furs, he might want to wait until his boss had returned from Santa Fe. Bass had quickly refused that offer, accepting the low price for the poor-grade pelts. He did not want to bother with waiting right now. The clerk had seemed greatly relieved, as he had stuffed the pelts in hiding below the counter. Time enough to sit down and haggle with this American shopkeeper later when he wanted to trade in his better-grade plues. Right now, all Bass wanted was a little spending money for the victuals he needed, and what little gifts he wanted to buy for the others. With all the official concern over American trappers and their beaver, Bass thought it understandable that this young fellow was nervous. He acted a little rigid trading furs here in the plaza under the glare of a midday sun where all could see. Scratch glanced back at the nervous clerk. "You tell that boss man of your'n I'll be back to chew a long stick with him. Tell him to be ready to haggle like he's never done afore." Bass winked and smiled at the young clerk before he stepped off into the crowds milling through the frosty, steamy plaza. The boy had said his boss man's name was Mr. Hiram and knew him as nothing more. He was American and had been here in Taos after some work in Santa Fe for many years. How many? The boy was not sure, but it seemed as if the boss man Hiram had been in Taos now for some 7 or 8 years. Why? The clerk had asked. Bass fingered the coins in the small leather pouch once more. Why? Oh, I knew a man once by the name of Hiram as I can remember it, but he was a trapper, not a trader. And he would be an old man by now, 10 years' worth of aging. The boy's eyes had stared intently, measuring Titus. He said no more to the American trapper. It couldn't be. Scratch had gone on once his business was concluded. The Hiram he remembered was a trapper, not a trader. And he weren't all that good at being a trapper neither. Probably wouldn't make a go of it as a trader. Maybe so. With a final reminder for the youth to inform his employer that an American trapper would return for some hard trading, Scratch had plodded off across the wintry square. Time enough for the serious trading later. What he wanted to do right now was to spend money, frivolously, gloriously, exuberantly. Spend it on those he loved. That was the joy in this late morning excursion. He drank deeply of the joy in it, the early winter air's chilling bite at his lungs, the frost accumulating on his mustache, the eye-startling brightness of snow and whitewashed adobe buildings alike. For the ears, a rainbow of sounds through which a man had difficulty picking out but one noise. Time enough later for hard business. Bass stopped near the middle of the plaza, admiring the hard-boned mules hitched to a wagon. Sturdy, peak-eared, the mules reminded him of his dear Hannah. He and his mule had been together so long, he doubted he could ever replace her memory with another. It was only lately that the old trapper had been able to remember the mule without some hurt gnawing at him. With a deep sigh, Bass moved on to purchase trinkets for his friends.
50, and not a peso more,
Kincaid told the hacienda owner. The rich landowner shifted his gaze to his foreman, then back again to Mateo. His eyes closed, then reopened, his way of saying he had refused Kincaid's offer. "Give him the 60. Paddock's English sounded foreign in the midst of the stalls in the Mexican barn. The wealthy landowner had not taken much interest in the bargaining, choosing instead to counter every offer for the animal Josiah wanted.
"Excuse us, Don Armijo," Kincaid said. "We're going to think this over."
He grabbed Paddock's arm and guided him outside the big barn.
"No, you're not going to give him 60 for that mule,"
said Mateo in a loud whisper.
"You'd ruin my reputation."
"What?" replied Paddock.
"I got a reputation around these parts for being a tough, hard-nosed trader," Kincaid said. "I couldn't let it get around I gave in to Don Armijo's price. I'd never live it down."
"I'm gonna get that mule one price or another," Josiah said. "I just wanted to find out what the old man's bottom dollar was."
"We should have done our bargaining the way the Don wanted us to."
Paddock chewed on the piece of straw he'd picked up in the barn. He had wanted to dicker for the animal here in the morning chill of the barn, rather than accept the Don's offer of negotiating over brandy and pipes in the library of the big house. "I'm not going to bargain with him on his ground," Josiah replied firmly.
"I'm saying Don Armijo has taken grave offense that you did not accept his offer to talk over the sale in his house, after he'd offered you his hospitality. He's being hard-nosed now."
Paddock chuckled. "He sounds just like some Injun chief who's offered to have me sit down to dinner, and I'm supposed to be glad he's offered me his ugly, fat daughter in marriage because he gave me some greasy puppy dog to eat."
"You're right," Kincaid said, "but we're not paying that much."
"But I'll gladly pay the price," Josiah objected.
"Let me handle it,"
Mateo countered, as the two men strolled back into the barn.
"Thank you for your time, Don Armijo, but we've decided to look elsewhere. Come on, son."
He tossed a quick wave of farewell to Don Armijo and the tall, graying ranch foreman, then headed for the huge doors at the east end of the barn, where the yellow light of morning spread across the ground. "Señores!"
"Keep walking, Josiah,"
Mateo whispered, pressing the words out from between clenched teeth. "Señores, por favor!" The Don's voice cut across the cool shadows. "You don't want to hear what he's got to say?" Josiah asked.
"Shut up and keep walking."
Kincaid stepped into the yellow light at the barn door. 60 pesos, señores, 60 pesos. The two Americans stopped and turned back to face Don Armijo.
60,
Kincaid said matter-of-factly. 60, señor, Armijo replied with a nod. Mateo sucked on a bad tooth for a long moment, then shrugged his shoulders as if resigned to leave. He knew he'd won. He looked across the sun-streaked barn at the Don.
50, and the saddle and spurs, he offered.
50 buys you the animal alone, Armijo eventually replied.
Then we are not buying.
Again, Mateo turned into the light. 50, Señor Mateo, Armijo said.
And the old saddle and the spurs?
Mateo watched Armijo suck at the air. He knew the Don didn't need the Americans' 50 pesos any more than any other wealthy landowner did. But he knew Armijo didn't want the 50 pesos going into any other pocket but his own. That was the secret to negotiating with Don Armijo. A little envy, a little greed, and the trade could be consummated.
Well?
Si, the landowner replied in resignation. The animal for 50, and the saddle with the old spurs. Kincaid slapped Paddock on the back as the two of them strode back into the interior of the large barn.
My reputation is still in one piece, he grinned.
Damn your reputation, Josiah grumbled. I almost lost that animal because of your damned reputation. Paddock shook hands with Armijo. It was agreed that the mule, saddle, and spurs would remain at Don Armijo's for the few days left until the New Year. Josiah would come to fetch her on the day of New Year's Eve, and then he planned to hide the mule down in the cottonwoods by the stream close to Mateo's house until it was time to present the birthday gift to his friend, Titus Bass. It would be something to see the look in the old man's eyes, something really special for the man's 40th birthday. Not many a man out here could count that high, much less boast he had that many rings. Paddock ran his hand once more over the high-pommeled saddle hung with live oak stirrups and inlaid with a modest display of silver. The matching spurs were tied to latigo saddle thongs, themselves of silver with engraved rowels 5 inches in diameter. The gift would make the old trapper speechless, and that took some doing. A band of American traders had returned to St. Louis in October of 1823 with some 400 jacks, jennies, and mules. This first band, or cavayard of the 4-legged treasure, proved to be the beginning of the famous Missouri mule. The animal was already abundant all across New Mexico, but not so in the east. It was for this reason that most traders' caravans departed Missouri pulled by teams of oxen, making their return trip under the power of mules. This switch in animals had first occurred under the mother of necessity, because the oxen, which had just completed their journey southwest over the Santa Fe Trail, were in no condition for a return trip. The American businessmen at first believed they were having to settle for something less when they accepted strings of mules known as mulatas to pull the wagons back home. After all, weren't oxen bigger, definitely stronger than a mule? It took but a single return trip for traders to accept and welcome the mule for its advantages. The oxen were not as adaptable to the realities of trail conditions as were mules, the former refusing to eat either the tall buffalo grass or grama grass, which was the only forage of any sort along the extent of the Arkansas River. While the mule may not have exactly relished the favorite grass of the plains buffalo, they could and did survive on it. Another major problem with oxen remained their hoofs. The huge oxen developed tender split hoofs at times on the long, dry trek, on which occasions the traders would have to wrap those bleeding hoofs in raw buffalo hide. Paddock turned from admiring the saddle and matching spurs. He nodded once more to Don Armijo and pulled out the pouch of silver pesos from the woven sash at his waist. One at a time, Paddock plopped the coins into Don Armijo's outstretched palm, each singular coin clinked off with the Don's count in Spanish, Josiah's echo in English. Paddock stuffed the nearly emptied pouch in his sash, then stuck out his hand to the foreman. "Josiah Paddock, sir." "Jesus Sylvester Cordero." The Mexican shook the offered hand with a quick, snappy bow. "Pleased to meet." He spoke in good English. Paddock looked over at Mateo, surprised. "Thought you said these fellas don't speak any English." Kincaid was baffled.
Armijo doesn't know any English. He shrugged.
"That is correct, sirs," Cordero offered politely. "I, however, have learned quite a bit of your American speech." "So, you knew all the time what we were saying to each other?" Josiah inquired. "Most of what you say, yes," he answered.
"I'll be damned," Kincaid muttered. "And you still let Don Armijo here go on with the trade?"
Yes," he nodded with a quick look at his employer, who could not understand English. "Of course, I would not have allowed him to be hurt in the matter."
"Of course," Mateo nodded, baffled by the surprise.
"However," Cordero continued, "the Don wants your money as badly as you wish to give it to him. That always makes for a fair and just trade." They all laughed, even joined by Don Armijo himself. Jesus leaned back against the boards enclosing the mule's stall and removed from his vest pocket a corn shuck already cut to its proper length for a cigarillo and popularly known as a hoja. From the opposite vest pocket, he took out his guaguito, a small tobacco flask from which he removed pinches of the already crumbled ponche, his dried tobacco leaf. The foreman deftly rolled it into shape, then offered it first to his guests, who both refused. Don Armijo accepted the offered cigarillo, while Cordero quickly made another for himself. From his somewhat baggy pantaloons pocket, he took a packet containing flint and steel with which he expertly lit both cigarillos. The Mexican's smoke curled away to the ceiling of the huge barn as Josiah entered the mule's stall. The dun mule slowly raised her head from a pile of shucks and dried corn to look the American trapper over with eyes bigger than silver dollars. It was an intimidating stare. Kincaid came to the stall railing and handed Paddock the rawhide hackamore.
"You know mules?"
Mateo asked doubtfully.
"Know where to put this?"
"I know mules enough to know right where I'd like to put it." They both had their laugh before Josiah added, "I spent enough time around Scratch's old Hannah before she was killed. Enough time to figure I know enough to get the damned critter for Scratch. From there on out, it's his Jenny. He can do with her what he likes."
"You know this critter ain't gonna lead with a hackamore around the neck like a pony, don't you?"
Kincaid propped a foot up on the bottom railing and leaned down against the top bar. Josiah nodded. "Found that out real quick. First time I was wrangling the horses for Bass, not but a few days after I met up with him. That old nigger sat there and watched me fight with Hannah like it was the funniest thing he'd ever get to be witness to again in his life. Yep, Mateo, I learned a lot from that old renegade." Paddock slipped a running noose over the mule's nose, secured it, and turned to leave the barn. The gray-colored dun Jenny stepped lively from the stall as if more than ready to be on her way with the young trapper. They were in the center of the huge adobe barn when the stall door slapped shut with a loud crack. "Oh, you should not have done that," Cordero declared. The mule stopped immediately, hoofs kicking up little clouds of dust from the hardened dirt floor. "Shouldn't have done what?" Josiah turned to give a yank on the rawhide hackamore lashed about the mule's nose. "The loud noise," Cordero smiled. "This is great," the young trapper gritted as he leaned back against the hackamore. The mule leaned back against him. "Now you choose to tell me I just bought the old man a mule that don't like loud noises?" "You did not ask," Cordero laughed along with Kincaid and Armijo. "Just beautiful." The mule held her neck as stiff as possible against the trapper, who was elongating it with every tug and pull. He dug in his feet to yank against her brutish strength. She answered by planting her feet in front of her and pushing backwards against his every move. Even though her wide eyeballs owled and popped with the strain, she still stood patient through it all. Much more patient than Paddock ever hoped to be. Josiah eased up on the rope. The mule straightened. He gave a quick tug to set her in forward motion. The Jenny stiffened against him. He relaxed again. "We ain't going any place like this," Josiah husked in an exhausted whisper.
"What's the answer?"
Kincaid turned toward Cordero and Armijo. "A bullet would be a fitting reward, no?" Paddock grinned. "As much as you might wish it," Cordero said as he approached Josiah and the mule. "That would be a shameful thing. This animal will reward you many times over with her grace and willingness to serve." "It would be reward enough if she'd show me what she's made of, all this grace and her willingness to serve." "Senor?" Cordero stepped up to take the rawhide hackamore from Josiah. The Mexican foreman stepped up to the mule, face on, and spoke to her with soft, gently whispered words. As he spoke, he also soothed by rubbing her forehead between her eyes and ears. It was but moments before the animal responded, her eyes drooping to show she was becoming relaxed, her ears twitching contentedly to show she enjoyed the attention. After a few moments of his stroking, Cordero gently tugged on the halter and set off with the mule. He walked with her to the huge doors where the sunlight splashed in waves of winter brilliance. Cordero turned and wheeled, then returned to stand before the Americans. "Señores," he indicated the animal with an outstretched arm, "there you have the little angel. With a little love and care from her master-to-be, she will be a faithful servant." Paddock shook his head warily. "I don't know. Don't know if I can trust a mule. The one he had before was a real lady. This one's still got a lot of fire in her, maybe more than a match for the old man." "She is young yet," Cordero coaxed. "I'm still not sure." Paddock shook his head and studied the Jenny. "We both wish to be fair with you," Jesus indicated Don Armijo with a simple gesture. "It is not our wish that you would have an animal you do not want." He waited for Josiah to nod in agreement. Then the foreman continued. "We will work with the mule until it comes time for you to pick her up at New Year's. Then, if this old man does not like his gift after a few days, be assured the Don will return your money for the mule, saddle, and spurs. Nothing could be more fair than that, see?" "Nothing more fair than that," Josiah nodded along with Kincaid. "Get my money back if the old renegade doesn't take to her?" Jesus nodded once more in answer. "I feel a whole lot better about the whole thing now." Paddock stuck out his hand toward Cordero, then again to Don Armijo. Paddock and Mateo turned to walk away, bidding farewell.
"We'll be coming back on the day of New Year's Eve," Mateo reminded in Mexican, then repeated himself in self-conscious English.
"Will you both be coming to the fandango set for that evening, to welcome in the new year?" Cordero inquired with a wide smile.
"We have heard it will be here in your boss's sala," Mateo declared.
"Sí, Don Armijos," Cordero nodded once toward his employer. "It is our honor to welcome in the new year with friends celebrating in this house." He indicated with a gesture back toward the main hacienda. Mateo glanced at Paddock.
"We were planning on attending. After all, it is Old Man Bass's birthday, New Year's."
"A good reason for twice the celebration." Cordero was enthused.
"One fandango is quite enough for the likes of an old vaquero like me," Kincaid offered. "Twice the fun just might kill me."
"All will be there," Jesus commented with excitement. "From the poorest of field help," he indicated the Indian slaves resting on their rakes behind him, "including the richest of land grant holders and, of course, every American trader and shop owner in town. All the Americans will be coming." "Looks like it wouldn't be complete if we didn't show," Paddock nodded.
"Sí," Jesus nodded. "It's already in our plans," Mateo replied. "We're going to see in the old man's birthday in real Taos style. The other Americano gringos there will help us show that old man Bass a real hurrah he won't soon forget. A man turns 40, he's got to have one whopper of a shindig."
"We will be sure to all turn out, as you say," the foreman reaffirmed.
"On the afternoon of the big baile, the dance," Kincaid reminded.
"She will be ready for your old man, this Bass," Jesus patted the sleek, beautiful mule on her neck. "I think we will be too," Josiah remarked as he wheeled to leave with another wave. "Really ready for a hurrah to see the old man through to his next 40.
"Think he'll last that long?" Mateo inquired outside the barn with a smile.
"He always tells me he's got no other choice," Paddock chuckled softly. "The Lord, he says, won't take him because he's been too bad, and the devil himself doesn't want him. Bass himself says the devil doesn't want the competition. Scratch says he's got no other choice but to go on living."
"He does it with some style," Kincaid commented as they slid atop their ponies.
"He does that," echoed Josiah.
"The man is rich with friends."
Kincaid nudged his animal forward at a walk out of the hacienda yard. "You are a good friend yourself." Paddock looked over at Mateo. "We both are blessed with your friendship, Don Kincaid. Both Scratch and I have quite some blessing in you."
"You are too kind."
Mateo felt embarrassed with the warm compliment. I have enjoyed your hospitality and Rosa's kindness toward my family, Josiah smiled. I wish sometimes that spring would never come. This winter is such a beautiful time, spending it as your guests. I wish sometimes... His voice dropped off, distant, wistful.
The Taos Valley is working her magic on you, Senor Paddock, Mateo replied. It is said you drink once from the waters flowing down from the Sangre de Cristos. Kincaid pointed out the snow-drenched, sun-dappled peaks. You will carry this valley in your heart, returning again and again and again.
Josiah nodded easily, slowly. I believe it, Mateo. His eyes gazed off toward the white and purple majesty of the brooding winter mountains. I think I really do believe you.
Ouch! Bass hollered. Be careful with me, you lop-eared dog.
He rubbed the knee he just banged against the small table, then stood erect once more. Covering his eyes was a cotton strip recently torn from one of Rosa's old aprons. A smattering of light came through the cloth, but little else. Paddock held onto one of his arms, Looks-Far the other, as they guided him out of their little house behind Mateo's bigger house. Waits by the water walked in front of them, little Joshua cradled in her arms. Mateo and Rosa followed them outside. It had snowed for better than a day, but the sun had finally broken through that morning. Scratch's curiosity had been aroused earlier that morning when Josiah and Mateo had ridden off without him. When his two friends insisted that he stay home, Bass had gotten an inkling that their trip had something to do with his birthday. And when the two men had returned late in the morning, Rosa had brought down the sweet, hard biscuits and coffee. And now they were leading him outside for his birthday surprise, a fact that he had prodded out of the two men. The two Indian women giggled as they escorted the blindfolded man outside. Bass felt the cold air suddenly brush his face, splash across his lips and neck. He heard the new snow whine under his moccasins as he stepped from the door.
Damn, it's cold, Bass said, wishing he had lashed up the elk-hide coat he'd slipped into before they left the adobe hut.
You're the one who was in so much of a hurry, Paddock said as he guided the old trapper around a snowdrift.
It's only that I'm dying to see what my present is, he replied through chattering teeth.
You're raring to see it, huh? Paddock teased.
Yep, that I am, son,
Bass said with the enthusiasm of a small child. Where we going? Up to Mateo's house? Is that where you put my present when you two rolled back?
Nope, Paddock answered. He paused a moment as he tugged Bass to a halt.
It's right in front of you. Take the rag off your eyes and see for yourself. The old trapper put his nose in the air to sniff as he heard the others whispering around him. He could not quite make out the new odor here in the crisp, dry air. His hands shot to the folded cloth strip over his eyes and tore it from his face. The intense, high light hurt his eyes, although they had been closed but a few minutes. He squinted and blinked, trying to get them to focus on the dark object in front of him. Titus heard the animal blow before he actually saw her. His head cocked to the side, listening just the way a dog would pitch an ear a certain way to capture a foreign sound. Bass saw movement, a leg pawing at the snow. He stared at the blurred movement for a moment, waiting for his left eye to help the right. The shooting stars were back in the bad eye.
Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Kincaid suggested.
I can't see, Bass said. Then his eyes, squinting against the dazzling light bouncing off the snow, came in focus. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the mule. You like it? Josiah said quietly.
I'll be damned,
Bass exclaimed. Dumbstruck, he took a step forward, then stopped again. He turned first to Paddock, then to Kincaid, finally over to the three women. He tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. He looked back at the beautiful mule, then turned to Paddock with a sheepish grin. "Happy birthday, old man." Josiah was one big ear-to-ear grin. You done this?" "Me and Mateo," Paddock admitted proudly.
"I just showed him where he could get an ornery old mule for an ornery old cuss. That's all my part was in this."
Mateo handed Scratch the hemp rope halter tied around the mule's nose. Bass eagerly accepted the lead rope and embraced Mateo all in one motion. Next, he turned to Paddock and threw himself against his younger partner with a fierce hug. "You picked her out special for me?" Paddock nodded. "I think you'll like her. She's been working on paying heed to her manners. Now you can take over and teach her like... When Scratch heard Josiah's voice drop off, he realized how remorseful Paddock was that he had been a part of the cause for the old mule getting shot by Asa McCafferty. "Hannah. Like Hannah, son," he said. "It's all right now, Josiah. The hurt's all gone away." "I wanted to get you another mule ever since Hannah was killed," Josiah continued haltingly. "Now I got you a real special birthday present, too." "You sure did that," Scratch said, as he walked down the side of the Jenny, his bare hand stroking the animal's young flanks. "Damn, but this looks to be one fine animal."
"She comes from one of the finest ranchos in the northern provinces," Kincaid said as he stepped up beside Bass. "Don Miguel Armijo's place is well known for good stock in these parts. And Josiah got the best of the bunch. I tried to talk him into getting a jack for you. Thought you might like a male better."
"Nah," Scratch said. "I always had ladies. Suppose I always will. Just like the way they act better." "I figured right for you then," Paddock said. "She'll do me well." Waits by the water slipped up beside him to take a place beneath the old man's arm. "Now I got me 2 fine ladies," he smiled.
"I believe I'm going in and get myself warm," Mateo said. "I don't want to catch my death out here and have to miss the New Year's fandango."
He swept Rosa up beside him, and they padded through the deep snow toward the little hut. Paddock motioned for Look's Farwoman to start toward the hut with him. "You coming, Scratch?"
"I'll be along straight away," he chirped, not taking his eyes off the new mule. "I'll get this lady something to eat first off when I put her up with the horses."
"You got a whole winter left to work with her before you head back up to Beaver Country," Paddock commented.
"What you mean before I head back up to Beaver Country?" he said, twisting to look back at Josiah. "Don't you mean we?"
Yeah," Josiah said, dropping his chin. "I meant we." He wasn't sure what to say or how he felt about going back to Beaver Country, but no matter what happened between them in the days and weeks to come, he was damned pleased to have made the old man this happy with his birthday gift.
"I'll be along straight away," Bass said as he stroked the neck of the mule.
Waits by the water crawled from beneath his arm and walked along the side of the animal. "She is strong," she said. "I believe she will be what we need," he answered in Sparrowhawk. The Crow language seemed so foreign to him this far south. "You are happy?" She looked up at him and smiled. "Yes, very happy. It is a fine, fine present." "When someone gives another something that is long desired, it is always a happy gift." He turned to her slowly, then reached out to encircle her in his arms. Bass felt his heart suddenly swell, the perfume of her hair filling his nostrils. He wanted to crush her against him here in the snow. Instead, he held her as gently as he could, stroking her long black hair burnished with copper highlights. "Like you, my woman," he finally said, with a sob caught in his throat. "I long waited for you. When we finally were together for the rest of our lives, it was the happiest gift anyone had ever given this old, old man." 12. Evening light slid blue into the west, skittering off for warmth the way a man would hurry home on a winter evening, eager for family and hearth. For better than an hour, the sky hung in purple shrouds while the first stars twittered their introductory light. A special night beneath an extraordinary sky. An evening to celebrate the coming of the new year, the advent of his 40th birthday. The way the Indians figured time, it was the last days of the moon of deer shedding horns. Soon would come this moon of the 7 cold nights. December right now to a white man, January tomorrow. Would people of his race call him white? Call him Indian? Half-breed? What was he anyway? But a man in between. Hell, he'd even asked Mateo what day of the week it was. Tuesday, December 31st. Imagine it had come down to that. Titus Bass wondering what day of the week it was. It all fit nicely. Bass figured he was the only one crazy enough to be standing here, watching the sky. But it really didn't seem reasonable to him that others should be shuddering in this bone-chilling, rapidly falling temperature just to watch the first stars come out. No one else would be as crazy. He had always heard that when a man hit his middle years, there came a time when no one could count on what that fellow would do, almost like he'd gone crazy for a while. Yet, here he was. All the rest of the folks had gone back inside to continue their preparations for the grand party at Don Armijo's hacienda. They had told him he could stand out here in the yard between the hut and Kincaid's house if he wanted to, but they all had scurried back inside their dwellings after a few minutes of the evening's bitter temperature. If they wanted to go back inside, so be it. He wanted to stay out here until the night got black as the bottom of a 10-year kettle. 10 years now. Damn. But he could still smile. A lot of water gone under that bridge. Some of it he couldn't even remember himself. But that was exactly why he was here right now. Shivering in the cold, stomping his bone-cold feet from time to time, hands tucked under his armpits, and coyote cap snugged down as much as possible around his face. Titus wanted to watch this final sunset and moonrise of his 39th year. The others instantly thought him silly, perhaps even touched by the moon. The others looked at him almost sympathetically before they dove back inside for warmth, leaving Scratch by himself to watch the sun go down, to witness the moon's arrival at the eastern edge of the earth. 10 years now, and there weren't many of these moonrises he could remember missing. Spring or fall, summer or winter. Perhaps there were merely enough to count on the fingers of one hand, only that number to show he had not watched the moonrise those few evenings. Through all the seasons, there weren't that many of these evening rituals he had missed. Over 10 years, wherever he had been, whatever he had been doing, a routine rarely insulted. This was the last, the final moonrise of his 39th year. At midnight, he would turn 40. Wah! Bass wheeled slowly and gave a little how-do wave to the huge golden globe stretching over the mountains before he put his weight against the wooden door and stepped out of the cold. Waits by the water rushed up to him with a warm embrace. She smelled of sweet mountain flowers and rich, dark earth. Here it was winter with a couple of feet of snow covering the ground, and this woman smelled of spring. It never ceased to amaze him. Her freshly washed black hair had been brushed glossy with a porcupine tail comb. She had anointed her body with natural perfumes of wildflowers, herbs, grasses, and pine needles. There were spots of vermilion daubed across both her coppery cheeks, and the part of her hair was decorated with the purple-red dye. Having put on a dress she rarely wore, the Crow woman was resplendent in her ceremonial outfit. The supple deerskin dress had been beaten thin, then whitened with clay dyes until it reminded one of white velvet. So thin, so supple it clung to her shoulders, trickling around the small, firm breasts and falling away over rounded hips to sprinkle fringe at her ankles. Down the side of the white garment were tied little hawk's bells and tiny strings of red ribbon for decoration. A young squaw in the prime of her life. What a sight she was to behold. He spun her around and around, admiring his wife, then pulled her into his embrace once more. God, but he was glad she was his woman. It felt as if she had put on a little meat here and there, especially over the hips, filling out at last. After all, he thought, she was only yet becoming a full woman, putting more meat on her bones. No one could fault her for the past few weeks, all of them eating so well here in Taos at the Kincaids' table. With Rosa as a chief cook, no one went hungry at all. Perhaps the Crow woman had put on a little weight. He had too. Bass stepped back to admire his wife one more time. Then he smoothed out his own calico shirt beneath the heavy elk-hide coat. Around his waist there was the faintest hint of his belly slipping. Getting a wee bit of a roll there. He sucked in a quick breath of air and puffed out his chest. Best way to make that belly go away. It happened on cue every winter now. A man couldn't help it. Winter was a time when he got a little more lazy, a little less active, put on a little more lard. This past year it had taken a little longer to get rid of his winter belly. "You about ready, birthday boy?" Paddock asked cheerfully as he entered the front room of the small hut. Josiah strutted up in a pair of fancy leggings and a new Spanish-style short-waisted leather jacket worn over his calico shirt. His long, curly hair had been brushed to a gleaming luster and slicked back behind his ears. Even his mustache and beard had been trimmed. Bass shook his head and grinned. "Not near as ready as you," Bass scoffed as he looked Paddock up and down. "You are one fine-looking nigger tonight, Josiah. Why, I might even ask you for a dance myself." Bass swept low with an outstretched arm in a graceful, genteel bow. "Sorry, old man," he said as he held up an arm to let looks far slip beneath it. "But my dance card's all filled up." "Aw," Bass pouted, "and here it's gonna be my birthday." "Well, maybe just one dance," Paddock relented, holding up an index finger. "Just one for the birthday boy." They laughed as the Flathead woman wrapped the child into a warm bundle, then put her woolen capote over her fanciest outfit. Waits by the water fussed with the other woman's hair, straightening it out over the shoulders of the capote. "Ho, the house!" It was Kincaid's voice booming from the yard. "Let's be getting along now. A fandango is getting ready to kick off, and we aren't even there yet." Bass opened the wooden door to find Kincaid sitting at the front of the small wagon which was hitched to a pair of fine horses. On the plank seat beside Mateo huddled Rosa, bundled in her coat, an Indian blanket about her legs and her favorite rebozo pulled tightly about her head. There were 2 oil lamps fastened to the front of the wagon near their feet, where a pair of light halos glowed over a yard now deep in snow. "We just a-waitin' on this livery ride," Bass shouted as he motioned for the others to scurry out the door he held open for them. He and Paddock helped the women into the back of the wagon, where lay numerous Navajo rugs on which to sit and several thick blankets to pull about them for their ride north past town and up the valley, stretching toward Taos Mountain. It was on that great expanse of family property that Don Miguel Núñez de Armijo would hold this special New Year's Eve fandango. They rode through the frosty night air, past candlelit windows and oil lamps in homes and huts spread across the valley. By the time they had passed over the snow-beaten streets of Taos, the road north was becoming clogged with other revelers heading for the Armijo party. It became quite festive joining the other wagons and carriages, some folks on horseback, everyone hallooing those they rode near with nativity greetings and wishes for the new year. Somewhere up ahead, a man strummed a guitar, and a voice took up the happy strains of a festive Mexican song. A few pedestrians were plodding along the side of the muddied, snowy road out of town, families too poor to afford horses or burros, not to mention wagons. In the happy spirit of the season, others more fortunate would stop and give those walking a ride in their wagons. Kincaid pulled up rein beside a group of men and women. A young man helped his mother and sisters board, then gave a shove to help his aging father climb aboard. Finally, he leapt into the back of the wagon. Mateo snapped the reins that sent the two horses off once again. The young man looked from face to face with a happy grin. "Senor?"
"Yeah, we met."
Bass smiled back and stuck out a hand. The youth took it. "You sold me your beaver."
"Right again. Where do you learn to speak such good English?"
"I learned from my boss."
"Yes, I remember now. He was off to Santa Fe when we did our business together."
Scratch watched the young man nod.
"Is he back yet?"
"He came back 2 days ago for just this fandango," the youth answered.
"Good."
Scratch smiled and nodded himself.
"I want to sell some more of my plues."
"He must be careful so that he will not have the furs taken by the officials or be arrested himself."
"What?" "The boy is right,"
Mateo called over his shoulder. "But I just sold him a few plues back the other day."
"A few of them is a lot different than all them you got in that shed back to my place," Kincaid went on. "Mexican authorities are allowing only Mexican citizens to trade in furs."
"You mean I can't sell my furs down to Taos no more?" Titus squeaked in disbelief.
"You can't," Kincaid stated, "but I can."
"So you're saying we sell our pelts through you?" Paddock asked.
"That's right, Josiah," Mateo answered. "Me being a Mexican citizen now allows me to sell 'em with no problem. We'll get the best price in town for 'em."
"Let me get this straight." Scratch stared off at nothing at all. "If I try to sell my plues to this here youngin's boss, the government officials are likely to take my pelts, arrest me, and the boy's boss too?"
"Could very well happen just like that," Mateo's head bobbed.
"Things sure got him a way of changing on a fella," Bass groaned, shaking his head. "Weren't always this way."
"Mexican officials got the notion Americans are trapping on Mexican soil. Got the idea those pelts you have would naturally be Mexican property."
"Shit!" Bass exploded, then caught himself and clapped a hand over his mouth. "Sorry, ladies. Didn't mean to spew off like that. It's just crazy. Them are our plues, trapped in the free mountains of the West. No man gonna take my plues and say they're his or his government's."
"If you want the money from all that labor you've invested in those plues already," Mateo advised, "you best let me sell them for you."
"I'll see that this boy's boss gets a crack at them pelts." Bass nodded at the young Mexican.
"What's his price?"
"Other day I sold some to him and I got me $3 the pound," Scratch replied.
"That ain't a bad number on him at all," Mateo said. "What's the name of your employer, son?"
"Hiram," the youth answered. "I work for Senor Hiram." Again, Bass felt the thick worms crawl through the pit of his belly. There was something about that name which just didn't hang right where it was supposed to in his mind. It was like there was an empty peg where something should be.
"Won't take us long to find out if that's the best number on Plue, Titus," he nodded again.
"Yeah," Bass said quietly. Waits by the water snuggled beneath his arm.
"Looks like we're here, folks,"
Kincaid announced a few minutes later. All along the road came a parade of wagons and carts, burros and horses, all slipping into the great yard outside the high walls of the Armijo hacienda. Draped all around the huge iron gates were large tallow candles fluttering in the chilling breeze. The pale light of each candle surrounding the carriage-wide gate combined with those along the top of the wide adobe wall to paint the yard in gentle lemon light. There was the constant hum of voices as visitors climbed down from their wagons and carriages or hitched their horses off to iron rings in the wall. Greetings were exchanged while guests passed beneath the portals into the interior of the Armijo home. Each wall was hung with a garland of piñon branches tied every few feet with a wide red ribbon. Several fires glowed brightly in the main courtyard. Around them were gathered those men who had already deposited their ladies inside the grand ballroom and retreated to the camaraderie of their fellows as they smoked their thick cigars and sipped at their strong drink. Even without music at this point in the evening, the party already had a gay air about it. As they were shown into the huge home by a servant, Bass could tell each Tausino had cleaned and shined for this extravagant party. Both men and women had gone to great lengths in preparing themselves for the festivities. Immediately evident was the change in the complexions of the women they had passed in the courtyard, the entry hall, and now in the grand sala. Every woman had scrubbed her face clean of both dirt and the alegria, that red juice of a plant they daily used as a cosmetic to protect their faces from the sun. Now, instead, the alegria was used solely on the lips, making them redder, fuller, more sensually attractive. As they entered the grand hallway, practically every woman who could be seen was wearing her most delicate rebozo or a mantilla. Whereas women in the United States would surely not be caught at such a formal affair without a fine hat, New Mexican women had long worn this more practical item of apparel. It was nothing more than a scarf of some beautiful color, cotton or silk, depending upon one's station in life, ranging from 5 to 6 feet in length by 2 or more feet in width. With it, a woman would not only cover her head, but also wrap her shoulders and upper body. She could shield her face from the sun and storm alike, or hide from a too curious admirer. The mantilla was a more delicate version of the rebozo, usually made of a fine lace and kept over the head upon a special occasion. Beneath the mantilla or rebozo, each woman's hair was washed and brushed to a deep, gleaming luster before it was braided and plaited into a long queue which hung down her back. Some of the more wealthy ladies in the crowd even had solid silver conchos braided into their lustrous hair as it fell in rippled waves from their shoulders. Kincaid introduced all his guests to Don Armijo as the host himself was making the social rounds of the huge sala. With him were his wife and a young daughter. Both women were strapped into tight-bodiced silk gowns imported from Spain and wore tiny buttoned shoes called zapatitos that barely peeked out from beneath yards of petticoats and ruffled lace. Doña Armijo stepped immediately to Rosa's side so that she could speak with the Indian women. The Mexican mistress of this huge hacienda fingered the fringe on the doeskin dresses and touched the quillwork, caressing the skin's velvet-like softness, inquiring about the beads and tin cones sewn to the white hides. Rosa explained all, interpreting the Indian women's simple English. While the women chatted quietly to the side, Kincaid introduced Armijo to Bass.
"This is the gentleman who sold Josiah your birthday present, Scratch," he said. "He raises some damned fine mules." "I'll say he does." Scratch stuck out his hand again. "Just want to thank you for that prize critter, along with that fancy saddle and them silver spurs." Mateo translated some of what Titus was saying, enough for the host to understand just what the white trapper meant. He then inquired as to Bass's occupation. "I'm a trapper," Bass said proudly. "Have been for a goodly share of my growed-up life." He waited for Mateo to translate, watching both Armijo's eyes and Kincaid's lips during the translation. "Do you ever trade in Mexican furs?" Armijo asked. Bass noticed the wry smiles on both Armijo's and Kincaid's faces as Mateo translated. "I suppose at times I am just like them flat-tailed critters," Bass said. "I don't figure them beaver rightly know when they've crossed on over to Mexican territory, and neither do I." When Mateo had translated,
Armijo broke out laughing. He presented his hand to shake Scratches once more, then leaned in to whisper something to both Bass and Kincaid with a wink of one eye.
He says if both you and the beaver are not smart enough to know which side of the line you are on, then neither of you should feel badly about getting caught.
Senor, Bass leaned back in to square his eyes with Armijo's. Titus Bass don't ever get caught in nobody's trap. They all had another laugh before Don Armijo gave his apologies, stating that he must continue to make the social rounds at the party. He stepped between his wife and daughter, scooped up an arm apiece, and swirled them on across the floor towards some newly arrived guests. "These Mexican fellas trying to tell me something?" Scratch asked Mateo.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, twice now tonight I've been told that my furs just may not be my furs," Bass explained. "First that boy who works for his American boss, a gringo from the States."
"Let's not worry about that now,"
Kincaid said as he looked around the room to nod in greeting to others.
"It seems as if the government officials are real skittish lately about American trappers. So we'll have to work right around that for the time being. I'm a Mexican citizen. I've told you how we'll get the furs sold. You know, sometimes you get just like an old woman, worrying about things that don't need fussing over."
"Old woman, eh?" Bass snorted. "I'm only going to be 40 years, and here you are calling me an old woman."
"You just worry too much, my friend," Mateo said, "about things that we can work out. No one will take your furs."
"If you say that's the way it is, I'll buy the stump," Scratch smiled. "But I don't agree with you about getting old. You're only as old as you can drink, and I'm thirsty. Dry as the belly of a sidewinder right about now."
"Let's get us something for the ladies and then find the whiskey," Mateo said.
"I'm ready to mosey when you are," Scratch agreed. "Josiah? Josiah?" What?"
"Ah, you have been watching the comely senoritas?" Mateo teased.
I never thought I'd see so much ankle and, the neck down the front, as I'm seeing here."
"Yes," Kincaid patted Josiah's shoulder. "Many an American has come to New Mexico and been quite taken by the high skirts and the low blouses."
He gave a quick wink to Scratch. "They don't catch cold on a night like this?" Paddock asked innocently.
"Not with enough whiskey in 'em," Bass joked. "And not with all the warm attention they're getting from the young dandies," Kincaid smiled.
The dresses, known as enaguas, might be made of cotton, silk, or satin, worn much shorter than was the fashion in the United States, well above the ankle to mid-calf. Bright colors were worn for festive celebrations such as this, red being predominant. Very few full-length dresses were present, and those adorned only the wealthier guests. Most of the shorter enaguas were snugged with a wide belt richly ornamented with silver or shiny tin emblems. Above the belted skirt was the chemise or camisita sewn of a fine linen. This low-necked, short-sleeved blouse amply displayed each maiden's charms. That soft skin of young, fleshy breasts met in an inviting cleavage visible for all the young men to admire. Indeed, these sensual women were not at all bashful about showing what they had to offer their suitors. All of the women, from the poorest peasant to the wife of the wealthiest landowner, wore precious jewelry, gold and silver necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and rings. Around almost every neck hung a large, resplendent cross suspended between the breasts. Combs or bows or ribbons, sometimes colorful silk handkerchiefs, were tied in the women's hair. From bare ankles and legs all the way past the fleshy expanse of exposed breasts, which tantalizingly shuddered with every seductive sigh, each woman was intent upon making the best use of her hairstyle, her makeup, and her clothing, either to attract a suitor or to show all the guests at the fandango just how she'd landed her husband. Anyone who had any wealth wore a good deal of that wealth draped about them. Even the poorest of peasants were quick to spend what little money they had on clothing even before some necessities of life were secured. The men were equally extravagant in dress as they stood alongside their wives or gathered around young objects of attention. Each wore boots of embossed leather, sharp in the toe with a tall heel for control of a stirrup. Some even had heavy silver spurs strapped at their boots. Their trousers, or pantaloons known as calzoneras, flared open at the outside seam and were laced with gold sash and filigree buttons. Beneath the calzoneras, exposed to view, were the white underdrawers each man wore. Around the male waists were wide, colorful sashes that fluttered with the slightest movement. Tucked into the sash was a bright, bold shirt, and possibly a vest, over which the short-waisted jacket or chaqueta was worn. Those who could not afford the black-dyed outfit of the caballero might wear the serape or Indian blanket with a hole for the head cut in its middle. Those men who could afford jewelry most certainly displayed it. If not around their necks, then perhaps laced along the seams of the embroidered, barrel-buttoned chaqueta. Yet tonight, as at every fandango, each man's dark eyes brooded over that tiny knot of buck-skinned mountaineers who gathered in the corner around the table where the aguardiente was being served.
"You know any of them young pups?" Scratch asked of Kincaid and Roland, who had just joined them.
"The tall, square one," John said, pointing. "He's the leader, Cletus Aubrey."
"Is this the bunch that's got the government boys down in Santa Fe all in a uproar?" Kincaid asked Roland.
"Yep," John smiled. "The very same, Mateo. They've been raising hell ever since they brought their Mexican furs into Mexican territory."
"Where they cache their pelts?" Kincaid asked.
"Can't be over to Robidoux's place," John answered, then licked at his own dry lips. "Antoine's down to Santa Fe for the winter." "Who's this Robidoux?" Josiah took a sudden interest in the conversation and stepped forward to join the three men. "I knew a Robidoux back to St. Louis."
"Might likely be some of the same big family," Kincaid began to explain. "Antoine came out to Taos in 1824, stayed around and got hitched up to a nice Mexican gal, just like Boubien there."
He pointed to a heavyset man moving into the midst of the buck-skinned mountaineers. They laughed and jostled with the Frenchman.
"Charles came out at the same time as Robidoux," Mateo continued, "and 3 years later got himself hitched to Maria Lobato. He's got quite a lot to show for his years as a trader here in Taos."
"From the looks of his clothes, he's gone full Mexican," Scratch surmised from the traditional outfit Boubien wore.
"Can't tell him from any other pelado, 'cept that his hide ain't as brown. French boys have been making out quite well down here to Taos for years."
Kincaid nodded to some other light-skinned men who were chatting together.
"Some of the wealthiest purses in the valley are right over there, and some of that wealth is simply Frenchies marrying smart. They get hitched to the right gals and fall right into the money."
They all watched Charles Boubien raise his glass of brandy to a group of wealthy landowners.
"Besides Boubien there," Mateo continued, "there is Ledoux and Leroux. Antoine Leroux there just got married this past November after his 11 years in these mountains. The man's moved into the home of his wife's family on their huge spread up on the Rio de los Luceros."
"Sounds to me like these Frenchies have slid right on in purty slick," Bass clucked.
"They feel comfortable right alongside rich Mexicans like the Armijos, the Martinez family, the Romeros, and you can't forget the Vigils," Mateo grinned. "Them Vigils got more than 500,000 acres of land spread clean across the valley."
Scratch let out a long, low whistle. "I suppose that's a lot of land for a man to have to care for, worrying about it if someone's taken a piece of it away from him." "That's what he pays his hired help for," John Roland smiled.
"He pays him to worry?" Bass inquired. "No," Kincaid answered. "Vigil and any other wealthy man still got to worry about their hired help."
Yeah, Scratch answered. It's up to the hired help to keep the riffraff like me off the place, right?
Yep.
Mateo eyeballed Scratch in swift appraisal.
You and me, we're not so lucky. We have to worry about what's ours. We have to worry about what other folks take from us, perhaps steal with word or gun. We have to worry about those kinds of things all on our own. Them rich fellas don't worry themselves. They pay their hired help to worry.
That's always been the difference between the rich, fat-ass folks in the world and the rest of us, Bass grinned. The knot of young mountain men eyeballed the room, continually searching the sala over for likely young women once the music began. They owled over the brims of their gourd cups as their gazes swept over the older American trappers. Some of the young men's eyes halted on the 3 Indian women with Paddock, Bass, and Roland, but their gazes moved on quickly once they figured it out that the women were with the new arrivals. Courting a young caballero's girlfriend was one thing, but to openly woo the wife of another American trapper was begging for trouble of the worst color. There was almost a national pride involved that would not allow such a thing to happen. Some of the young trappers smiled in greeting to Kincaid's party.
Evening,
Mateo called out cheerfully and nodded his head to the young buckskinned dandies. Most had taken off their capotes and buckskin hunting frocks. It appeared most of them had splurged on new shirts for this fancy occasion. Some wore new calico drop-sleeve shirts in the fashion that was such a rage back in the States, and others wore lacy ruffled shirts so prized by elegant young caballeros beneath their chaquetas. Leggings and moccasins were cleaned for the occasion, everything ornamented with beads, if not porcupine quillwork. Colorful necklaces of claws and beads dripped from every neck to rival the silver and gold hanging below wealthy Spanish chins. Then there were the gaudy sashes around each waist, most holding a knife or two, perhaps a pistol stuffed down in its folds. Upon a time, that was me. Scratch had been studying the young American trappers, all strutting about their corner of the sala as if it belonged solely to them.
You and me both, Kincaid agreed.
Just what are you 2 old fellas jabbering about now? Paddock stepped up beside them.
I just see myself over there.
Bass nodded toward the young Americans.
Years and years and many miles ago. That was me. They're chomping at the bit for a real hurrah, just the way we were in our day, Titus.
Kincaid gently slapped Scratch on the back. Put enough of that corn whiskey down 'em, John Roland mentioned. Them young bucks feel as frisky as a bull in spring.
Leave it to those boys to find some likely gals no matter what season it is, Mateo said.
Just like a young bull who's a little heavy in the horn, they'll have to shake loose some muscle to get the lady, Bass grinned. There'll be trouble here afore the night is old.
No safer bet than that, my friend, Kincaid agreed.
I'd take some side on that, Roland nodded. I haven't got the least notion what you all are talking about, Josiah wagged his head.
Let's just say that you'll see soon enough the way we all are figuring it.
Mateo smiled broadly at Paddock.
But for right now, I think I'll buy you gentlemen a drink. Anyone thirsty?
I don't want to get in the habit of refusing a free drink, roared Titus. Kincaid led the other 3 off toward a table where huge earthenware containers littered the crowded top. Ladles and mugs were provided for everyone at the party, and a choice of a fine wine, a cupful of the famous Pass brandy, or stout, heady aguardiente.
What are you drinking this evening? The old mountaineer inquired of Paddock after he had served both Roland and Bass.
I'll take some of what they got.
I see you choose to live dangerously also, Kincaid grinned. It's a mighty heady brew, son. Give a man one hell of a hangover. You sure you want to gamble some?
At least I'll try it, Paddock answered. I've had trader's whiskey at Rendezvous. I figure this ain't much different.
You might just be right there, Kincaid handed Paddock a cup. Only difference might be the traders water theirs down more and more as the hurrah rolls on at rendezvous. While this stuff, why, the last drink will take off the top of your head same as the first.
They all watched Josiah sip at the potent liquid. He screwed up his face a little as he swallowed, then gasped slightly when the liquor robbed him of breath.
"Woo-hoo!"
he exclaimed.
"I gave you fair warning," Mateo chimed.
"You did," Josiah rasped.
"This some of Workman's brew?" Bass inquired. "Is William Workman still around, making whiskey?" "He's still kicking. Probably even here tonight," Mateo said. "Been a lot of years. Gonna be going on 8 soon since he's been making whiskey out to his place west of town. I imagine this is his brew. Anyone who throws a fandango like this on New Year's Eve, they would certainly have to serve William Workman's whiskey."
"There ain't any better," Roland admitted and raised his cup in salute. Kincaid led them over to the band of young American trappers and introduced everyone all around. He found out they had just smuggled their fall catch into Taos, storing the plues in Workman's subterranean crypts where the ex-trapper brewed his strong corn whiskey. Over the weeks of winter, they would sell all their furs through Workman to an American trader everyone knew simply as Hiram. The name once again caught Scratch's attention.
"Any of you know much about this fella Hiram?" he asked of the young trappers.
Most shook their heads.
"All we know is that he's just about the last trader in Taos that'll give a man a good dollar on fur," Aubrey advised. "He's been around these parts for some time now, I take it," Roland turned to Bass. "A few years as far as his boy tells it. Why you ask?"
"Ain't nothing," he answered. "I first heard his name the other day from that young clerk he's got working for him. Just trying to place the name. I knew someone a long time ago by the same handle."
He could not shake the feeling. It rose from the pit of his stomach and raced along his spine, suddenly raising the hackles along the back of his neck. The room began filling up. At the opposite end of the sala, several musicians were tuning up their instruments. 2 violins, 2 guitars of that kind Mexicans called a heaca, a mandolin, and a large Indian drum called a tombe to keep the rhythm. Bass watched the musicians while the rest of the men chatted. The room was already getting oppressive from the Mexicans' free use of tobacco, their native brand being a mild, bland, and fragrant variety. Here in Taos, it seemed everyone smoked. Men and women alike carried the makings for cigarillos, corn shucks, and powdered tobacco. They also carried small tins which contained the cotton, flint, and steel needed to light their cigarillos. Some of the women used silver or gold pincers to hold their cigarillos so their fingers wouldn't be soiled with nicotine stains. Joined again by their women, the 4 Americans stood in the midst of the huge oblong room. Groups walked about, now and then stopping to talk to another group of the opposite sex for a few moments. Then each group moved on after the men gave a very formal bow. Most women were not daring enough to socialize visibly, so they sat in chairs gathered along the length of 2 walls beneath a great number of large portraits painted of both family and religious characters. And always, as in every room, hung the ever-present crucifix peering down on the festive proceedings. The room was growing noisier and noisier. Paddock wondered if anyone would be able to hear the music once it began. It seemed as if everyone was expectant of the dancing, anxious until they could sweep the floor clear and whirl the night away in a grand fashion. Here were gathered rich and poor alike, both peon and hacienda owner. Though from different backgrounds, leading very different lives, all were one tonight. Josiah studied it all, caught up in the excitement of the evening. Men and women openly flirted with one another. Frightened women hid demurely behind fans, which they kept fluttering before their faces. Unsure men scrunched up against a wall talking with male friends, afraid to chance conversation with a certain senorita. And when the young American trappers were present, so were the young caballeros, who felt the gringos did not belong at their Mexican fandango. The young dandies scowled from beneath their heavy eyebrows and wide-brimmed sombreros as they entered the warm sala. Instantly they saw the Americans as their competitors. All would vie for the attentions of those young, single senoritas here to dance and be courted. "Senor Kincaid!" They all turned to watch the Mexican gentleman approach, his black hair greased back, patches of gray plastered at the temples. He was alone as he strode through the crowd that parted for him as he made his way toward the Americans.
"Senor Cordero, how good it is that you are here this evening," Kincaid spoke in Spanish, then self-consciously repeated himself in English. "I have forgotten that you know my language almost as good as I do."
They greeted each other in the Mexican mode of familiar salutation. The left arm was thrown up to embrace the other's shoulder while they shook hands.
"Cómo le va?" Kincaid asked.
"I am very well, thank you, my friend," Jesus replied. "How did your friend enjoy his birthday gift?"
"He seemed to take a shine to the animal right off."
Mateo turned and motioned for Bass to come forward.
"Jesus Cordero, this is my old friend, Titus Bass. It is his birthday we are celebrating with the gift of that mule you sold us."
"It was this fellow's mule?" Scratch inquired. "Not exactly, senor." He shook the old trapper's hand. "It belonged to my jefe, my boss, Don Armijo."
"Jesus is Don Armijo's foreman on this rancho," Mateo explained.
"You raised one fine animal there, Senor Cordero," Scratch grinned widely. "One fine animal, that is." "Thank you, Senor Bass. I trust you will come visit our rancho again when it is not quite so crowded." The music had just begun, and there was a sudden, bustling explosion across the floor as people darted around for the start of the dance. "Sometime when it is not so noisy." Scratch liked the man, liked Cordero's sincere smile, warm with friendship. He shook the foreman's hand once again and saw him move off into the crowd, jostling across the floor as several couples began dancing.
"Let's take the women on over there."
Kincaid motioned to a bare patch of wall that had opened up near the refreshment table.
"We'll all get tromped on standing out here, I'd reckon."
"No different than a buffler stampede," Scratch said. He motioned for the Indian women to go before them through the crowd. Looks Far held tightly to Joshua, whose wide eyes were seeking to take everything in at once. He had not uttered a peep since they had entered the bustling sala. Waits by the Water was constantly at the Flathead woman's side, and Rosa was watching over them both. The Mexican woman had been introducing the two women to everyone she knew, and always kept a maternal eye on Roland's young Ute wife. Suddenly there was happy laughter and a gay rustle and flurry snaking through the crowd like a wave surging across the shore. A young man and woman were passing through the gathering, handing out party gifts for all the young dancers. These favors were eggshells, which initially had been pricked with a pin and the contents blown out of the shell. Then, through the same hole, the shell had been filled with various perfumes, and those holes eventually sealed with a dollop of tree sap. With these fandango party favors, the young at heart could announce his or her amorous intentions. An egg filled with fragrant perfume was broken over the head of the person a suitor wished to court. The room was suddenly filled not only with the fragrances of those many heady perfumes, but also surged with gay laughter as the eggs were broken along with the social ice of the evening. Now everyone joined in the dancing. Many young men had crossed the floor and presented themselves to the partner of their choice. They bowed gracefully before that object of their attentions and led the young lady onto the floor where, with a slow step, they paced out the formal patterns of the contradanza. Through the first hours of the winter evening, the floor was crowded with both the genteel gyrations of Frenchman and the studied grace of the Spaniard. They danced it all.
First, a slow version of the ordinary waltz, which was sometimes referred to as the cradle dance. Next was a variation of the tango. Finally, the bastonero, or master of ceremonies for the evening, called for the cuna, a beautifully romantic dance wherein man and partner held each other with arms outstretched and locked, their heads thrown back as they spun across the floor. Here were the well-dressed senoras fitted in silks and lace, whirling beside cotton-draped harlots and whores from town, while the church padre and pickpockets alike took a turn at the floor and the twirling dance steps. Peons and half-breeds from the pueblo all joined in the fun, everyone watched over by both the scowling caballeros and wide-eyed young mountaineers hungry for a real spree. Against the walls fluttered the warm light, flames from all the candles prancing with the movement of air bustled up by hundreds of wide skirts and gyrating bodies. Although windows were open, the room grew warm with the candlelight, with the musky heat of many bodies.
"Let's go trip the light fantastic toe."
Kincaid swept Rosa's cup to the table and with a hand at her waist, led his wife to the floor to join the other slowly waltzing partners. Looks far and waits by the water stared in rapt attention. This was something altogether new. Now there were people they both knew out there on the dance floor of this grand palace, actually touching while they were dancing. There was no comparable Indian version where partners made contact during the dance. Scratch stood swaying slightly from the merry tempo, one arm that held his cup slowly wagging back and forth in the rhythm of each dance. A bigger smile had never been painted across his face. It seemed frozen there, getting wider and wider with every new song. Josiah divided his attentions between the dancing Mexicans swirling on the floor and those watching near the walls. It was a marvelous sight to witness such a thing for the first time in his life. The only guests who did not appear to be enjoying themselves for the time being were the young Mexican gentlemen and the American mountaineers, as they nervously hawk-eyed each other. Both groups were perhaps aware that they would soon be vying for the attentions of the same female partners. And there was a limited supply of those young, fleshy Mexican beauties. Josiah studied dancers and drinkers alike, watching as both groups of young men continued to consume more and more of the wine, brandy, and strong whiskey. The dim light from the homemade tallow candles and the hundreds of hand-rolled cigarillos combined for a smoky, romantic atmosphere that could hypnotize a man as he watched the couples sway back and forth across the floor, each man holding his partner gently while her hips swung languidly beneath her short skirt so that much of her legs could be seen. The long, slow waltz ended to applause. Some men returned their partners to the chairs along the walls, while others went back to the tables for liquid refreshment. A few stood on the floor, awaiting the next dance. Suddenly, a loud voice slashed across the low murmuring of voices and returning of some instruments.
"Hey, you darn palados! This here music just don't shine. Let's hit the trail with something a little more lively now, a little more spunk to it."
Everyone stopped dead in his tracks when the tall, buck-skinned mountaineer began to yell at the small group of musicians. He was joined by the rest of his companions near that end of the room where sat the startled Mexicans clutching their instruments. The American trapper looked about him at his fellow trappers for support, then addressed the musicians once more.
"Didn't you understand what I just said to you? We want something with a little more life to her. Give us something to make us think we're having a real hoedown, a darn spree."
With the last word, Cletus Aubrey began to stomp one leg onto the wood floor. Along with the leg, he sent his bent arms flapping like a bird attempting to take off into the skies. He pranced around for a moment in front of the shocked musicians, trying to communicate his desire for a merry song. Whiskey had flowed long enough.
Now it was time for the wolf to howl. At last, a few musicians mumbled something between themselves, looking first at one, then at another of their group, until they all understood what they should do. Quickly, instruments were brought into position, and an upbeat, lively tempo was set by the Indian drum. It was next taken up by the guitars, mandolin, and fiddles. Almost like a jig, the tune got the other mountain men to stomping their feet and clapping their hands. Some of them spread out across the floor to invite other folks to join them. Some other buck-skinned Americans wheeled round and round with each other for a moment before Aubrey shouted again.
"Hell with that, boys. You've danced all year with each other."
He stood in the middle of the floor with his fists balled on his hips.
"There's real skirts awaiting hereabouts. Grab your partners, gents."
The trappers immediately stopped twirling with one another and swung away across the floor to select young female partners. They had all been tantalized by the dark-skinned senoritas long enough. They had watched just so much of the bared brown legs and swirling skirts and rivulets of midnight hair surrounding come-hither smiles. The mountaineers were ready for women. Titus sashayed up to a sultry-eyed young lady full of his own bluff and bravado, as only a brash young mountain man could be. He gave her young caballero escort a quick shove as he grabbed the young beauty by the elbow and started for the floor with her.
"Wah!"
roared another of the Americans.
"They're well lubricated by now,"
Kincaid shouted at his three friends above the noisy din of both the crowd and the sprightly music.
"You remember us like that? As young as all that?" Scratch asked Mateo. "Yes, my friend. How well I remember those days."
"You both acted like them?" Josiah shouted above the noise.
"Nah," Scratch smiled. "We was probably worse."
They all laughed uproariously before turning their attention back to the dance floor. It was there the mountain men had each chosen a partner they seized about the waist with a grisly hug. Out on the cleared floor, they twirled and swirled, jigged, jumped, and stomped in time to the lively music. Some pranced and shuffled the ragged steps of an Indian war dance. Occasionally, the music was punctuated with a loud war cry as the buck-skinned trappers bellowed out their supreme excitement in the dance. One foot up in the air, the other down, the boisterous, loud, profane backwoodsmen pitched around their partners and against each other, the entire dance floor all to themselves. The older members of the audience gathered back against the walls, enjoying the spectacle and the excitement of the mountaineers' show. Some laughed. Most clapped their hands in time to this new rhythm and jaunty sound produced by the Mexican musicians. Some of the young caballeros had started to object to the mountain men dominating their young ladies. The scowling Mexican males were swept aside, back against the wall to sulk in private. Some gathered in dark conference at the whiskey table. The trapper leader, Titus Aubrey, squared the dancers and set them to pacing his tune.
"Allemande left and Allemande right,"
he shouted in a nasal strain above the twanging music, the clapping, laughter, and shouts.
"Swing your partners and a do-si-do."
The older Taucinos were enjoying the show as the mountain men followed the patterns the leader was calling out. The Americans swung their partners mightily and deposited the ladies on the floor, only to sweep them up again to take a place in line and prance around their small square. In and out, the giggling young senoritas were led by the brash young men.
"Cane tuck reel."
As the call was given by Aubrey, he stepped into line and deposited his partner opposite him. The others snapped to and lined up beside him, their fair partners facing them.
"First four forward, now back."
They pranced through the old-fashioned backcountry reel, getting their partners to step forward when they did. Then Cletus started down the line with his lady, prancing and high-stepping between the gantlet of mountain men and senoritas like some strutting bluegrass thoroughbred. Bass pulled Waits by the Water against him so that she nestled beneath his arm. There he patted her hip in time with the thumping of the Indian drum. Her hips were full, padded, sensual in their swelling. She felt good beside him. He loved the feel of her presence so close to him, the smell of her hair, the musk of her body strong in his nostrils. He was suddenly flushed with his desire for her. Like a fever, it washed over him. Waits by the Water turned her face up toward his and smiled that seductive, half-lidded way she always did to show him she understood what he was thinking, what he was wanting. "My husband wants his birthday present right now," she said loud enough for him to hear her over the loud music. "I will wait until my birthday," he grinned. "But that isn't far from now, little one. I'll be 40 years old in just a little bit." From time to time, one of the braver caballeros would attempt stepping forward to rescue his young maiden from the clutches of that American who had swept away with her. For his trouble, the Mexican was summarily given a hearty shove or a mighty thump across the chest to send him sailing back into his crowd of scowling young men. "Get away, you damned greaser!" one mountaineer shouted as he shoved a caballero away from the dance floor. "None of you pelados can shine in this here crowd," hooted a second as he thumped a large fist against another protesting Mexican. "Don't none of you try nothing cute to ruin our fun with these here purty ladies." Kincaid caught Bass's eye momentarily, and he nodded at his old friend. Mateo brought Roland and their 2 wives over by Bass and Paddock. Josiah paid little attention, so caught up was he in what was occurring on the dance floor. He did not notice that the 3 older men had gathered close around the women and placed them within a loose corral of their bodies. "You expectin' trouble, Mateo?" Roland shouted. "Not for us, Johnny boy, not for us. The rest of them pelados all know Kincaid too well to cut shines around me and Rosa. They won't try nothing here with us. We just stay tight in case something does break loose." Suddenly, there was movement from the young caballeros. A lone, tall male leaped forward onto the dance floor, his friends failing to restrain him. "Carajo!" he bellowed as he dashed forward into the midst of the trappers. "You scoundrel!" One of the trappers turned at the movement beside him. His mighty fist swung, catching the Mexican square in the face. The caballero stopped dead in his tracks, stunned. Then he began to slowly corkscrew to the floor, suddenly underfoot in the melee. "Chacal! Chacal!" another caballero shouted and rushed forward to help his compatriot. "Jackal! Jackal!" Maddened by strong whiskey, driven insane with jealousy, the green-eyed monster was freed. Passion immediately took sway over the rest of the Mexican males in the brash caballeros group. They charged out in force, spilling onto the dance floor. There was a glint of steel, the flash of candlelight off a knife. "Válgame Dios!" With passions aflame, the Mexicans surged into the sweating, drunken band of Americans. One of the trappers was slashed in the first assault. Some of his friends saw the blood gush across the front of his shirt and shouted a war cry. "Aye!" Knives broke out from sashes and belts. The trappers quickly circled, their backs to one another, all facing outward just as buffalo bulls when confronted by an attack of gaunt, winter-hungry wolves. The young senoritas dashed back to the safety of the shrieking crowd, pushing itself against the walls, away from the dance floor, far from the battle. The room was flush with widespread pandemonium as women began screaming and men were hollering to one another, uncertain if they should stay to help the brash young caballeros or if they should seek escape with their wives and daughters. Fists and knives swung. Loud grunts and groans rumbled through the room as outraged Mexican swains descended upon the small band of mountaineers. There were quick, glinting thrusts in the candlelight as combatants parried knives. The war was on as the Mexicans surged over the trappers. For a moment, all seemed to be lost for the Americans. The mountaineers were badly outnumbered, some 4-1 by the young Mexican dandies. Armijo's sala resounded with profane cries in both Spanish and Kentuck. Suddenly, the bold charge halted. There exploded sharp cracks as fist impacted against bone, quick grunts of pain as knees slammed up into groins or shoved into a random belly. One tall mountaineer seized a Mexican and swung him overhead, hurtling the body back into some other caballeros. In the wild scrambling, one of the young trappers grabbed a rickety chair and smashed it against the floor, sending splinters in all directions. He tore the chair apart to hand out the legs and pieces of the chair back to his comrades for use as weapons. These stout war clubs were put into service swinging through the air, answered by yelps of pain as they smacked bone and muscle. There was a wholesale wrestling match, as most of the combatants refused to use their knives as weapons, preferring instead to keep this brawl on bar-room terms. However, a second trapper was suddenly sliced with a knife. Terrified, he screamed for his partners. Blood dripped across his shirt onto the floor as he clutched his torn chest. Immediately, a loud, ringing voice shouted for everyone's attention from the center of the room. The tall, graying ranch foreman held aloft a torch that had been taken down from the wall and extinguished for use as a club. Cordero pulled first one Mexican off the tangled swarm of bodies, then another, this time an American, off and out of the fray. "Please, please, señores," he shouted. Then Kincaid rushed up, his stout, bull-like body yanking and twisting bodies out of the mass of fighters. He planted a knee in the groin of one caballero, a fist slammed into the jaw of an American. "Hey, you swine-eating hog," hollered one of the young gringos. "You're hitting the wrong fellas, you goddamned son of a bitch."
My mother hasn't got a damned thing to do with this, you ignorant young fool. Mateo swung and connected. The young trapper backpedaled, cradling his jaw, and stared back at the wide old mountaineer.
"Why you helping them goddamned greasers, old man?"
"I ain't helping no one but the host, you stupid chunk of wolf bait."
Bass and Roland were in the thick of it by then, flinging bodies, clubbing the fighters. Josiah had been told to stay with the women, to keep them behind his outstretched arms in a corner of the room. A pistol blast boomed across the sala. Immediately, the screaming women fell silent. The hollering and swearing mountaineers dropped their voices. Impassioned caballeros no longer uttered any profane curses. Don Armijo stood near the group with a smoking pistol in his hand, having just shot a ball into the rough-hewn timbers overhead. He quickly stuffed the weapon into his bright red sash and brought up the graceful, smooth-bored Fowler. He was speaking his native language in a taut, controlled voice. "Señores," Jesus Cordero announced in English for the benefit of the Americans in the room, "your host, Don Miguel Núñez de Armijo, wants this activity stopped at once. You are asked to leave the hacienda and its hospitality immediately." Trappers and Mexicans alike moaned at the orders.
"Your sort of fun is over for now, boys," Kincaid shouted. "You fellas seem a mite too heavy in the horn for your own good. And don't think we won't throw your asses out on the road. You come and try us."
The young, woolly trappers glared hard at the caballeros who were slinking out of the way, back into the crowd to disappear out the doors. Then the gringos eyed the four men standing in a knot. Kincaid stood near Cordero, his balled fists on his hips, daring any of the young trappers to try him. Roland was not far away, on the other side of Jesus, a chair leg in one hand, slapping rhythmically against the palm of his hand to punctuate the silence in the room. Bass stood with arms crossed, glaring hard at the two young, burly trappers. You stupid young niggers can behave yourselves and get your asses on down the road, Bass threatened, or we can do-see-do right now. There was some mumbling between the trappers as they pushed against each other, feeling boxed in, confined by only the 4 older men. We was thinking on having us a spree, running us some squaw meat, one of the young trappers shouted.
Yeah, we come to hurrah,
said another.
You had your hurrah,
Kincaid hollered back in answer.
Shit, we ain't gonna let you ruin the party for everyone else, Roland shouted. You best get 4 now, Mateo suggested in a calmer voice. You flat worn out your welcome. Best you all think dry and hard on this.
What if we don't fix on leaving? The tall leader of the group said as he took a step forward, standing a good head taller than Kincaid. Bass smiled.
And I'd say you got about as much sense as a frog's got hair.
Mateo smiled quickly at Bass before he took a step toward Aubrey. He held his clenched fist up.
Then, boys, we gotta finish the job them pelados started.
You feel like graining a skin, fella? Bass said, his voice like deep water over a sandy riverbed.
See that fella over there?
Mateo nodded in Cordero's direction.
He didn't get to be foreman of this huge spread by taking any shit off any young pig-sucking caballeros, did he now?
That's right, said Roland.
And these other 2 hivernants ain't new to fighting, Kincaid continued. Atween 'em, there's more than 20 years in the mountains. And you all know if a man lasts that long out here, he's got the hair of the bear in him. You fix on tangling with either one of them 2, you better go round up some help. There simply ain't enough of you niggers to take on the likes of Johnny Rowland and Titus Bass.
A long silence followed the disgruntled muttering. Aubrey glared at each of the old trappers. This damned hurrah's gone dull and flat, he said, as he turned toward his comrades. Fellas, let's go on into town straight away and do us our celebrating in Diablo's cantina. The young trappers began to shuffle past the whiskey table, still shoving some of the party guests aside as they drifted off toward the doors, 2 men bearing the wounded along. We just come to drink and dance, one fellow muttered as he walked toward the door.
You had your drinks, Mateo said, and you danced a while. It's time for you to push on down the road. I think you all come with damp powder this go-round.
And then they were gone. The room remained quiet for a long moment as the older trappers looked at one another. Jesus broke into a wide smile. Then they all started laughing.
I thought we were going to have to wade right on into that bunch, Kincaid sighed.
I'm glad we didn't have to take them on, Cordero said. We are too old, gentlemen. Too old to be fighting with young men. They picked up the remnants of the broken chair, threw them in the fireplace at the end of the room, then made their way over to the whiskey table where Josiah had just finished pouring 5 cups of the heady Taos Lightning. Mighty happy you got that squashed when you did, Paddock said. I was getting a mite thirsty. And it's getting on close to your birthday hour, Scratch.
You been larruping awful close to this here bowl, son, Bass smiled. Getting to like the lightning, eh?
Scratch took his knife from the back of his belt and used it to dish up some brown sugar from a large crock. A clump on the tip of his blade dropped into each cup. He stirred the drinks before he wiped the blade and returned it to its sheath.
Here's to your health, boys.
He held up his cup in toast to the 4 others.
Luck to you all for the coming year, Roland answered.
Luck to us all, Josiah replied.
I'll drink to that, Kincaid joined in. May we all get what it is we need most, Scratch said. Amen, my friend, Mateo added.
13. The huge sala roared with excitement as the monstrous old clock struck midnight. The huge black hands lay stacked atop one another as the 12 chimes boomed across the suddenly silent ballroom. Then, as the last echo of the final count rolled off the wall, everyone shouted and hollered their joy at the new day, the new year. The musicians made a futile effort to play over the screaming voices. Older women shrieked as they were clutched by various men. The young women enjoyed the grappling too, giggling as they were grabbed, crushed in one embrace, then another, with one kiss planted on their lips, then another and another. Most Tausinos were making the rounds through the bustling, heated room that seemed charged with its own nervous energy. Each guest wanted to extend his own personal greetings to everyone else. Each person pushed and jostled against every other guest as the room swelled with happy, turbulent tides. Josiah couldn't move. He was cheerfully riveted to the floor. Every young woman in the room had come by to plant a kiss on the lips of each one of the visiting Americans. Undaunted, Mexican males rushed by, planting a buss on the cheeks of the Indian women and Rosa Kincaid. Only Josiah was numbed by it all. Both older and younger women had been rushing up to him since midnight to clutch his face between their palms and plant a kiss on his lips. Some of them strongly reeked of alegria, most of their own cheap perfumes or toilet waters, while a few others carried the fragrance of wine, brandy, or the stout aguardiente. Each time one of the older women grabbed Josiah, Looks Far trickled her own vivacious giggle, amused at her husband's consternation. He could not remember when he had ever been kissed so much. Never before in his entire life had women been so forward in their affections. "Happy birthday, Scratch," Paddock cheered as he finally turned to his partner, his face smeared with red lip dyes and powdered makeup. "You look a holy sight, you do," Bass laughed. "Damn, but I'm glad to see this birthday in with you, old friend." "Me too." Kincaid slapped Bass on the back, then wrapped his huge arms around the old trapper in a bear hug. "Ugh!" Titus hollered, his arms pinned to his sides. Roland came up and squeezed the old trapper. Their cups sloshed and spilled over their clothes and moccasins. The floor ran slick and wet with the spilled whiskey, so that when Scratch tried to free himself from their grip, he went tumbling to the floor with all of them collapsing around him. The gringos lay in a happy, drunken heap, their women standing around them in a small circle, all laughing loudly and slapping Bass to extend their birthday wishes. "Best to you, my friend, for your next 40 to come." You all keep beating on me like this, and I won't have to worry about having another 40 years, Bass roared. "I won't live long enough to worry about it." Kincaid and Paddock got to their feet. Roland stood up beside them as they all pulled Bass up on shaky legs. The whole bunch weaved and stumbled against each other. "Best we let some of this liquor set a while," Kincaid suggested. "They ain't got any water here," Bass sputtered. "A fella gets purty damned thirsty when he goes to stompin' and dancin'. Gives a man no other choice but to drink this here awful pepper-belly stuff." "Have it your way, my friend," Mateo smiled widely and waved his hand. "I, however, am off to wish others the best of the new year. For you, my old friend, it is enough that I see you here, that I see you healthy, and I see you just might outlast us all." "I'll always drink to that," Scratch replied. Mateo and Rosa swirled through the room, shaking hands in Taos fashion, giving old friends and family hugs and kisses for luck in the coming year. "Senor!" Kincaid turned at the sound of the youth's voice. "Senor Kincaid!" The young clerk pushed his way through the throngs of well-wishers, waving his arm at Mateo and Rosa. He had an older man in tow. "Senor Mateo Kincaid," the young Indian clerk announced as he stopped in front of the old mountaineer. "I am pleased to present my boss, Mr. Hiram." "We've met, son," Kincaid confessed. "Your name is Tuttle, right?" "That's right," the older man agreed. "Iglesia, Mr. Kincaid and I have met, some time ago, as I remember it."
I never knew you as anything other than Tuttle, Kincaid continued, so I never put it together when your boy here mentioned that his boss was Mr. Hiram. Never knew your first name.
He smiled and stuck out his hand. I suppose you never had any need of my services, Hiram inquired, though I hear you trap from time to time.
Not as much as I used to, Kincaid chuckled.
Neither do I, Senor Kincaid, said Hiram.
What brought you to Taos originally? The trapping?
No, I first came as a trader to Santa Fe back to 24. It was one of the first big trains to come down here, so we were told at that time. Mostly yard goods, some trinkets, just like men would stock themselves for the Indian trade. A few knives, axes, and such, but mostly bartered in lightweight dry goods.
You must have done well, Kincaid said.
I divide my time now between Santa Fe and my interest here. There have been better years, that's for certain.
May things be better for you in 34, Kincaid offered.
The market is strong, as it has been for the past couple of years, Hiram began. I expect things to continue this way for a while at least. Why is it that you have never trusted me to buy your furs?
Don't know,
Kincaid answered honestly.
Suppose I never really thought about it. I knew there were a few of you fellas in town dealing in pelts, but I always sold my own. Since I didn't trap all that much, I really didn't need a place to sell them. But I do know someone who is in need of your help. In fact, he sold your boy here some of his pelts about a week ago. He's got a passel of fine fur left to dicker over with you.
Mateo looked the trader over, sizing the man up as a negotiator, a cagey buyer and businessman. Tuttle stood as tall as Paddock, yet without as much muscle. Kincaid judged the man to be in his mid-50s from all the gray hair and long gray sideburns. Then, too, there was the paunch that hung over the man's wide belt. Even though there was a youthful appearance to the man, his face was well wrinkled with its years of exposure to the elements of the western frontier. I got a look at those pelts Iglesia took in from this friend of yours, Hiram said. If those were his poor pelts, I'd like to get my hands on his prime fur. I spent long enough as a trapper to know poor bull from fat cow. This friend of yours not only knows how to trap, but also how to skin the critters right the first time. And he knows how to take proper care of the hides after they've been cured.
Say, come on, Kincaid suggested. We'll let you meet this old feller you'll be dickering with on those pelts.
I'd enjoy that, Mr. Kincaid.
Please, call me Mateo, or Matt, whichever you prefer.
If you wish, but you must first introduce me to your lovely wife here.
I am truly sorry, sir, I have forgotten my manners, haven't I? This beauty is my wife of many years, Rosalita. We all call her Rosa. I'm proud to say she still puts up with this forgetful old hoss.
Madam, Hiram said, as he scooped up Rosa's hand and gave it a gentle peck with his lips. A pleasure to meet you, he said in good Spanish. Señor, gracias, Rosa answered politely, tingling from the gentleman's kiss. Now, let us meet this master trapper friend of yours, Hiram indicated with a sweep of his arm. Where has he come from of late?
Following last summer's rendezvous on the Green River, he trapped on down the western slope, over across the Little Snake and the Little Bear River. Says he climbed over to Park Kayak, down through Middle Park, and spent the fall trapping plew in the bayou. Right where he plans to return come the spring hunt, so he tells me.
All foreign country to me, Tuttle admitted.
When you were trapping, did you work farther north of there?
Yes, indeed. Colder. Cold as any place I've ever been. Far up the Upper Green, Yellowstone, Wind River, Three Forks if we dared, Hiram chuckled.
You trapped country well known to us old beaver niggers.
You trapped that country yourself? Hiram asked.
Most of us did, Mateo replied. I take it you worked for one of the companies, a big outfit?
No, never did, Mr. Kincaid. He shook his head as they wound their way through the crowd. Lucky, I suppose, that me and my friends never had to hook up with any of them big outfits like most fellas have to. No,
Instead, there was just 3 or 4 of us at times, making it as we could, on our own hook. That's the way to do it, Mateo responded. Any of those fellas you worked with back then around Santa Fe or Taos now?
No, Hiram wagged his head, pursed his lips. None of 'em ever came out to these parts with me. I left 2 back in St. Lou. Another, well, none of us ever knew what come of him.
The mountains take their toll, don't they, Mr. Tuttle?
That they do, Mateo. There is never any accounting for who makes his fortune or who goes under. Never any rhyme or reason for it.
Amen, my friend,
Kincaid replied as they reached the group of trappers and their Indian wives. He put his hand on Bass's shoulder to turn him around for introductions.
Mr. Tuttle, I'd like to introduce you to this master trapper we spoke.
Bass? Scratch studied the face that had just uttered his name.
Titus Bass, yes,
Mateo finished his introduction. Scratch squinted and peered at the man's face, his memory jogged by something about the man's eyes. The face was too fleshy, too full at the whiskered jowls. The hair was gray, too. Titus couldn't recognize the face for sure, but there certainly was something about the man's eyes.
You 2 know each other? Kincaid asked.
You're Titus Bass, aren't you? Hiram took a step backwards.
Ah!
His hands went up in front of him.
Bud Tuttle?
Bass lunged like a cat at the traitor with both hands. The 2 men fell in a heap on the floor, tumbling into dancers' feet and legs. Women guests shrieked in surprise, shocked as the 2 Americans rolled across the floor. Men cursed in Spanish as they were bumped and jostled aside.
Damn it, Tuttle!
Kincaid dove after Hiram. What the hell is going on? Paddock watched the 2 men fight on the floor.
Scratch!
Roland joined Paddock as they yanked at the older man's arms to pull him off the American traitor.
Come on, Josiah, help me pull this feisty old nigger off.
I am trying to help, damn it, Josiah said. Mateo was in the middle of the fight by then, grunting between the 2 fighters, trying to pull them apart, trying to dodge their wild haymaker blows. Bass delivered club-like fists against Tuttle's face and head. Hiram Tuttle had all he could do to defend himself against the shorter, smaller man who was intent upon pummeling him. Bass wouldn't give up. He broke loose from Paddock and Roland, knocked Kincaid aside, and grabbed Hiram again. At last, Scratch crashed down on the traitor's body and got his hands around Tuttle's neck. He began squeezing as if his very life depended upon his choking the man. Hiram's hands grappled with Scratch's wrists, trying to pull them away from his throat. The traitor's eyes bulged as the old trapper's thumbs dug and cut into the windpipe. He tried to yell something at his attacker. Paddock and Roland each struggled with an arm, but Titus battled them off, too.
Pull the man off, damn it all,
Mateo ordered as he was trying to force himself down between the 2 combatants. Paddock slipped an arm around his partner's neck to secure a tight headlock. Then he pulled the old man off the traitor. Scratch kicked and thrashed against the younger, stronger man as Roland fought to help Josiah hold Bass up and away from Tuttle, who sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath. Mateo stood hunched over the traitor, one arm outstretched to push Bass away, the other hand pushing against Tuttle. The traitor coughed in choking spasms as he fought for breath.
Get away from me, you stupid son of a bitch,
Bass gritted out between his teeth. Stop it now, Paddock yelled, lifting the older man off his feet in the struggle. Mateo watched the old trapper struggling to pull Josiah's arm away from his neck. He glanced down and saw Tuttle slide away from the fray, scramble to his feet, then push off through the crowd. Kincaid was on him in an instant.
No, you don't, Mr. Tuttle,
he roared as he locked an arm up behind the traitor's back.
Now what's this all about?
He demanded. I've got to. Can't stay. He's a madman, Hiram sputtered.
You're gonna stay till we get this all sorted out.
Mateo pushed the taller man back over to Bass. "The man will kill me. You saw it. Let me go."
"Not till we see what's going on here," Mateo grumped. "He stole my goddamned furs," Bass shrieked.
"I don't understand," Paddock said.
"You just sold him a few of yours, Bass, some poor ones," Kincaid scoffed.
"I didn't steal any of Titus's pelts, not a damned one of them," Tuttle screeched as he tried to break away from Mateo.
"Him and the others," Bass said. "They run off with them, every last one of them."
"You gave those pelts to us to trade for you," Hiram yelled.
"And you never give me my money for a bloody one of them," Bass hollered back.
They sounded like a couple of schoolboys arguing in a back alley fight. Paddock tightened his grip around Bass's neck, and Mateo held Tuttle's arm clamped behind the trader's back.
"I'm gonna kill me a goddamned thief. Let me go."
"I'll sooner kill you first, you young whelp. I've lived with it long enough. No more will I carry this around. No more," Hiram hollered back just as loudly.
"Let me at him, Josiah."
Paddock slowly pieced it together in his mind. This is one of them. The three that took off with all your furs? Never came back? You never saw them again?"
"That's right,"
Bass lashed out with his legs, trying to break free of Josiah's grip.
"Damn it, now you know, so let me get at him."
"You figure you're gonna even the score by killing him?" Roland asked.
"Something like that."
"I knew early on Bass's old partners run out on him," Roland turned to explain to Paddock. "He told me when we joined up to trap Green River that next year after he was left behind. Told me all about them three running off with his pelts. Told me about losing his hair in the bargain, too."
"This thieving nigger's gonna lose more'n pelts and hair," Bass shouted. "I'm gonna eat your liver, you hog-swilling bastard."
"I never saw $1 of your money."
"You stole my goddamn pelts. You got my money, and now I'm gonna cut your gizzard out." Hold it, Kincaid screamed in Hiram's ear. "You never saw $1 of Bass's money?"
"That's right," Hiram nodded. "Never got $1 of it. Didn't want none of it." He returned Bass's steady gaze. "Wasn't right." "What wasn't right? What are you talking about?" Paddock demanded. "What wasn't right?" Hiram repeated. "The other two, they kept his money. You was just a young kid then, Titus. Didn't know any better what was happening to you. Just didn't know any different, and them other two took off with the Plews." "You was in on it with 'em?" Roland asked Tuttle.
"Damned sure he was," Bass hollered.
The mistake I made, I had a choice," Hiram muttered. "I could be left behind with a greenhorn who'd spent his one winter in the mountains with us, one goddamned winter, or I could hightail it back to the settlements with the other two and all those furs."
"So," Kincaid declared, "you admit taking off with another man's pelts?"
"Damn, I never laid a hand on the pelts," Tuttle whined, trying to twist away from Mateo. "Left him in the mountains with nothing wetter'n your promise to bring his money back to him, eh?" Paddock accused. "I wasn't much of a trapper myself," Hiram moaned. "I'd never lasted long by myself, or along with him. We'd been killed, most likely."
"You're wolf bait now, bud. Damned mangy-assed polecat. Steal my pelts, will you?"
"The man's saying he never touched your Plews," Roland said. He turned to Kincaid. "You believe him, Mateo?"
I don't know what to believe." "Tell him how you stole my pelts," Bass roared.
Kincaid looked around at the gathering knot of Mexican guests.
"Get it out, Hiram. We'll sort this matter out right here."
"I never stole Titus's fur," Tuttle offered. "Sure, I was with them other two, but I never took $1 from his money. The other two poked fun at him, mostly Silas Cooper. He was the mean one. Cooper never let up a minute on Bass. He's the one laid the name of Scratch on him back then. He never cut Titus no slack. It was Cooper's idea to take the young fella's furs and never come back to the mountains like we told Titus we would. He got Billy to go along with him, And then it was up to me. My choice by then. Too late. Hiram seemed close to sobbing.
Come to think on it, Bass admitted when he heard the catch in Tuttle's voice. Tuttle never really did give me a hard way to go. Of the three, he was the best of that bunch that come along to help teach me that first winter.
You're thinking this makes some sense now? Paddock whispered in Scratch's ear.
I think so, Bass replied, staring intently into Tuttle's eyes. He may just be telling us the truth of it.
Kincaid felt Hiram's body sag with relief.
Go on,
he prodded, his grip on the trader a little looser.
Tell us the rest of it.
Let go, son, Bass demanded. He no longer struggled against Paddock. Just let me go. Josiah dropped his arm away from Scratch's neck. We'll hear the story out together. Hiram shook his gray head.
Ain't all that much else to tell.
Come on, out with it, Bass ordered. What'd you do with my damned money?
I told you, I didn't take any of the money.
What did them other two do with my pelts?
They sold 'em, Hiram sighed.
Between that powerful catch we all made up there and those pelts and robes traded off the Indians on the way back to St. Louis, we did well enough. But you didn't take none of his money? Roland asked.
No, I tell you, Tuttle confessed softly. The others, Billy and Silas, used it.
How much?
Close to 3,000 it was in the trade.
Josiah whistled low.
What'd they do with my goddamned money? Bass said, his anger flaring again.
They spent it, Hiram said. First on a keelboat to go upriver to the Omaha, Pawnee maybe. Possibly they were even going to try the Sioux. What'd you all do? Roland asked.
I told you, Hiram grumped. I wasn't a partner with them two any longer by then. I just knew they took the keelboat upriver and tried trading. They didn't make much of a go of it.
How come? John Roland asked.
They hired them some fellas out of the watering holes in St. Louis to help them, but their kind simply ran off with most of the trade goods. Them as weren't killed right off, that is. The rest deserted when things turned sour.
Their plan for a quick fortune fell apart, huh? Bass squinted one eye. What'd they do then? They have any money left over from the poke they stole off me?
Hiram gulped. They figured that since the drunks from the watering holes took all their trade goods, heading back to St. Louis to buy bad whiskey, and they figured that since the Indians liked whiskey better than any other trade item, they should open up a tavern in St. Louis.
Which one, Tuttle? Paddock demanded. The Green Tree?
No, Hiram answered. Not near as nice a place as that one. The Rocky Mountain House. They wanted to cater to the fur trade. Traders, Injuns coming into the big city, get 'em all drunk fast, roll 'em for what money they had on them. Looks like them two niggers didn't ever change their colors, Bass muttered. Once a thievin' nigger, always a thievin' nigger.
They still run the Rocky Mountain House? Paddock asked as he moved around from behind Bass to face Tuttle.
They didn't have it but a few years as I heard it, Tuttle admitted. They lost the place. Bad debts. Gambling, as I heard the tale of it from Missouri traders coming down the trail.
Are they still around St. Louis? Bass asked. He had a way of boring into a man's soul with one eye squinted, the other like a piercing light shining right on through to a fellow's core.
Far as I know of it, yes. They still are in St. Louis. It's them two I want, Bass growled as he turned to Paddock.
Right. The two of them were the ones who spent your poke, Roland agreed. My first year and a half in the mountains, and them two run off and spent my money. There'll be hell on a big stick to pay now. He brought both cold, green eyes to bear on Hiram.
We're clean now? Tuttle asked.
Looks like we are. I reckon your story holds water, Bass nodded. We're clean.
Always have been clean with you.
Not really, Scratch protested. You went off with them two, and I'll always hold you on account for that.
How can I make it up to you? Hiram pleaded, wagging his head.
I want to repay you for them plues they took. I wasn't party to it, but I was. I didn't know what to do. Silas talked us into it." He looked up at Bass. "Scratch, how can I ever repay you for what you lost just because I didn't take a stand on it?"
"I don't want you to feel beholden to me," Bass muttered.
I could have cost you your life." "But you didn't," Bass cheered, tapping at the ever-present blue bandana holding the Arapaho scalp to the back of his head. "I learnt, and I survived to learn some more. I lasted more than 10 years now in these free mountains, in spite of what was done to me. Not just by you, but by a lot of others. Man wants to live where he wants to live, do what he wants to do to provide for him and his own. Folks won't let him, will they?" He glanced around the small ring of Americans who were surrounded by the other party guests. "But," Tuttle sighed. "Nah, I just want to be left alone," Bass continued. "If it ain't some damned Injuns, or maybe some Mexican fat-ass official wanting taxes on my plues, why, it's some white nigger taking from me what I earned for myself." "I want to make it up to you some way. I don't know how." Scratch gazed off into the distance, not really hearing. "You say they're back in St. Louis? Billy and Silas?" Hiram heard the determined will, the power behind the soft-spoken question, the tone of the words none the less like a razor-sharp knife as they cut through the heavy, smoke-filled air about them. Bass had uttered the second man's name with something close to a curse. And Hiram Tuttle didn't know whom he pitied more right at this moment. Silas Cooper, because Titus Bass finally knew where he was after all these years, or perhaps he should pity Titus Bass when all was said and done. Hiram shook his head sadly. Perhaps he should feel sorrier for Scratch. Silas was a mean, cruel man, always had been. There never had been an ounce of mercy in his body, never a bright flicker of charity. He truly took some pleasure in hurting. Scratch had maybe some 10 years on Cooper, but that was about all. The rest of the odds went to Silas. And Billy, who was never far from the bigger man's side, never moved without Silas saying it was all right to jump. Well, those two old Hivernants would be a match for any two young, frisky Bull Mountain men. And Bass was only one tired, sundown trapper. "There ain't no use in it," Tuttle said as he looked at Scratch. "No use in it, trying to get your money back."
"It's all gone, Scratch," Kincaid agreed.
"He's right, old friend," Paddock joined in. "Looks like it's something you'll just have to put behind you and move on," Roland said. Scratch's eyes moved from man to man to man, studying each face before he finally answered. "Maybe none of you lasted as long as this child's done in these here free mountains," he began, words clipped and terse. "I think I know why now. Kincaid, you got it purty easy here in Taos with a damned good life and a fine woman to help you with it. You see no sense in settling an old score like mine. And you, John Rowland," he nodded as he threw up a hand to quiet Mateo's protest, "you say your luck's been down like your dauber lately. I know why, old friend. Looks to be you just give up and can't see no sense in keeping on with it anymore, can you?" Bass turned to Paddock. "Now for you, Josiah Paddock. Maybe you never really was cut out for these here mountains, son. You come out here to get away from something." "We already talked about this, Scratch." "And best you remember what I gotta say," Bass declared. "These mountains won't take you in unless you're here running toward 'em. If you're here to get away from something, your dream just won't work." "What dream you speaking of?" "My dream, son," Bass answered as he stared down at his toes a moment. "It simply ain't the same dream as you got." Josiah stood there in stunned silence. Bass looked around the crowd clustered behind him. When he saw Waits by the water, he motioned for her to join him. She swept in beside him and wiped a trickle of blood from his nose. Bass nodded to each of the Americans in turn. "Till Senor Armijo I was much pleased with the party," he said, "and with my birthday present. Pleased to been a guest here in this fine house." He turned to leave.
"Where are you going?"
Kincaid inquired as he stepped in front of Bass. "This is your birthday party, Scratch." Paddock stepped up beside Kincaid to block his friend's way. "You can't go off and leave just like that."
"My birthday party, huh?" Bass shook his head. 40 years old, and I get a surprise gift, don't I?
I don't understand," Paddock said.
10 long years now, and I can finally put something to rest. Finally bury it good and deep the way it's always supposed to have been.
Bass shouldered the two men aside as he knifed between them, his wife sweeping along right behind him. "Where are you going?" Paddock called. The Mexican guests moved back in a wave on either side of the old trapper as Bass and his wife made their way across the room toward the huge double doors that led out to the courtyard.
"I'm going to St. Louis at first light."
"St. Louis?" Josiah echoed. "At first light?"
"Why you going to St. Louis, Scratch?"
Mateo called out. Scratch's answer was snatched away by the cold, bitter winter wind that swept into the silent room through those huge oak double doors. The bloodied line across the east was like a buffalo cow which had not licked herself clean following the birth of her calf. It gave notice of the crimson dawn to come. This first gray light gave the old man just enough reflection off the snow to work at saddling the horse and pack animals. He readied the buffalo runner with the spotted rump. The gelding stood off to the side of the corral where Bass had tied him, munching on corn husks. The young mule, his birthday present of less than 24 hours, was next. Bass was placing the young girl into service a lot sooner than he would have liked. He wished he'd had time to work with her before this frantic trip east. 2 other ponies, a pair of those taken from the Arapahoes, had been chosen to carry some of his light trail goods: blankets, pemmican, an extra change of clothes, 1 small iron kettle, fire makings, a couple of robes, spare moccasins, and the extra weapons. He figured Waits by the Water wouldn't need all the rifles and pistols. Kincaid could let her keep a pistol back in the hut until he returned in the spring. Bass just might need the firepower before then. Spring. Damn, but it'd be a long time before he got back here. Scratch turned and gazed sadly at the snowy yard. Here were clustered the 3 little adobe huts out behind Mateo's larger house. A comfortable life it had been for all of them so far. First stood the tack house, where they'd stored the rewards of their sweat and labor of the last season. Then there was the little house where John Rowland and his Ute woman were staying this second winter. And finally, that little hut where he'd found it impossible to sleep after they'd come home from the New Year's Eve fandango. He and Waits by the Water had been given a speedy ride home in a carriage driven by one of Armijo's servants. Bass turned away from the house and looked at the horizon. That bloody gash was widening along the eastern bowels of the earth. Soon it would be time to go. A ripping, a tearing apart. He would have to bid farewell to her and this place until late spring. His plans for now meant there would be no spring hunt to speak of before it would be time for rendezvous up to Ham's Fork and the Green. Only when he finished this job at hand could he head on back to pick up where his life had left off. She'd be all right here without him. There was the safety of Taos, the security of having other friendly folks close around, the Kincaids, the Paddocks, and the Rowlands. She would have companionship at least, someone to talk to. The bitter cold chewed at his knuckles so that from time to time he had to stuff his numbed hands under his armpits to warm them. After a few moments, Scratch could again work at tying the final knots on the last pony. He was crazy after all, he had to admit. Who else but a lunatic would take off in the middle of winter, head out some 1,000 miles across the trackless desert wastes to St. Louis just to settle some 10-year-old score? Who else but a lunatic crazy man? Or Titus Bass. Leaving the warmth, the security, the sanity of this place,
It was all without any sense. But he had his reasons, and they were enough. For him, they were enough. Scratch felt sorriest for Waits by the Water. He knew she would miss him as much as he would miss her, if not more, because, after all, he had this search, this quest to occupy his mind. She would have nothing but memories, those thoughts of him. They had lain cuddled through those late-night hours of darkness, with but one solitary candle fluttering on the chilly breezes of the hut. Its feeble light had silhouetted him on the wall through hours of sleepless tossing and turning. Bass could tell by her rhythmic breathing that his wife was asleep when he had slowly pulled himself away from their bed to begin his packing. The hut's outer room was lonely, where he busied himself wrapping and binding up things for the trip. Josiah and Looksfar had yet to make it home from the party. Must have turned into some explosive fandango to last until sunup. But then, that was the way Taos was. Any excuse for a party, and everyone would last as long as the music and food and wine held out. Everyone, except for a tired old man heading out to settle a score 1,000 miles away in the middle of goddamned winter. It made him cold just thinking about what stared him in the face. It always seemed that way. The side of his cheek felt like cold, charred rawhide as it crinkled in a smile. It was always winter when he was fixing to take off on one of these trips. Always one quest or another in the snow. It was always cold. It was always winter. Going after Asa McCafferty after his murder of Rottenbelly's wife. Then next to put Asa's ghost to rest at Fort Vancouver. And now he could finally bury 10 long years of the past and claim what was his at last. Bass would get his money. Or he would claim mountain justice. Scratch turned at the sound of the door whiskering against the packed earth. He heard her steps whine across the snow as she came around the corner of the hut toward the big corral. She was bundled against this coldest hour of the day. It was right here in these pre-dawn moments when a lot of things seemed hung in the balance. Waits by the Water had the hood pulled over her head so that her face was in purple shadow. When she got to his side, mittened hands pulled the hood back. Her black, glossy hair shone oiled and rifle bright from a recent brushing. Her face had been scoured clean, but he could still tell she had been crying. The pooling eyes glowed as sad and red as the new horizon. Scratch wrapped her in his arms. "St. Louis," she spoke in English, then laid her head against his chest. Something distant, almost mystical for her, as the Indian had learned the words. Bass tried to explain where he was going, why he was going, all through the long night, but he didn't know if she understood that St. Louis was more for him than a physical place. St. Louis was more a state of mind, perhaps an emotion. Something too raw and itchy to be left alone. He finally had to scratch all those places that had tortured him for so long. This was something strangely difficult and repetitive to try to explain the why of St. Louis to someone who had never been to a city before. To explain his need to go, to explain that need to someone who had grown up in a transient village moving among the mountains and plains of the far west. What was it about this St. Louis that took him away from her? Why was it, she asked, that he needed to go to a city or town after they had only recently arrived here? After being here, why did he have to go to this St. Louis? Was this Taos not city enough for him? Each time Bass had hoped all the more she would understand. Each time he knew from her questions that she had not. Scratch watched her back away from him and turned to run a gentle hand down the side of the mule. Then the woman flashed a melancholy smile his way, her slant eyes glittering in her bright redstone face. Sure as tarnal sin he was going to miss her.
Watching her now among their animals, he knew he was definitely one of those few fortunate ones in life's pairings. Damn if he weren't. He knew she always asked questions of him, like those she had plagued him with about St. Louis, but the woman never complained. Waits by the Water accepted what came her way, accepting without complaint. It seemed she always accepted tomorrow and what came with the new day, for good or bad, without the illusion that the new day would bring her some bright and wondrous change. The brightest part of her life was whatever was happening right at that moment. Damn if that weren't just like an engine, and a woman to boot. But she accepted what was right here and now. She lived her life to its fullest without a discouraging word. When the nights had been cold crossing the passes and no one could sleep because of the sub-freezing temperatures, Waits by the Water hummed and sang around their feeble little fires each bitter night in traversing the snowy mountains. Yet she hummed and sang the same happy songs seated beneath a shady tree when the air was warm and their bellies were full. The woman was a pure marvel to him. It made Bass smile to think on it, watching her now. He could recall her smiling face as she would have grease from juicy hump ribs sliding down her chin. And he could recall her beautiful smile when all they might have for a meal was some roasted bones from which she sucked the warm marrow. She was happy with whom and what and where she was at that moment, every moment. Whether herself was put into her tongue swirling around a piece of juicy buffalo hump, or her very self was put into the tip of her tongue as it swept deep to scoop marrow out of bones. She remained a marvel for him, and a blessing. Many times this trip, Bass knew he would remember her just like this, standing in the cold, dim, early morning light. He would surely think on her back here in Taos, and his heart would break like the dry, parched earth crumbling beneath a pony's insistent hoofs. Yes, he was one of the few, one of the fortunate men in life to feel this way about a woman. And he was glad to feel the hurt already, that hurt in leaving her. Waits by the Water, he whispered softly, then paused for her to face him once more. I want... He chose the words as best he could in Sparrowhawk, since it was far easier for her to understand his bad crow than his bad English. I want to be the end of your rainbow on every stormy day. He reached out for her and brought the woman to him, crushing her bulk gently within the circle of his arms. I want to be all those stars that will fill your every night while I am gone from you. I will remember, she whispered, seized by a tearful sob caught in her throat. She stared up at his face intently, as if she were trying to memorize his features so she could recall them during their long separation. How long, my husband? 2 moons for the journey to St. Louis, some time to find the men I want, then 2 more moons in coming back to you. 4 moons? Maybe it will be closer to 5, he answered. That is a long time in my life, husband. She smiled feebly. Come hold me again, he begged. We have been apart before. I remember those days of worry, those days of sadness. Just hold me again. This time he spread her capote and pulled open the flaps of his elk-hide coat so that he could capture as much of her warmth as possible. He clutched the woman desperately. She clung to him just as ferociously. Bass ran his hands down across her hips. They felt full, warm. He rubbed a palm sensuously across her lower belly, then stepped back to look down at her. Her belly was plump. You getting fat on me, woman? No, she answered in a husky whisper, flashing her husband a smile that could warm him every time like the break of morning. I will be heavy in the moons to come. Perhaps by the time you come back, I will be light again. He shook his head a moment. It was like a riddle he didn't understand at first. Heavy, like a cow is heavy? Yes, my husband. 4 moons now, and already it kicks in my belly. You are? I am to have your child, Poteani. She so rarely used his sparrowhawk name. Now she spoke it formally, almost reverently. A Crow woman respected her man for the gift of new life he gave her. You will be light when I return? He asked, dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Perhaps. She gazed down at her puffy belly. The little one begins to move already. A child. Think of that. Me, having a child, at my age. I'm gonna be a pappy. Wah! She pressed against him once more, clinging to him within that protective circle of his arms for this last time. Bass felt her body quaking gently within his embrace, yet she said nothing of her sadness at this terrible moment of parting. Now his eyes brimmed with tears of happiness. I will hurry, he promised, as he rested his chin atop her head and spoke in sparrowhawk. I will hurry on my journey so that I may return to you and the new child we will have. At last the sun slipped its bright yellow lip over the range to the east. The purple shadows in the valley lengthened, but would soon begin their retreat. Scratch gathered her in his arm, then led his woman along the pack train of the animals he had chosen for the trip. His small caballada was ready. The sun was just coming up. There was no reason to tarry any longer. He wheeled and brought his lips down to hers, pressing his cold lips against hers, so warm and soft. Then he cupped her head in one palm and pressed it against his shoulder with a fierce embrace. Finally, Bass stepped back across the trampled snow and untied the buffalo runner. You fixin' to leave without me, old man? Bass turned at the sound of the voice. Around the corner of Mateo's house strode Josiah, pulling a pair of ponies along behind him. Well, Bass stuttered. Where you get them? He glanced over at the corral and saw a couple of the Nez Perce ponies were missing. Josiah Paddock had them, packed and ready. The back door of the Kincaid's house suddenly opened, and Looks Far stood braced in the doorway, with Joshua cradled within the folds of her blanket capote. She stepped into the dim, ice-blue light of the yard as Rosa and Mateo filled the doorway behind her. Mateo was the one to get 'em ready for me right when we came back from the fandango, Paddock admitted, a hand brought up to his aching hangover. You're settin' to go with me? Kincaid and Rosa didn't pour all that black coffee down me just so somewhere down the trail this morning I could take a nice long pee. Scratch shook his head. This ain't none of your fight, son. I got me some old debts to settle up. I really do appreciate it, but this ain't none of your affair. Paddock grinned, fighting that pain clawing its way across his forehead. The severe cold of the morning air did his hangover no good. You know, Scratch, Paddock declared as he stood toe up with the older trapper, I made me one big discovery this morning. It seems going to sleep is very bad for a man's health, even a young one like me. You see, I was feeling just great last night after you left. Whiskey got to tasting better and better every drink of it. Hell, I was feeling purely good after a little bit. But Mateo here brings me home and puts my ass to bed up to his place. Bass chuckled when he saw his younger partner clamp a palm against his forehead. Kincaid stepped off the porch when Rosa walked up beside Looks Far woman and put a blanketed arm over the flathead mother's shoulder. I thank you, Josiah, Scratch said. Thank you for getting up to head out with me. But there just ain't no sense to it. I got me an old debt to settle up in St. Louis. It's my affair. You best stay here with your family and help watch over the women. You take care of Waits by the Water for me. Bass, Josiah pleaded as he grabbed hold of the sleeve of Scratch's elk-hide coat. I ain't the kind to watch you go off on this by yourself. I don't need your help, son. Damn it, no one is saying you do. If you don't want my help, so be it. Josiah waited for Scratch to reply. Then I best be leaving now. Bass moved past his woman to the buffalo runner's side. But I'm still going with you, Scratch. Josiah stuck a foot in a stirrup and rose atop his pony. I got a ghost or two I need to settle back there myself. Titus didn't answer right away. He and Josiah stared at one another for a long, cold moment. Finally, he reached in his pouch and pulled out a twist of tobacco. He chewed loose a small chunk that he tongued to the side of his cheek. Now he began to feel some of the cold seeping out of him. "Leclerc?" Bass asked around the moist chaw. Paddock nodded. "Yeah," he answered quietly. I found me some real happiness, Scratch. So it looks like I gotta go back and get things settled with that family before I'll be able to get on with my life." "I know what you mean, son." Bass sighed as he slipped a moccasin into his own wide stirrup. "A man's gotta say farewell to what's left behind before he can welcome in the rest of his life." "Then, I'm riding with you?" Scratch brought his tired gaze down from the cold blue mist hanging like a collar over the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. His breath had already gathered in icicles dripping from his mustache. He swiped a mittened hand across his lower face, then smiled over at his young partner. "Glad to have the company, Josiah." His eyes slid across the yard to the tight knot of those left behind. The 3 women and old Kincaid. Little Joshua bundled up within his mother's arms. Behind the older trapper, the pack horses were fresh and frisky, skittish in the cold winter morning air. The sun rested on the top of the peaks as he gazed back at Mateo Kincaid. "Old man, you take care of these here women for us. I ain't never been nothing big up on a stick, Mateo," Bass called, "but I'll make it worth your while to watch over them women proper. You hear now? All them pelts you got of mine stored in there," he said as he pointed to the tack house. "Any of 'em is yours. All of 'em if need be. You just keep them women cared for in the best way."
"Like they was my very own, Scratch," Mateo replied. "I'll take care of everything here, my friend. You just watch your own top knot."
Titus stared off into the distance, his eyes watering with the bitter cold, his left eye fogging more than usual. But he no longer needed that eye to see what his mind was visualizing in St. Louis. "I'm gonna be coming back clean, Mateo," he finally uttered.
I know, Kincaid answered. "Every man has to do for himself, the ones he loves."
"I ain't never been a nigger what plants his nose under a robe all winter, you know. I ain't never been one to lay round camp all through a robe season. Never was a derned corn cracker, a damned Ned."
"I know that, old friend,"
Mateo soothed again with a crack in his voice. "I gotta go back where they raise seam squirrels as big as rats," Bass chuckled. "I'm gonna miss these here mountains. All these free mountains, you know."
"I figure they'll miss you too, my friend."
Kincaid threw an arm east.
"Now you two get along. Sooner you leave, sooner you'll get back to us."
Scratch leaned over the side of his saddle with his left arm outstretched. Waits by the water dashed back to his side. The old trapper leaned over and hugged her. She put a foot atop his in the stirrup and pulled herself up to give him a kiss. After he lowered her gently to the ground, Bass gazed over at the others to see that Looks Far was backing away from Paddock after giving him a farewell embrace. "Take care of this plump one, Mateo," Bass reminded. "Rosa will be happy to know she's heavy with my child right now."
"You ain't plucking any of my feathers now, are you?" Mateo said.
"You're gonna be a pappy?" Josiah asked, stunned.
"It's the pure D truth," Bass beamed. "She's some 4 moons along now by her count. I want to make it back by the time my child is born."
Kincaid stomped up and encased the young Crow woman's shoulders beneath his huge arm and pulled her back a step from Bass's pony.
I'll take care of her as if this were my own grandbaby she's having."
"Till I see these hills again." Bass choked on the words as he tugged the pack animals into motion. Paddock blew his woman a final kiss with his mittened hand, then waved farewell. He yanked his solitary pack animal across the yard. Bass turned his face east for the first time in over 10 years. He knew there was no looking back now. 14. Over the first range of winter-smitten mountains, the pair of trappers climbed without too much difficulty. It took them 4 long days to push over the second and tougher range, fighting those remnants left behind by the same storm that had recently dropped its frigid surprise on the Taos Valley. The sun came out for the short daylight hours it allowed the men for travel. They didn't have to worry about hunting at first. The 2 men had packed trail food to last them until they were far down the east slope. It was then they decided they'd better hunt and save the pemmican. The wide white plains yawned before them as they descended the foothills on the eastern slope. The vast expanse of the prairie flatlands could give a man serious second thoughts about travel. Horizon to horizon, the land stretched out before the travelers under the endless blue-domed heavens. Almost nothing else to hit the eye but blue and white, and these tiny black insect-like specks moving east, lost in the frightening immensity of the land. The trappers pushed across Rock Creek, Rabbit Ear, and McNeese Creeks, all the time bearing northeast. By the time they had completed the 60-odd miles onto Cold Spring, the men had set their daily routine and trail ritual. They arose sometime before sunup and packed the animals for the day's travel. By mid-morning, the pair stopped and let the horses and mules take a short rest. It was here that the men ate broiled meat left over from the previous night's supper. Again, in the mid-afternoon, they halted for a brief rest. Then came another long pull through the shank of the day while the sun raced to its bed in the west. It was along a creek or stream where they would find some cottonwoods. Down in the ragged vegetation, they could build a fire, dispersing the smoke through the leafless branches of the trees so as not to be spotted by any searching eyes. Here, they would halt briefly to cook their supper, then hurry on a few more miles before finding a place to rest for the night. With completion of the daily ritual, their scanty baggage would be dropped from the animals' backs and the horses picketed for the deep, long hours of darkness. Without any warmth of a fire to fight the frosty air already making icicles of their mustaches, Bass and Paddock crawled wearily into their rock-hard, frozen robes. Here at Cold Spring on the Great Santa Fe Trail, the pair picked up the Cimarron River. From the winter-parched riverbed, they were able to drink their fill of the murky water that oozed up to fill the little pockets their fingers scratched out of the wet sand. First the men drank, then their animals. They had to pass the Upper Spring, Willow Bar, then Middle Spring, before the pair finally reached the Lower Spring of the Cimarron. The pale winter sun hung feebly near mid-sky when they stopped to water and rest the animals. Domed overhead, the sky squalled a tarnished pewter, low, cold, and ominous.
"Looks to be this is where we'll have to leave the river now."
Scratch had been studying the direction the river took as it rolled its flow away from them, dipping to the southeast now. "North by east, huh?"
"Yep, Josiah. We just keep using the sun each day to track where it is we're heading."
"Doesn't look like a whole hell of a lot out that way," Paddock said, as he stuffed a foot back in a stirrup.
"You're right there, son," Bass answered. "Some call all that nothing out there the Cimarron Desert. Others, well, to them it's known in Spanish as the Jornada del Muerte."
"Are you going to tell me what that means in English?" Josiah smiled as he settled down atop the old Santa Fe saddle.
"Journey of Death."
"Glory be, that's prime." Josiah's pony pranced around, and he brought it back around. We're heading off through something called the Journey of Death, and here you are acting like all we're doing is heading down to the Sutlers for supplies and a goddamned picnic. Bass chuckled. Ain't gonna be all that bad for us, Josiah. I heard tell it's only about 50 mile or so of the Jornada. Just what makes it all so hard, then? What makes this stretch of trail a journey of death? No water, Bass answered. No water? Paddock squeaked in reply. You mean we had us our last drink for better than 50 miles? Yep, probably the way it'll turn out, except for this. He patted the 2 large gourd canteens lashed at the back of his saddle. That's all there'll be for us to drink for better than 2 days, huh? Not exactly, son, Bass shook his head. We might have to make do without any ourselves. Might have to give these here ponies a taste of water along 'bout the 2nd day. We just can't plan on what will happen when we go to cross a long stretch of water scrape like this. Best you always hold on to as much of that water as possible. You're positively beautiful, old man, Josiah smiled, showing all his teeth as he tapped heels to his pony once more. You're leading me across a journey of death where we got only 2 little Mexican gourds filled with about as much muddy water as we could piss, and you're planning on giving that water to the horses. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, I do believe you've got it. Bass heeled his pony into motion and snapped the rope to the new mule, pulling along the rest of the ponies. Beneath his grin, Bass hid a private concern. The dry heat of summer was worst of all on a water scrape, no arguing that. But the dry cold of winter could suck up a man's juices just about as quickly. Any traveler crossing the prairie in winter learned that reality all too soon. Eating snow was no answer either, only a temporary relief. The cold flakes took more heat from a man's body than they were worth in moisture. For the next hour, the small party wormed like black beetles, scurrying across the snow. The sky dripped heavy with gray afternoon light as the men pushed on at an animal-saving lope. A monotonous blanket made the country they viewed over each hill look the same. Endless snow smeared the land from horizon to horizon beneath a leaden dome almost close enough to touch. Beneath that ground layer of white, each pony's hoofs pounded against earth baked to a forged iron hardness. Bass finally spoke after more than an hour of silence. Josiah, you ain't fought you many Injuns, have you? Only those back in Bayou Salade, Paddock replied as he glanced over at his partner. Them in Pierre's Hole, those Bannocks too, is all. Then, it looks like we're fixin' to teach you some more about red niggers. What? Josiah's head jerked around. His eyes followed Scratch's arm to the north and west. Some 2 miles off, atop another low rise in the swelling white landscape, dark figures stippled the horizon. A line of horsemen came to a halt on top of the rise, looking like so many pickets in a fence seen from afar. What are they? Don't rightly know, Josiah, the older man answered. Out this way they could be Kiowa. Hell, they could be some Comanche wandering up, some southern Cheyenne. This is the southern part of Arapaho country, come to think of it. They've seen us, huh? Whoever they are? They ain't standing there drawing our picture, son. They want the ponies? Paddock asked. Most likely. Bass studied the warriors on horseback. Might be we just run onto a winter hunting party out for grits. But there ain't one of them that don't have his mouth watering right now, seeing 2 solitary white men. Every one of 'em thinking how big their bark'd be to hang our hair from his lodgepole tonight. Paddock breathed deeply before he spoke again. How you gonna have this go? We're gonna slide off up there, Bass motioned. Top of that hill yonder. Let's ride flat out on the withers, boy. Josiah followed Bass's lead and kicked his pony hard toward the hill a half-mile off. Scratch circled his buffalo runner so that he could race along the pack train, whipping the animals into action. At the same time, the trappers saw the Indians peeling off the horizon, heading across the white swales in their direction at a ground-gorging gallop. Snow cascaded from each pack animal's hoofs as it came sliding to a halt at the top of the sharp rise. White rooster tails billowed about the old trapper as he plunked to the ground. "Tie 'em off nose to nose, 2 by 2, Bass shouted as Paddock dismounted. The men used each animal's halter rope or rawhide reins to tie the 6 animals into 3 pairs. Feverishly, each trapper worked at the knots with numbed fingers yanked out of warm mittens. Their eyes fretted back and forth from the work at hand to the onrushing triple handful of warriors. Paddock counted them quickly as he yanked the last knot tight. "Looks to be there's 14, maybe 15 of 'em coming," Josiah shouted under the low, cold dome of a winter-hard sky. Scratch squirmed on his last knot and slapped his new mule's haunch. "Ain't even given a thought to naming her yet," he said as he wheeled to pull free one of the rifles. "A shame. Should call her Peach Pits." Josiah's mustache crinkled in the cold. "Why Peach Pits?" he asked. "'Cause that's what a man shits when he sees a passel of blood-crazed Injuns screaming after his hair," Bass announced with a crooked grin. Paddock laughed to choke down his first flush of fear. He slipped his rifle over the saddle of his pony as the Indians closed on the rise. Beneath the veil of humor, Josiah actually felt his innards pucker at the sight of the onrushing warriors. It was an altogether different thing going after an Indian, something entirely different. Now the warriors were charging in on him and the old man. Suddenly, he felt boxed in, almost helpless in a suffocating way here within the tiny corral of horses, nose to nose, tail to tail atop the small hill. Bass was right, Josiah decided. Just watching the Indians skimming across the snow toward them was sight enough to set a man's asshole to puckering. "Tighter than an old red-bone hound passing a peach pit," he muttered as he glared downhill across the gray snow. By then, the onrushing band of Indians was little more than 100 yards from the tiny knot of trappers and ponies, effective range for the big-bored mountain rifles. "Don't you do nothing with your gun, Josiah." "We'll keep it for backup while you load?" "Something like that, yeah," Bass hollered above the growing cacophony of the yells and screams and taunts of the Indians. "Watch this, youngin'." Scratch slipped the rifle over the saddle and brought it into his shoulder as if ready to fire at the bobbing cavalcade of snorting ponies and screaming Indians. Unexpectedly, it was as if the old trapper had become a wizard and the rifle his wand. With that singular gesture, Bass watched the onrushing band split itself into 2 groups, one team of horsemen moving to the left, the second team of warriors galloping to the right, both streaming around the brow of the small hill. Atop that rise, both trappers watched in amazement as the warriors seemed to disappear from the backs of their ponies. They rode hidden behind their horses in that manner for a short distance until they had pulled their animals back out of rifle range, where they slid upright once more and swung their war ponies in a graceful arc onto the rolling plain. "I see what you mean," Josiah hollered up close to Bass's ear. "They're afraid of the big guns. Looks to be they know about white man's rifles," Bass said, without taking his eyes off the regrouping warrior band. "Maybe so they've seen that the big guns reach out there a ways, huh?" "Probably so." "Just don't fire lessen it gets to be there's no other choice." Scratch turned and gave Paddock a flash with his eyes. "We're in better shape if we each got us loaded weapons, stead of empty guns." "Only one of us fires at a time," Paddock said. "And you do that only when I tell you to. Got it?" "Yep," Josiah responded. "Think I do." "They're just a bunch of poor niggers." Bass chewed off a hunk of tobacco and put the twist back in his shooting pouch, where it always remained handy. "Goddamned Arapahoes!" "Them Arapaho?" Paddock turned to face him.
Appears to be for certain, son.
I thought so. Something familiar about the way they're dressed.
Just a poor digger ragtag bunch of Rapajos, thieving bandits that they be. Damn all your hides, Bass shouted.
You think they understand your language, old man? Paddock asked with an icy grin.
They only know I'm taunting 'em, telling 'em all to bring the fight on into me, Josiah. Very same thing they do to an enemy.
He swept the snow beneath his feet nervously, a toe digging into the white, wind-crusted surface.
All that really matters is that they know I'm brave enough to shout my medicine back at them.
They're coming in again, Paddock said suddenly. Titus turned his head. The Indians peeled off to begin another ground-eating charge up the rise toward the trappers.
You young niggers want to steal my ponies? Do you now, huh? Scratch screamed at the top of his lungs.
That ain't all they want. We both know that.
Damned sure it ain't. They'd love to raise our hair.
Bass spurted tobacco juice across the snow at his feet.
One of them young niggers'd love to have your purty curly topknot hanging from his scalp pole.
God's blood, but I aim to do everything I can to see that none of them red sons of bitches get their damned hands on these locks of mine, Josiah roared lustily.
Tell you what, son, I'll make you a deal. If one of them niggers gets your hair, I'll cut off his beanpole for you. We'll make a present of it to his squaw.
They both laughed until Bass had to slide the rifle over the saddle again to threaten the fast-approaching parade of copper-skinned riders. Scratch tapped the barrel of McCafferty's well-used rifle.
This old tool, she works on them Injuns just like it were powerful magic, don't she?
Both trappers marveled as the band of warriors again split into two ribbons circling around the knoll.
Aug, 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 aug!
The Indians screamed up the rise at the white men. Feathers in ebony hair flitted brightly against the dull pewter light. Fringe and fur and blankets streamed back in the wind as the warriors raced around the low hill. Long braids, horses' manes, and tails alike fluttered on the icy breezes. Then the warriors swept away again in their grand arc to regroup on the plain.
Most of 'em look to be brassy young'uns,
Bass spit, and a brown spurt of tobacco juice sank into the snow.
Most of them brownskins only got one, maybe two feathers tied up to their topknot. Ain't done all that much in the way of gaining man-sized coups, I'd reckon.
How about that one? Paddock nodded toward the warriors. The one those younger ones are all gathering around. He ain't wearing no feathers at all.
Most likely he's the leader, Scratch pronounced. He's either earned enough feathers that he don't want to wear 'em anymore, or he's just cocky enough that he don't have to brag no more.
He's older than the rest, eh?
Believe so, son. Probably so, Scratch answered. He's what the Crow call basuk ose. That first part of it, basuk, means something on the order of in front.
Bass snugged his rifle into his shoulder as the leader wheeled and sped back toward the trappers.
Then the ose means the number 1, or first in Sparrowhawk. He's the bravest, it means in Crow, because he's the one who goes first.
Josiah examined the leader of the war party closely as the Indians approached the white men's stand atop the hill. That warrior was definitely older than the rest of the bunch. And because he did not wear any of the feathers signifying his coups, this leader drew all the more singular attention to the symbolic dressing of his hair. 2 long braids were tightly wrapped in strips of red trade cloth and left to swing in the breeze at the sides of his head. What hair remained loose on the top of his head was swept forward in a grand manner and thickly greased until it stood nearly straight from the top of his skull. It served as a silent yet daring affront to all his enemies, a bold challenge to any man's scalp knife. The Indians' charge came like the rush of a strong wind against them. The warriors pushed up the hill before sliding around the trappers and disappearing. This time, the cavalcade of warriors came even more tantalizingly close. Close enough to be tempting. Close enough to dare. Close enough to put a man's bowels to puckering.
"Josiah!"
Bass glanced at his friend, sensing Paddock's temptation.
"Don't you dare pull that trigger. Just act like you'll pull it should them niggers get too cocky."
"They're gaming with us?" Paddock inquired.
"Sure they are, sassy young niggers," the old man answered.
The bold leader was one of the last ones through the gantlet and finally swerved off around the brow of the hill. Unlike the others, however, this older rider did not drop off to the side of his horse now. He taunted the white men. Waving a bow strung taut with an arrow nocked, the leader screamed out his challenge.
"Seems like that'n don't believe we'll pop him. He comes any closer," Bass spit as he watched the rider circle the backside of the hill.
The leader made as if to fire his arrow, then tapped his knees against the pony's side to swerve away from the trapper's horses. He returned to the noisy acclaim of the other warriors. "Look at that, will you?" Paddock said. "He's cock of the walk with them other younger niggers."
"Yeah," Bass said. "What he's doing is whipping them youngsters into a bit of a fightin' fiddle right 'bout now. Hold your fire this time."
Scratch watched the warriors heading back for another charge at the hill. He was intent upon how the warriors aligned themselves. The dozen or so younger men were coming directly up the hill, while the leader placed himself last in line. He rode almost alone as the others split this way or that around the top of the rise, only a few daring yards away from the white men's horses. The leader came on, racing up the hill, seeming to stare at young Josiah as he charged toward the small circle of ponies. Dark eyes burned fiercely in the old warrior's scowling face. The Indian looked hideous, monstrous at this close range, his cheeks and chin painted oxblood and shiny with bear grease. He held on his course, the bowstring drawn back as if he would let his arrow fly. Paddock pushed the rifle back into his shoulder a little harder, snugged his cheek down onto the stock a little more firmly. The sound of the pony's hoofs pounding, pounding, pounding ever closer echoed in his ears. The trapper's horses and the young mule began to dance and stamp and whinny with the closeness of the Indian's animal. They jostled and pulled against each other, yanking against the reins and halters and hobbles used to keep them in a tight, defensive circle. On came the lone warrior, bow drawn. His pony's nostrils flared, snorting steamy gauze into the freezing winter air.
"You just hold your aim on him, son," Bass said. "Don't shoot him. Don't shoot that nigger just yet."
Scratch let his rifle slip from the back of his pony and struggled with the prancing, frightened animals. The war party leader rushed past that point where the attacking warriors had always turned away. Still, he charged on up the sharp rise. The other, younger warriors shouted and screamed their encouragement of his bravery, urging him on closer to the trappers. The feathers on the shaft of his arrow were brought back to the warrior's cheek. Then, he suddenly slipped down the side of his pony. Paddock eased out the breath he'd been holding in the vise of his chest for those long moments of torment. Relief washed over him as the warrior scampered away. The Indian had come dangerously close, almost as if he had wanted to plunge right on into the midst of the white men's horses. In that next instant, the warrior popped upright on his racing pony. He yanked the arrow back to his cheek again as he quartered his pony broadside to the trappers. He sent the shaft flying almost at random, seemingly with no real target.
"Ugh!"
The sound of Bass's voice barely carried over the screams of the young warriors above the brays and whinnies of their own pack animals frightened by the smell of the Indian horses. Paddock grinned tightly, knowing the arrow was only shot out of defiance, perhaps more so out of a ridicule of the white men for not firing at the warriors.
"Pop that nigger!"
Scratch barked, with a cold, wheezing strain to his words. Josiah didn't raise his cheek from the rifle stock. His response was automatic. There was no question in his mind about the sudden change in orders. Now he was to fire at the older warrior, whereas before he was to hold in the face of the charges. Yet just as he started to pull the trigger on the big gun, his target disappeared behind the racing pony once more. Paddock did what he figured was the next best thing. He drew a bead on the head of the warrior's horse and squeezed the trigger. Over the flash of the pan and the gray muzzle explosion, Josiah watched the leader fly off the back of his mount. The painted pony pitched head first after spilling its rider across the snow-covered ground in a neck-wrenching fall.
"Attaboy, son,"
Scratch roared with delight, his voice crackling electric with excitement. "I get him?"
"Looky for yourself."
Scratch watched the other warriors as they milled about down on the flat. He knew they had seen their leader toppled from his horse, the pony rolling over on top of him. They would try something immediately.
"Best you reload real quick, Josiah. Real quick for the sake of us both."
Josiah set to pouring powder and driving home a patchless ball. He held the wiping stick alongside the barrel as he sprinkled priming powder down into the pan and snapped the frizzen over it. His glance shot back toward the warriors.
"They're coming in again," Scratch warned.
"I'm set now."
"Then I'll keep my load," Scratch grunted. "You take another."
Paddock watched the young warriors speed up the sharp rise. 2 of the Indians pulled to the side while the others drew the white men's fire. They had begun their sweep by their fallen comrade, hoping to scoop him up from horseback. Immediately, Josiah knew what his target would be. After he squeezed the trigger and began to let the rifle slip down from his shoulder, the weapon was yanked away from him. He found the older trapper taking the empty rifle from him and shoving another loaded weapon in its place.
Have you do all the shooting."
Scratch twisted to the side to put the rifle in the young man's hands. He peered over the saddle of the runner.
"Looks to be you got one, boy. Whoo-wee, son of a bitch. That's prime shooting. Center she is. Do her again for me, son. Make 'em come."
Paddock studied the scene through the disappearing gray smoke that hung like a dirty sash across the frosty air. He had spilled one of the 2 riders coming to pick up the daring leader of the war party, and near him lay the body of his dead rescuer.
"Take 'nother before they drop back out of range," the old man barked in his ear. "Get that young shit."
Paddock responded immediately, automatically leveling the rifle at the second retreating rescuer. He eased back on the trigger of Bass's heavy rifle, for an instant hopeful that its sights were held the same as his on a target. The weapon's kick still surprised him when it bit his shoulder.
"Lordy, you got that nigger too."
Scratch slipped the wiping stick back down the thimbles along the underside of the barrel and shoved the loaded weapon into Paddock's hands. Josiah took his rifle back and turned to a pack saddle to yank free another of the weapons Bass had brought along. He freed the rawhide straps and pulled the old smoothbore free of the baggage.
"I'll load for you, son. You're shooting center today," Titus barked, frost dripping from every word. "You pop 'em if they come in again. That way, we'll keep at least 2 of these guns here ready to use."
Bass coughed heavily, racking with the sound of fluid in the winter-dry, crackling air. "How come you changed your mind of a sudden?" Paddock slid his rifle up top of the pack animal's back so that it pointed toward the warriors.
"That one nigger."
Scratch turned his head slowly, eyes crimped tight with something like blue pain, so that Josiah couldn't see the flash of it cross his face.
"That nigger leading the bunch got too damned froggy for his own good, I suppose."
"Looks like it might have worked."
"How's that?"
Bass turned his attention back to the rolling flats that sloped away from their little rise of land. "Seems to be they're deciding just what to do now," Paddock ventured.
"That could be. Maybe so," the old man answered.
The remaining warriors milled around, gesturing wildly and arguing amongst themselves. The two trappers could hear these loud voices as the young men hollered back and forth at one another.
"Looky there what you done, boy,"
Scratch patted Josiah's arm as he turned slightly. "We done it, old man." There was a grin buried deep in Josiah's brown whiskers. "We done it together." The remaining warriors began to trickle off from the scene. With 3 dead companions, the rest of the Indians seemed to have lost much of their nerve. Some of them began to ride away, north and west. Several warriors hung back for a few minutes, taunting the white men, hurling their oaths of revenge up the slope. Finally, they too rode off. Paddock slipped the rifle completely off the back of the pack animal. "Here, Scratch." He pushed the weapon toward the older man. "You hold this and I'll get started loosing these ponies. I think we best get the flying hell out of here."
"Can't hold 'em all,"
Bass growled, painfully testy. Josiah noticed that the old trapper already had 2 weapons tucked under his right arm and was attempting to reach for this third with his right hand. "You got 2 good paws, don't you?" The pain was almost too much for Bass to grit against any longer. The danger had passed. The adrenaline was seeping out of his blood. There was left only the fiery torment in his chest. The old man turned ever so slightly so that Paddock could see why his left arm hung useless. "My sweet Jesus Christ!" Paddock exclaimed breathlessly. He stared, transfixed, at the shaft protruding from the front of Bass's shoulder. Blood had soaked right around the arrow, darkening the shaft's hole in the elk-hide coat.
"You gonna stand there like some goddamned Ned struck dumb? Has some poor digger run off with your tongue, boy?" Bass rasped nastily. "Son, you best help me get this right sleeve off."
He fought for breath, woozy with the loss of blood, the press of cold, and the letdown after their short skirmish. "Here, I'll take these." Paddock slipped the weapons out of the old man's hands and stuck them atop baggage where they would be handy. Josiah tugged gently at the right sleeve of the elk-hide coat, pulling it off the rotating shoulder as Bass fought his way out of the heavy garment. The older man held the coat so that its weight wouldn't bear down on the arrow. "What do I do now?" Paddock's voice showed his exasperation, his panic.
"You never had to mend me up before, did you now?"
Bass sank slowly to the snow, his legs buckling under him. Josiah eased the older man to the ground, then quickly unlashed some robes. He stacked 2 of them behind the trapper, threw a third over Scratch's legs.
That's fine, son."
All right.
"Let's get this damned thing out of my shoulder, huh? What do you say?"
"Yeah," Paddock squeaked nervously. "All right. What do you want me to do first?" He couldn't take his eyes off the feathers on the shaft as he watched the fletching bob and sway with every ragged breath the old man yanked in.
"First,"
Bass swallowed hard against the dry, racking pain.
"First, you take both hands and put 'em round the shaft. No, one right up close to the chest. Like that, right."
He watched Josiah put his left hand around the shaft right against his shirt. Then Bass took Paddock's right hand in his and placed it right next to the other hand, right around the shaft.
"Now,"
he groaned, feeling like spitting. The chaw of tobacco had wedged itself dryly in his cheek, so the old trapper ended up coughing instead.
Break the goddamned son of a bitch."
Paddock studied the old eyes a moment, then did as he was told. Bracing the left hand as securely as he could, he snapped the right hand down, sensing the crack of the shaft. He watched Bass open his eyes after a moment of grimacing against the pain torn through him. "You all right with...
Yeah, I'll live," Bass moaned. "Now, let's get this damned coat off my arm so you can go to work."
Josiah leaned the older man forward a ways, then slipped the left sleeve off Bass's arm. He eased Scratch back against the coat and buffalo robes.
Acting like I was pure gut shot, ain't I? Bass rasped.
"Nah, old man," Josiah reassured. "You're doing just fine for a fellow who's got an arrow sticking in him. It's me that's in trouble here. I'm afraid I don't know what to do to be of help to you. Never before—"
We gotta see where the head of it is, Bass rasped, the pain high in his chest spreading in a burning circle from his shoulder. Feels like it's a mite stuck in there, son. 'Fraid it's hung in some bone.
"You're breathing all right?"
It didn't tickle my lights, near as I can tell. Bass cracked a phlegmy cough as he eyeballed the stump of the shaft.
Paddock leaned over to peer at the old man's back. No blood darkened the back of the shirt. He ran his fingers over a lumpy area near the top of the left shoulder blade.
Ouch! God damn it!
"I thought so." Paddock grinned as he leaned back on his haunches to look Bass in the face again.
"What you mean by that?"
"The head of the arrow is right below the skin. Almost made it through your tough old hide. Almost, but not quite. Came in low down here, going out higher up here on the back of your shoulder. Like this." Josiah showed the direction of the arrow's path through the old trapper's body.
"Right below my hide, you say, huh?"
Bass asked, then spit out the chunk of tobacco. "Yep," Josiah nodded. "What to do now?"
"First, you're gonna cut a long slice in the back of my shirt there. That way you can get your hands on the head when it comes popping through."
"You're fixing to have me push it right on through your back?" Paddock squeaked in disbelief.
"Damn it!"
Bass gritted his teeth a moment and clenched his eyes shut before continuing.
"Damn it, Josiah, I just don't see no other way to butcher the thing out of my hide. You're just gonna have to cut the shirt a bit so you can rip my hide open back there."
Paddock looked away from the old man. He knelt behind the wounded trapper and removed his knife. With the tip of the blade, he pricked the leather shirt, then opened a slice in the deerskin some 6 inches long over the head of the arrow. For a long moment he stared at the lump caused by the protruding tip pushing up against the surface of the skin near the top of the shoulder blade.
"Got your knife, son?"
"Right here."
"How about your pistol?"
Bass cranked his head over his shoulder, attempting to stare down at the arrow's head pushing up beneath the surface of the skin.
"You get that pistol out."
"All right." Josiah came around to kneel at the older man's side. "I'm ready. How about you?"
"Let's be done with it, Josiah Paddock. Let's be done with it."
Bass swallowed hard.
"Take the flat of the knife blade there. Set it against the end of the shaft you broke off. That's it, flat against it. Don't push none now. Just leave it be. Leave it be on the end of it. Like that. Good. I don't want you wiggling it around none. Hurts just like you're pushing a hot poker right through my chest up there to my shoulder."
"I don't want to hurt you none."
"Just be done with it."
"Don't want to cause you no pain."
"You're just gonna tap the knife blade there with the butt handle of your big pistol. You see? Easy as that."
"Then what?"
"Damn it! Them Injuns out there just might up and come riding back on in here. So let's just get this cut out of my hump. You're gonna push the nigger's damned arrow on through my shoulder there. Push the head on through, then grab it on the other side with your fingers and pull the son of a bitch straight out of me."
"You're going to tell me what to do every step of the way, right?"
Yeah, Bass answered. "Here, gimme that piece of the arrow you broke off. There."
Paddock retrieved the broken arrow from the snow and handed the fletched portion of the shaft to Bass. "This?"
"Yep."
Grimacing against the burning river in his chest, Bass put the shaft between his teeth and bit down on it securely enough to hold it while he spoke.
"Go on," he mumbled. "Do it."
Josiah gazed at the old man's eyes a moment more. He positioned the pistol butt out from the chest a few inches.
"More'n that,"
Titus mumbled around the arrow shaft. He watched Josiah pull the pistol back farther from the knife blade, measuring the strength of the blow it would take to send the arrow point out of his back, through the muscle and tissue and skin.
"Right there. Do it."
he snapped. Paddock studied the knife blade an instant more, then drove the pistol butt down against the knife with a loud metallic clunk. The pain burst through him like a liquid ribbon of fire boiling over and pouring through his chest. The pain dripped red and orange, hot beyond relief. Then he felt the cool purple and blue pour over him, and finally, shadow black.
Ugh.
Paddock's eyes darted to the old man's face, and he saw that Bass had slipped into unconsciousness. Merciful, blessed unconsciousness. He peered over the slumped trapper's shoulder. Sure enough, the arrowhead had pierced on through the old man's hide. It dripped red as it poked fully out of the ragged hole in Scratch's back. The black, ragged line of lacerated tissue pulsed bright with blood that already began to coagulate and freeze. Josiah placed 2 fingers behind the arrowhead, using the other hand flattened around the shaft in the hole. Then he yanked quickly with everything he had. The old man's body twitched. The fletched piece of broken arrow tumbled from Scratch's lips. The shaft was free. Paddock stared at it a moment before he finally flung the arrow aside in the snow. Josiah rose to retrieve a small chunk of buffalo hide he cut free from a sleeping robe. He sliced it in 2 and placed the pieces over both sides of the wound. The blood oozing from the 2 holes was enough to make the fur cling to the older man's skin. Quickly, Paddock found one of the wool blankets Bass had packed and cut a long bandage from it. With that blue blanket strip, he bound the 2 fur compresses tightly against the bleeding holes. Then he pulled the bottom of the trapper's shirt down and laid the heavy elk-hide coat over Bass. Paddock rose, suddenly apprehensive. He stared off in the general direction the warriors had taken in their retreat from the battle scene. He wasn't sure, but he thought he saw some dark objects moving away from them, some distance across the whitened landscape. At least, it didn't seem as if any of the warriors were going to hang around long enough to attempt another attack right off. But he knew he had to get them moving. He glanced down at the unconscious trapper and wondered if he should make camp right there. No, he decided. That spot on the hill was too open, and the wind would be too damned cold. And those warriors knew right where they were. He would have to get them moving. Squinting into the pewter light hanging over the rolling, snowy plains, Josiah mulled over where he should go. He figured he knew what direction the old man had been heading in, pretty much north by east. Up ahead, there might be some shelter, perhaps some trees along a stream or creek. Some place he'd have to find a spot where there'd be some cover for a fire. The animals were skittish now, nervously pulling against one another since they had been tied nose to nose. He went to the first pair and released them. Knotting the ends of their tethers together so that they remained paired, Paddock nose-hobbled the ponies. It was after he had done the same with the second pair of pack horses that he heard the old trapper's groan. "You're coming around, eh?" Paddock cheered as he knelt beside the wounded man. Bass coughed, then swallowed dryly. "Got anything to drink?" "I might be able to dig something up for you, old man." "Wish you would," Bass nodded. "Make it strong, too." "Planning on it." After he had located the flask of whiskey and worried the cork out of the top, the younger man watched Bass sip at the strong liquid. Scratch tapped the fingers of his right hand along the bandaging job, then looked up at Josiah with pain-glazed eyes. "We gotta be moving, you know, Scratch." Bass nodded again. "Yeah." He brought his trembling legs up under him, sloshing the whiskey flask. "Here, help this poor child up on his feet, will you?" Josiah stuck his hands under the older man's arms and pulled Bass up. "You're looking a trifle better than you were a few minutes ago." "How long I go out on you?" "Long enough." "How long?" I asked. "Not long, Scratch," Josiah answered. "Long enough for me to pull that arrow out of you." His toe indicated the bloodied shaft he'd tossed on the snow. "Long enough for me to bandage you up and figure out we had to be leaving."
"Help me with the coat."
Bass struggled with the heavy elk-hide coat.
"Maybe so, it won't be all so bad, huh?"
"You'll be fit real soon, Scratch. A little hole like that won't keep you down, will it?" Bass gazed out on the plain near the bottom of the rise.
"Let's get on down there and take a good look-see at them young niggers who was hungry for our hair so damned bad."
He helped untie the knots on the remaining ponies with his right hand and got the animals sorted into line. "You want the hair?"
"It's your'n, son."
Bass looked at Josiah.
"You was the one to pop 'em, make 'em come."
"And you were the one who caught an arrow for all your trouble, right?"
"Yeah."
"Well, I don't want the damned hair."
"Then I do,"
Scratch declared. "Let's get down there. We gotta get the man his damned scalps." When they got down the hill, Bass slid off the buffalo runner awkwardly, cradling the left arm protectively so that the shoulder would move as little as possible. He stumbled a moment on the slick snow before he regained his balance. He towed over the first warrior so that he could examine the face. Already the body was stiffening, both in death and from the freezing temperature.
"Just a young, frisky one, this'n," Scratch advised as Paddock slid from his pony.
Josiah remained at the head of the horses to hold on to reins as Bass ripped free the first scalp and hobbled over to the second warrior. There, the older trapper circled the knife blade around the warrior's head and yanked the scalp off the cranium. With the bloody trophy stuck beside the first under his wide belt, Titus scrambled off a few yards across the frozen snow to the final warrior. He kicked the leader over with his toe. He stared at the Indian's dead horse before looking off at the horizon for a long moment.
"Josiah?"
"Yeah?"
"Come on over here, son."
"What is it now?" Paddock shivered with the cold as he dragged the reluctant animals behind him.
"You see anything special about this here nigger?"
"He's got those 3 same puncture scar marks across one side of his chest, just like those others that came through the Bayou Salade. The marks you told me says he's Arapaho. That it?"
"They all are here,"
Bass snorted against his dripping nose.
"All 3 of them Arapaho."
"What the hell is that?" Paddock's head jerked down, then he knelt beside the leader's body for a closer examination.
"You see it, huh?"
Bass hobbled over to the opposite side of the body. "The scars, they..." He stared at Bass briefly. "It spells T."
"And a B for Bass," Scratch finished. "I can't believe it my own self, Josiah."
This is the one who took..." Josiah looked up to the top of Scratch's head that was now covered with the coyote cap. "He took your scalp lock?"
"No, not exactly," Bass answered. "I killed that one down to South Park some time ago."
That's right, Paddock gushed. "I remember it now. This is the other one. You just wounded this nigger after you'd blown the other one's face in. You said you decided to let this one live. There, that's the bullet scar in his shoulder where you hit him all them years back. So then, you cut your initials in his chest and left him to make his own way back to his village. My.
The world travels in some mighty small circles, don't it?" Bass sighed.
"I can't believe it," Josiah shook his head.
"I can't either, son. After all these years, to run onto this particular nigger, here in the free West. Some small circle at times."
"You gonna take his hair, ain't you?" Paddock asked. "Then we can be going, Scratch. Let's get on out of here." He didn't want to let the older man know, but Josiah was feeling more than a mite spooked running onto this Arapaho. First the snake warrior, slays in the night. Then also innocently they had bumped into Hiram Tuttle back to Taos. It made him shiver with a deep cold to look down on what the years had brought Scratch's way, to look down on the Arapaho warrior with a broken neck, the old trapper's initials scarred in the copper chest. Josiah wondered if he felt a cold that no amount of travel would warm. Bass looked around in 3 directions across the rolling plains. He saw nothing but white, lumpy hills butting up against the lead-gray horizon.
"Won't take long for the light to slide off this sky, Josiah," he commented. "You're right. Let's be done here and on our way while I can move."
Bass knelt awkwardly by the hardening body.
"Been a long time that we've both been waiting on this meeting, nigger. Your medicine turned sour. You just wasn't lucky as all that, I suppose. First off, you was unlucky riding with the bastard what stole my topknot, so you got my letters carved in you for good measure all those years ago. Then, to cap it off, our trails was meant to cross right here."
He made a grand sweep of the landscape with his right arm.
"Out in the middle of all of this, with old Winterman bearing down on us. This was a damned unlucky draw at the cards, son. Damned unlucky."
Scratch inscribed a circle around the top of the man's head, wiped the knife blade off on his leggings, then stuffed the weapon in its sheath. With a foot braced on the Indian's neck, the trapper pulled the scalp loose with a moist, sucking pop. Scratch rose and slung the bloody prize around in the air a few times. The bitter air did most of the work in freezing the blood and gore on the scalp.
"It's been all these years," he whispered to the corpse. "I let you keep your scalp all these years, and looks like you finally got tired of wearing it."
Bass squinted with the cold bite of the wind on his raw-hided cheeks. "Come on, let's go," Paddock prodded as he climbed aboard his pony. Scratch looked back at the impatient young man.
"You're right, son."
He began to turn away from the body. Then he stopped and gazed at the dead warrior.
"Maybe, just maybe,"
he said as he nodded at the corpse.
"I just might be a lucky child myself by the time I get to St. Louis. Looks to be another circle will be coming back around on itself there too, my friend. Another circle in my life coming back around to heal itself."
He dragged himself over to the buffalo runner Josiah held for him and pushed his tired, chattering body into the saddle. Once he was settled atop leather, Bass gave a last, parting farewell nod to the older warrior that was being left to the wolves and coyotes. Scratch tapped his heels against the pony's sides and let Josiah lead them north by east across the rolling snow, Paddock muttering something about Bass wanting scalps when all he wanted was some trees so they could find firewood before dark. Josiah kept on complaining quietly, mumbling almost under his breath about finding a decent, warm camp for the night, some shelter against the wind and the cold, maybe the Indians. He was jabbering a bit, so the older man decided not to pay any attention to him. Not really. Instead of replying, he turned in the saddle and looked back one last time across the graying snow, dull under a charcoal sky. The bitter wind came up and whipped the snow in a swirling ballet across the hills. He could no longer see the carcasses they had left behind. His own face was stretched cold across the cheeks and nose. No matter. His left shoulder was already hot. No matter about the cold. He was warm enough. Bass eased back around to face forward into the wind blustering out of the north. All the way down from Winterman's home. It did not matter much, really. There would soon be more carcasses for Winterman to claim. Soon enough, there would be more bodies. It was about time the circle came back around for him, he decided. About damned time. He could feel the warmth of it spreading through his chest. It was about time the great circle of things decided to include him in on something. Make him a part of something. It was about time the great circle blessed him at last. About damned time. 15. The fog parted for a brief, fleeting moment before it rolled back over the landscape. He thought he could see the dim, faint lights of a town before they disappeared in the roiling gray mist. Bass heard the water splashing over rocks and stumbled through the thick forest in the direction of its gurgling sound. He fell over something, a downed tree, a large stone. It was difficult to know what it was in the fog. As he struck the ground, he yelped in pain, but the sound caught in his throat. The old trapper rolled over on his back and stared a moment up through the boiling banks of mist. Then he tried to speak again, to shout, to cry out with one sound or another. But it was futile. Nothing passed his lips but the breath he pushed from his lungs. Then he heard her voice. "Papa!" He blinked, trying to clear his vision against the gauzy mist. "Papa, come dance with me." Bass turned his head to see the little girl coming toward him. He was not sure how old she was, maybe 4, perhaps 5. But from her size, she looked to be about 3 years old. Yes, she was but 3 years old. Beckoning to him from that edge of the bright light, she smiled and waved. Her glossy black hair hung past her shoulders, combed straight from the crown. There was a brilliant radiance emanating from it as the white light flared behind her. She beckoned again and took another step toward him. "Papa, I want to dance. Come on, Papa." The old trapper felt himself shake his head, almost in disbelief, almost in reluctance to move. It had been so many years since he'd danced. Too, he wasn't sure if he should trust his rusty legs. Mostly, Bass wasn't sure if he truly believed he was the young girl's papa. It was almost as if meteoric light billowed around her with each step she took closer to him. Then her movement showed him that she wore something white, lacy, almost a gauze in texture. Layer upon layer, it swam around her body like waves licking at the shoreline of a lazy river, swirling around her tiny body like clouds nestling among the high mountain peaks. His eyes moved down her tiny frame to the pointed boots peeking out from beneath the billowing petticoats and bloomers. The boots, too, were white, and as the folds of cloth swam and swirled up her legs, the boots appeared to reach over her ankles, boots studded with tiny mother-of-pearl buttons. What damned contraps to make a little girl wear, he remembered thinking. As she came spinning up to him, the little girl gave a low curtsy. She kept her body bent low at the waist, but her face lifted and shone into his with its pipestone radiance. She looked Indian. The cheekbones were higher than a white child's. Her black cherry eyes sparkled with amusement. The young girl's smile broadened across the dark coppery skin. He wanted so much to reach out, to touch her face, to feel its childhood softness, to assure himself it truly was Indian skin. Just as he was about to touch her cheek with his gnarled old fingers, she took his hand in her soft little hand. "Come, Papa, I want to dance." She pulled him along beside her toward the light until he finally saw its brilliance change to a softer warmth radiated by many, many candles and oil lamps. Then there appeared a huge ballroom full of faceless people, each one applauding and nodding happily, showing their approval that Bass should dance with the little girl. As the guests gathered on the dance floor slowly moved out of his way, the color changed from white radiance to a burnished sepia tone. Brown, he thought, like the crumbled earth spilling through spread fingers. Those shades of brown darkened as a shadow fell across the old trapper and the young girl. Bass looked up to see a tall, faceless man suddenly reach out for the little girl. "Papa?" She began to cry as her hand slipped from his, taking first one step, then another toward the faceless man with hairy arms and chest billowing out of his shirt, opened at the neck. He reminded Scratch of a faceless brown bear. The creature took the little girl's tiny hand in his huge hairy paw and led her away. Bass could not move. He seemed planted on the spot, only an observer now, powerless to act, to defend. He could only watch the little girl weep. From her tiny lips came no words, only sound. Mournful screams, howls, whimpers of despair. Nothing he could make any sense of, only sound. Yet he knew she called to him and him alone. Her arms thrust out to him, imploring Bass to help her. His feet could not move. She sobbed piteously, with something almost like a scream caught in the back of her throat. Seeking his help still, the little girl was pulled away by the huge, hairy, brown bear of a man. It was as if her whimpers echoed Bass's own sadness in not helping, a reflection of his own impotence in the face of the bear man. He wanted to scream out himself, to yell at the others in the grand ballroom, someone, anyone, to help the little girl who was being dragged away from the old trapper. The crowd suddenly surged and swirled around him. Only their lower faces appeared. No eyes, only gaping, brightly painted lips spread wide in laughter and smeared across their white, splotched faces. Roaring at him with their cacophony of hideous ridicule, they taunted and teased him, shamed him. Bass wagged his head, filled with a black remorse. He could not move. Helplessly, he could but watch. At that very moment, 2 huge oak doors, some 12 feet tall, swung open as the bear man dragged the little girl out through the massive portal. Instead of that brightness wherein the dance floor had been illuminated with many bright candles and warm, glowing oil lamps, now there was nothing but a dull, pewter-gray mist, hungrily swallowing up all the white light spilling out the tall doors. The snow smeared across the ground was the color of lead, buried beneath an ominous, charcoal sky, upon which roiling black clouds scudded out of the west. Screaming in fright, the little girl turned and turned again, pleading with someone to rescue her from the sudden, bitter cold. Huge, hairy hands clawed at the spinning, billowing yards of lacy white cloth and tore the dress from the young girl's body. Shred after shred was ripped from her shoulders, off her legs. She was terrified, not knowing why any of this was happening to her, not knowing why her pretty dress was being ripped from her, not knowing why she was being victimized by the bear man, why no one came to help. All she wanted was to go to the merry party. All she had wanted was to dance with her papa. Layer after layer was wrenched from her body. First the dress, then the layers of petticoats, and finally the bloomers covering her shivering legs. As the last act of cruelty, those high-button boots were ripped from the little girl's feet, so that she stood barefoot in the gray snow, shuddering, totally naked. She stood naked, except for that tiny doeskin pouch with an amulet of porcupine quills sewn on it, hanging from her neck. The bear man tossed the clothing up into the swirling, frigid breezes. All her shredded garments sailed away on a wind, whipping the snow across the ground. The crowd of laughing, jeering mouths, with their hideous, haunting screeches, disappeared behind the huge doorway. It was quiet beneath the joyless wail of the wind. Bass began to cry. He could not move. Not a participant, the old trapper could only watch. He was only a spectator. Tears froze to his ruddy cheeks. Footsteps whined across the snow. As he turned, the woman appeared from his left, out of the west. Bass could not see her face, shadowed as it was beneath the hood of her capote. Yet something was familiar about the woman. Something tore at him in the way she trudged wearily across the snow toward the naked child. Her earthy fragrance burned keen in his nostrils, a smell of land and sky borne to him across the dry, cold air. Bass shuddered, already sobbing for the little child who cried out to the woman. Snow billowed up around the young girl's bare ankles. Immediately the woman was a swirl with a heavy woolen blanket. She wrapped it around the girl, then helped the child to sit. Upon the frozen, bluish feet, she drew some doeskin moccasins. The woman rubbed and kneaded the child's cold feet until she knew there were tingles and pricks of feeling returning to the numbed flesh. Next, she slipped a second pair of moccasins onto the girl's feet, heavier still, and laced their tops securely around the ankles. This outer pair was lined with the shaggy fur of the great buffalo. The young child's whimpering began to slow, and she grew calm as some of the cold drained from her feet. He watched the woman draw a soft doeskin dress from the folds of her capote and quickly tug the garment over the head of the young girl. The animal hide was smoothed over her tiny body. Then long skin leggings were brought up each limb and tied to a narrow belt wrapped around the waist beneath the dress. The child stood, braver now, and pulled the thick blanket about herself once more as protection against the wolf-whale wind and blowing snow. There was a smile across her face at last, symbolizing something close to a small victory, although the wild laughter still continued to roll out from the huge double doors. Voices screeched out that here was not her place, that the little girl belonged out in the snow, out in the cold. The voices laughed and yelled that the child did not belong with them, there inside in their warmth. The woman struggled to her feet. Bass wanted to reach out for her, but he felt without form. He had no arms with which to enfold her. He was just an eye, watching, merely a spectator. The woman attempted to accompany the child slowly toward the light and warmth of the ballroom, but at the door they were stopped by the tall bear man. He said nothing, merely pointed off across the snow. More hideous laughter erupted from within the ballroom. The woman tucked the child beneath her arm maternally and stumbled across that gray snow billowing wildly in a violent ground blizzard. The streamers of flakes whipped around the pair as they plodded away into the dimming light. While Bass swiped at the frozen tears across his cheeks, the woman pulled the blanket up about the child's black, storm-ravaged hair. Both of them shuddered with the sudden gray cold settling in with the violence of the new storm. Both figures disappeared from the trapper, lost in the white gauze mist. He yearned to know who they were, both this child and the woman. A child who called him Papa. The woman who had smelled so familiar, who moved as if she were a part of him. In some way he was suddenly sure they were tied to him, and their travail made him shudder as he could not tear his eyes from that particular spot where the two had disappeared into the storm. Perhaps they truly did belong to him. There was a grief, a remorse, a deep mourning because of the tearing away that he felt, a sadness for his loss. Perhaps even a terror that he felt for them as they had to wander away into that unknown, trackless winter desert, a land that was swallowed up by the howling blizzard. Terror. He knew they felt terror out there in that wasteland, smothered in the bowels of this storm. A blizzard where a man could not tell up from down, left from right, front from back, and in from out. He felt connected to their agony, and the old trapper was overwhelmed with the shame of having in some way caused their terror. For some reason, he had caused this to happen to the two of them. He had caused them to be turned away and refused the light and its warmth. His vision moved from the dancing, swirling tides of white washing over the landscape, finally to rest on the huge oak doors. He turned back to the roaring, laughing, ridiculing voice of the bear man. That sound became almost maniacal as that faceless head turned in the direction of the old trapper. His laughter slowed, then ceased as the tall man motioned, indicating that Bass was to follow. Scratch plodded painfully up the wide staircase, frozen, his cold joints protesting their years in the mountains and icy streams. Both feet were like lead by the time he reached the top landing. The bear man pushed open the cracked doors. Instead of entering the grand ballroom where the party had taken place, the tall man led the old trapper through those huge doors where a dark forest appeared, thick and overgrown. The bare branches of the trees bore no green leaves, yet their dark limbs were thick, gnarled fingers hanging like tendrils to block out almost all the light from reaching the forest floor. What feeble sunlight could slip through the dark charcoal and dusky tree branches was itself gray, barely enough to allow the old man to stumble along over the thick undergrowth. It clawed at him, snagging at his clothing. Branches snapped into him, cutting his flesh, tearing at his face, ripping at his skin. Deeper and deeper he wandered into the darkening forest, following the sounds of the bear man crashing through the dense vegetation ahead of him. Bass did not know why he was following this creature into the forest. Why shouldn't he be going to help the woman and the child? That's where he should be heading if only his feet could take him in that direction. This was not right. Heading off on some damned tromp through these god-forsaken woods. So he turned slowly and looked back toward the doors he had left behind to enter this dark, primeval forest. The old trapper stopped. Behind him, through the dark tendrils and gray branches of the overgrown vegetation, there were no doors. They had simply vanished. If the doors had ever been there to begin with. So now, there was no way out for him. Ahead, the cruel bear man continued to stomp through the forest. Bass sighed, then reluctantly turned back toward the thrashing sounds. He would have to see this through now. There wasn't a solitary thing he could see to do about getting back to help the woman and little child. Nothing at all, with no way out of this that he could find. No way back, at least. Once more, he considered in his own melancholy way that he was trapped in something that he must plunge on through. No way back, and no left nor right. In cases such as these throughout his life, there always seemed to be no way but forward. Get right on ahead, forge straight on through. He could not figure out why his options were always so limited, why most of the time there seemed to be no options at all. Didn't seem fair. Not fair at all. Hell, Bass decided. Whoever told him things had to be fair? No one he could remember. A branch slapped him in the face, and he stopped momentarily so he could rub the laceration across his cheek where the bloodied line beaded, then began to ooze. All he wanted was a chance. That's all Titus Bass had ever asked for. A chance. That clumsy crashing noise from the bear man was fading. He decided he had better plunge on after the creature, see this matter through to its end. Find out what connection the man had to that woman and child. Lord, he even had to find out what the woman and child had to do with himself. Why the girl had called him Papa. Why the woman had smelled so familiar. And he had to find out why that monstrous creature had turned the two of them away before bringing him here. Why here? Why the same dense, rank forest where he had been led by Emil Sharp? That was it. He ducked a snapping branch and remembered it more clearly now. This was the exact place that the half-breed Métis giant had brought him last year. That huge killer with one eye scarred shut, sent from St. Louis to kill his friend Josiah. He was like a bear, too. A tall, monstrous grizzly bear rearing on its hind legs, the hideous white worm of a scar running from its brow down across the eye to seal it shut forever before the white line ended on the creature's snout. Damn. But that creature had been defeated before, and he could defeat this one. All he wanted was the chance. A man could really ask for little else. just a chance to try.
Damn!
He looked up and blinked, watching Paddock's lips move. I didn't think you were going to give me the chance to talk with you ever again, old man. Josiah grinned, a look of relief on his face. He brought the cup close to Scratch's lips and gave the older trapper a sip of water. I was beginning to wonder if you were going to babble on through another night.
What do you mean?
The older trapper's lips and tongue crackled dryly. The fever, Scratch. Josiah set the tin cup aside. Something on the arrow. It must have been, when it went through your hide, it must have had something on the shaft.
More.
What?
Water. More water.
Oh, yeah. The young trapper retrieved the cup and let some more of the melted snow spill across Bass's fever-parched lips.
Chance?
The old trapper wheezed like a dry bellows. Yeah, a chance. That's what I said to you. I wanted to have the chance to pay you back, Scratch. Josiah smiled again.
My chance. Mine.
You might say that, old man. I wanted to pay you back for saving my life. All this time, while you've been down in your fever and out of your head, I've been thinking about bringing my account flush with you. I just hoped you were going to make it so I could feel like I saved your life and then we'd be square. But then, I remembered you saved my life more than once. I might save your life this time, and we'd still not be even, old man.
I ain't the one keeping count.
Paddock nodded and said nothing.
Why, son?
Why what?
Why you keeping count?
Guess I'm just that way.
Water?
Josiah spilled some more drops across the old trapper's lips and set the cup aside. Maybe, too, it's what I've been thinking about while you've been busy mumbling your gibberish. I figured there was only one solitary way either one of us was going to make it round to St. Louis and back again to Taos. That was together, the two of us. I figured that'd be the only way. We need each other right now, maybe more than we ever have before. Even though we each have our own private matters to bury, we still need the other one to see us through this. Since we've gotten each other through so damned much already.
How long, son?
Bass asked after a long silence. How long till we make it to St. Louis?
How long I been out of my skull?
Better than a day now? Josiah looked up at the charcoal sky. Evening now. It'll be night soon. You fell off your pony yesterday in the early afternoon. Hot as a cheap stove. God's teeth, but you were burning up with some fever. It scared the shit out of me. I lost my mother from a fever a few years back. Didn't want to lose you, too.
No, won't lose me.
You had me wondering for a while there. I had to lash you into the saddle, feet and hands. We finally came on this dry creek bed and I made camp last night. You started babbling about that time. Wouldn't take no food, none of what I fixed for you. Wouldn't take none of this gourd water neither. Your eyes stayed popped wide open, and you jabbered away like a Sunday circuit preacher about some dance and the snow. All the time I was damned well worried about some Injuns hearing you and coming down here to find us in the bottom of this wash. You talked about the cold, then about a little girl, and you were muttering about the forest and the bears. I wasn't able to make much track out of it all.
Little girl and bears in the forest?
Bass snorted weakly. That's right. Some mighty strange things you were babbling about.
It's more water, son.
Paddock held the cup to Bass's dry lips and let him sip at the cool, melted snow. There was no problem having enough snow. The moon lay half-lidded beneath those low clouds rolling in waves across the prairie sky.
No fire.
I know, Paddock said. Couldn't find a stick to start a fire for you.
I mean, no fire is good.
Yeah. Paddock raised his head and looked about the camp. Weary animals were picketed nearby down the wash. The sides of the old creek bed were mottled in luminous snow and dark shadows beneath the pale moonlight. I figured we might just be all right to spend the time down here. That way we wasn't up there on the prairie where we'd be too easy to spot.
You're learning.
I had a good teacher, old man. Josiah gently eased Scratch's head back down to the robes.
Who was that?
Hell, Josiah grinned. Just some old fart who really didn't know what he was doing most of the time. He stumbled around into things. Fortunate that way. He was just the lucky sort, I figure.
How's that?
Lucky he ain't been ate up by a bear yet, that's what, he chortled quietly. Lucky he ain't got an arrow still stuck in his roast. Lucky to have a friend along. Bass wheezed.
That just ain't luck, son.
I know, Josiah answered, and pulled the robe up to the old man's chin after he had stretched out beside Scratch. Seems for some folks it is blind luck, he whispered into the old man's ear. For some, they just naturally run through spells of good fortune. Then there's the rest of us. With our kind, it's just a struggle to make our luck. Bad or good, we gotta do it all on our own.
A man can go on, or he can go back,
Titus husked behind the robe curled at his cheek. I think we've already decided what we're about to do, haven't we? Paddock asked quietly. He watched the first few snowflakes curl down upon the robes. Ain't nothing wrong in going back, Josiah. If a man figures that's the only way, and he ain't running away from something, he can't be faulted for going back. Sure feels strange.
What does?
To hear you talking that way about a fella giving up. I ain't talking about giving up, Josiah. It's not the same thing. Going back is always a choice for a man, just as much a choice as going on. It was a long time before either one made a sound. Each man listened as the winter night settled around them. Only the ponies snuffled with the bitter cold. At last, Paddock heard the old man's breathing become rhythmic, regular, with that familiarity born of all their time together. Josiah finally closed his eyes, thinking that the old man probably knew already. Perhaps he was trying to say he understood too. Perhaps Bass already understood the decision Josiah had made. Maybe Scratch was trying to tell him in his own convoluted fashion that it was all right, what he had decided. The snow came down a little heavier, the wind picking up and whisking the flakes in swirls gusting down the dry wash. It wasn't shaping up to be much of a storm, Paddock figured. It was about time their luck changed. After all, they really were two of a kind in that respect, he and the old man. They made their own luck. They had up to this point, and they would continue to forge their own weapons against the tides of fate, as they always had done before. It gave the young man some small comfort there beneath the buffalo robes and blankets, listening to the night winds howling harmlessly above them on the winter-scarred prairie. With the wind, this snow would never lie deep. 16. In the hour before dawn, the prairie was like a bell jar of excruciating silence. Bass was not sure if he was alive or dead. He could not hear a thing. Beside him, the younger man slept perfectly still. Down the dry wash, the ponies and mule did not twitch an ear. He moved the robe off his cheek and peered out at the night. Some of the new snow that had landed on the buffalo hide fell against his neck. Those cold flakes felt good. He could faintly remember being so damned hot there for a while. The snow soothed him with its icy touch. Above them, the moon rode low, having become a chalky disk glowing dim but true behind a wide bank of charcoal clouds roiling out of the west. That near full moon reminded him of the puckered, white bullet scar on that old Arapahoe's chest. The silence here was almost absolute. Scratch felt totally alone for a moment. He knew better, but he could not escape the feeling of lying here the day after God had made this big, yawning stretch of nothing. Each new day seemed as if man would never leave a mark on this lonely white creation. Lying here, bathed in what dim moonlight dripped from the slate-gray clouds, his loneliness brought a sudden agony. He turned to look at the body beside him to be reassured. He had fought the weight of his eyelids long enough, along with the bitter cold across his cheeks. Titus pulled the robe over his head once more. Back in the cocoon, his breath warming, the old trapper wriggled against the taut ribbon of fire that laced through his shoulder until he found a comfortable position. How many days since the arrow had been removed? Seemed like this would be number 3 with the coming of dawn. Neither of them had been making the best of time across the Jornada since bumping into the Arapahoes. Titus would be able to ride for only so long, then he would have to slip from the saddle and rest the shoulder. Here it was, the worst part of the whole trip, and he couldn't travel across it fast, light, lean, the way he was used to scurrying across a water scrape. This was the worst part of being wounded on the trip. He couldn't travel across the desert fast. Sometime tomorrow they would reach the river he heard tell of, bordering the northern boundary of this wilderness. Maybe age was telling him something. 40 years old now. He could no longer expect to travel like a colt. Those days were past him. All that was left was living up to what he could do. Yesterday they had run down to the bottom of the pemmican sack. Both of them had even scraped at the bottom with their fingernails before giving up on it. Now things were simplified. Hunt or go without. They were both getting gut shrunk, no doubt about that. Without one decent meal in better than 2 weeks, there had been no fresh meat to lay firm and juicy in either man's gut.
Hell, it was the price he supposed a man paid in sacrifice to reach what he was striving toward.
At least, he kept saying that to himself, while he'd chuckle and tell Josiah a crow would have to pack victuals across such God-forsaken country as this. The poor animals had the look of suffering the worst. Yesterday had taken the most out of them. Throughout that long dawn to dusk torture, the men had to frequently halt while they carefully doled out the diminishing water supplies to their gaunt ponies. Their hides shrunk to look like nothing more than wispy skins stretched over bony skeletons. Hour after hour, those animals had plunged through snowdrifts in agonizing lunges. Between the monstrous hills of snow, the horses would rest and blow before driving into the next drift. It was an act of faith that kept Bass going. Faith they would all make it out of the dizzying white alive. It hurt him to see those obedient, faithful creatures, their ribby sides heaving like a forge bellows, their frosty breath like wispy gauze around flaring, icy nostrils, suffering so. From time to time, the winter wind had swept clear a brief stretch here or there where they found evidence of someone's passing. Wagon tracks. Neither buffalo nor Comanche, not snow, ice, rain, sleet, nor wind would ever wipe the face of the land clean to erase those tracks. It had been better than 9 years already for this trail. Now it seemed nothing would ever obliterate the sign of man's passing. Somewhere along this trail he had heard tell of rivers that sank away to oblivion in shining sands, glistening under a torturous summer sun. Veterans of the trail always regaled others in dark, cool Taos watering holes and cantinas with their stories of men's tongues hanging black, swollen, and sticky in thirst from their cracked and bleeding lips, having to stare longingly at the conjured mirages of mountains stretched silver bright across the edge of the earth, until those Rocky Mountains really did appear on the horizon at last, glistening beneath an inviting bank of fluffy clouds. The trail was organic. It changed and wandered from time to time, as did those life forms which wandered over it. The trail beat with a life of its own. Although its rhythms were different in winter, it was a tune nonetheless dictated by that wilderness, played for all who entered there. His cheeks and nose were gnawed raw by the cold. Enough of it for now. Bass put his head beneath the robe once more. Here his breath re-warmed his face. One of the animals blew. It sounded like the mule. The horses would be in their deepest sleep at this time, in the hours preceding dawn. Bass let go, wanting this day to be their last on the winter desert. He welcomed sleep again, huddling beneath the robes and blankets remaining between him and freezing. He let it all go. "Looky there, son." Bass pointed to the trees. "What of 'em?" "I think we made it, boy. Think we made it." "Yeah, trees. That mean we come across the desert?" "Ain't you seen at all how the land's been changin'?" Bass turned in the saddle, the two wounds tight and nipping in protest. "And them two big old cottonwoods say there's a watercourse nearby. Something as big as them silver cottonwoods don't mean no piddle-ass stream. We're talking a river, Josiah." "I do hope you're right, old man." "Why, you ought to feel right proud of what you've done." Bass beamed in spite of his frozen eyelashes and whiskers. The hoarfrost stiffened every exposed hair on his face and lashed his skin until it felt like burnished rawhide. "You helped pull this old man across the Jornada," Scratch said, as he gazed at low gray clouds scudding close to the ground, a strong west wind lancing flakes in their direction. Little more than a mile from the cottonwoods first sighted, they came upon the Arkansas River. Off in the distance, they could hear the mournful notes of coyotes howling like so many agonized souls' voices echoing out of hell. Even some of the landscape appeared just like it might belong to the devil. Here was a sand belt in that valley of the Arkansas, a strip some 7 miles wide and composed of bright hues of red earth that made the area appear to be burning. To this land in the spring would return the buffalo and antelope. Sign of elk and deer had already dotted their trail. Down farther in the cross timbers, the curious prairie dogs poked their tiny rodent heads out of their burrows and yipped at the travelers. "Leastways, you won't be having to go hungry," Bass chortled. "It's going to be good to sink my teeth into something other than that crumbled-up moccasin sole leather you call pemmican trail food." By the time they reached the Arkansas, the scattering of snowflakes had changed into a knifing of icy sleet. Bass turned to his partner. "You plant it here for a bit. I best hunt us down a crossing." Without another word, the old trapper disappeared down the riverbank. Just as unceremoniously, the man reappeared out of the blowing snow some 20 minutes later. He took up the lead rope to the pack animals from Josiah. "You found something? Somewhere to cross?" "Bet I have, son," he answered and nodded. "Heard it said a man's got to watch out and tread soft. Lots of fellas say this river's nasty with bogs and sand sinks." "Quicksands?" "Call 'em what you will," Bass replied and waved it off, nudging his pony east.
Found us a buffalo crossing. A man can't hardly go wrong if he lays his nose along a buffalo trail."
The heavy, sharp drops lanced at man and animal alike as the two men plodded through the freezing rain toward a small stand of trees on the north bank of the Arkansas. If it had not been for that vegetation growing in among the bordering trees, the river crossing would have been lifeless and spare. Both banks were nothing better than sandy buttes standing sentinel over a watercourse barely 2 feet deep. Sand and sleet drove at them from every angle by the wind before the travelers made it into the stand of trees. As Bass pulled the pack animals into the sparse vegetation, something caught the corner of his eye. Instinctively, he brought the rifle out of the crook of his arm and fired in one fluid motion. "What the hell?" Josiah exclaimed, sliding from his wet saddle when the old man fired.
"Supper, boy."
"Supper?"
"Right over yonder."
Bass nodded into a thicket of bramble. Bass tore off a twist of tobacco and stuffed it between his teeth and cheek. He pulled the stopper out of his powder horn and began reloading.
"Go on over there and find out what we got. Seems only right. I done the shootin', you do the butcherin'."
"Shit, this won't take me long." Paddock slid his rifle across the crook of his arm and wiped his wet face with the back of his mitten. "Ain't nothing to skinning out some skinny varmint you're likely to plug."
"You wanted supper, I got you supper."
Bass watched Paddock stride off toward the underbrush. Driving home the patched ball, he was just pulling his ramrod when Josiah yelled out. "I'll be damned! Venison tonight!" Paddock shouted. "Delicious deer meat. I didn't really believe you, old man, but here you got what appears to be a buck, maybe a couple of years old."
"I wasn't all that sure what it was or how old it was," Bass snorted. "I just saw meat. I'll get the fire started, then we'll pull our truck and plunder off these critters here. They're likely as not soaked clear through with rain and ice as bad as we are."
Bass stuffed his hands back inside their mittens for a moment.
"Only thing we gotta worry about here is wolves. They'll likely smell blood on the winter wind. They're bound to come on down here to see what it is. Cold weather, them critters get bold and downright sassy as can be. Walk right on into a winter camp and eat your saddle gear, hobbles, and knife scabbards if they can't find no fresh meat to suck up. Eat anything rawhide they can swaller, they will."
Turning slowly, he listened to the joyless cry of the wind as it whipped those ghostly tree branches above them with its driving force of icy rain. Here, in their little grove, the men and horses escaped most of the storm's fury and icy blast. Overhead, the branches creaked eerily beneath the wind's incessant force. Bass snapped off some kindling from the dry, dead branches he could reach from the ground.
"We're lucky we don't have to start a fire out there on the prairie. Damned hard to find buffler chips in the snow."
As their little fire crackled and spit in protest of the driving sleet coming through the stand of trees, both men set about quickly pulling the spare baggage off the animals and picketing them close by in the surrounding trees for the night. To the east, the sky shone a pale yellow in fading twilight. Soon the sputter of sleet in the fire was drowned out by the spit and crackle of juicy meat raining grease on the flames. Overhead, the sky sank dark and grave-like around their tiny camp as the trappers finished supper and sat back to huddle in their robes against the cold and coming night. Bass tied most of the butchered venison in a pouch made from the buck's own hide and strung the satchel high in a tree. He came back to the fire leading his pony, slipping the runner's lead into the belt of his coat.
"We'll take every scrap of that critter's meat when we pull out of here later on, but that'll keep it safe from camp robbers for now," he said, as he scooted into the fire's cheery corona of warmth.
"You mean when we set off in the morning," Paddock corrected. He stretched his legs near the fire and rubbed bare hands over the flames.
"No, I meant just what I said."
Bass settled wearily down upon his own robes and a Navajo blanket that would repel any water from his bedding. "It wouldn't be fair of me to come tap you awake for the surprise. Best you know what we've got planned. We'll sleep out this here storm, and soon as it's passed over, we'll repack to light out and cover some ground." Josiah stared at the runner a moment. "You trying to make up for some lost time? 2 days ain't all that much." "It ain't lost time at all that I'm worried about, son," Bass answered with a wave of his hand. "Pawnee." "That's why you brought the pony into camp, right?" "If we get hit by niggers tonight, I figure on having least one horse I can use to track the rest of 'em down. This won't get very far." He tapped the rawhide lead he had knotted to his belt. "Pawnee." Paddock watched the older man let his head settle back into his robes before he spoke. "You plan on having me shoot some more Injuns for you while you catch arrows, eh?" "Hope to sweet hell things don't go that way, Josiah. Close enough to dying for this nigger. I don't plan on that happening at all if we travel at night through this next stretch of country. Them niggers love to burn a man at a stake. Maybe so they'll spit him over a fire. So old Glass told us all." "Glass? The one who got himself killed by Reese last year up on the Yellowstone?" Paddock rolled on his side to face the fire and the old man. "One and the same. Hugh Glass. Got hisself mauled by a grizz a long time back. Never was really right for it ever since the time he bumped into that sow grizzly and her cubs. Yeah, Josiah. The same fellas the Crow hunting party found murdered and brought into Rotten Belly's camp where we was staying the robe season last winter." "How does he know and live to tell the tale?" "He was Pawnee hisself for a while. They took him in as a son," he nodded. "Like you, like me." "Adopted him, eh?" "Adopted is right. He and another fella had been took off a trading ship and forced to be pirates or take 'em a one-way swim. But they both managed to escape with their hides all in one place. Heading out, walking north, right across those deserts way south of here, and nary a critter to carry a load or an idea as to where they were bound for. Lordy, but did they run smack dab into a big war party of them Pawnee." "Yeah? So how come they took such a shine to this Glass fella?" "Well now, Josiah, they didn't take a real shine to him right off, you understand. They was set to roast him and his partner for something real special, you see." Scratch paused as Paddock feigned sleep. "You ain't going off to sleep on me, are you?" Scratch howled indignantly. "No," Josiah moaned, opening his weary eyelids to half-mast. "Well, some. Like I was saying, them Pawnee were fixin' to have a big bonfire to roast ol' Hugh and his buddy. As lucky as it turned out, Hugh's swabby friend was the first to go, and a awful way it was to be burned. Why, them red niggers tied a man up and stuck tiny splinters of wood all over his body. Then they put a bunch of kindlin' wood round his feet. With that all ready, they started setting fire to the splinters so that his flesh would roast slow and real painful. Broils a man something fierce. Old Hugh used to get a mite ghosty when he'd talk about how the fella screeched and screamed and yowled something pitiful." Josiah gulped. "Yeah, go on." Bass leaned back and pulled the robes about his shoulders. "Not much else to tell, really." "Not much else? Damn it, old man, you got this Hugh Glass in the damned Pawnee camp and his friend was just cooked to a burnt cinder like some bad cut of cow meat. Now the old pirate is next to burn, and you're saying there isn't that much else to tell?" All right, Josiah. Lordy, let a man tell his story, will you? Go ahead." Next, it was Glass's turn at the stake. They tied the old boy to a pole buried in the ground just special for him. They was fixin' to come on with the splinters, you see. "Yeah?" Paddock raised up on one elbow. "The smell of flesh cooking on a man's bones must have just about drove old Hugh crazy. Probably ain't no other smell like it in the whole known world, just like there ain't no other taste like it anywhere I knows of." "Them Pawnees eat their prisoners, eh?" Josiah asked. Not near as I've heard anyone tell, Josiah. Bass tossed a limb on the reddening coals. Then again, no one I ever heard of ever come back alive from Pawnee country to tell the tale of it. Why, you old bastard, I'm on to you now. You only want to scare the living shit out of me, don't you? Might not hurt, seeing where we're heading. You just go ahead with your story, Scratch. Tell me how Hugh Glass got himself out of that scrape, will you? Seems they brung old Hugh on up to his special burnin' post and was fixin' to lash him to it. Afore they did, they had to strip off his shirt and britches so they could jab them splinters into his skin. That's when the old boy's medicine got strong. What medicine? Josiah prodded. Well, them red niggers were rippin' his shirt off, and what dropped out but some packets of vermilion old Hugh forgot he had. Some he stole from the pirate ship, see? And you know there ain't much else that'll make a red nigger's eyes sparkle like Chinese vermilion. Just how did that make his medicine strong? The vermilion didn't make his medicine strong, son. The vermilion was there 'cause his medicine was strong. You see, that old pirate bent over calm as he could be and picked up all them packets of vermilion off the ground. He stuck his hand right on out, open as could be, toward that terrible Pawnee chief. Hugh was giving that murderin' red bastard that valuable present. Titus coughed and looked into the dying blue licks of flames that danced back and forth along the dry limbs in the fire. That whole camp had been yowlin' real bloodthirsty, ready for old Hugh's blood they were. But now, of a sudden, they all got as quiet as a foggy graveyard round about midnight. This was some big, big magic. This very feller they was fixin' to set on fire and roast just made that vermilion appear like magic and then give it to their head man for a present. That was some now. What's so magical about vermilion? Josiah lowered his head to prop it on his elbow. It ain't the vermilion that's got the magic, it's how it appeared and what Hugh did that had the magic in it. To them redskins, it was some powerful medicine to have a man who's about ready to die give a very special present to a man who was about to kill him. All of a sudden, Josiah, Hugh Glass weren't just your ordinary fella no more. Takes a brave man to do what he did, don't it? Man faces death just like any other foe he's got to fight. He can do it bravely or some lesser way. And in this situation, it worked for old Hugh. That Pawnee chief thought it was such powerful medicine for this white man to give him a magical gift he just made come right out of nowhere. Why, he give Glass his life back. They took him into their tribe as one of their own. Old Hugh had him at least one Pawnee wife that he spoke of in the later years. And all his months with them Pawnee he was waitin' for the right time, the safe time to escape. All them moons when Hugh Glass learnt 'bout survivin' in the wilderness. And critters, and livin' off the land all on his own. All that came in mighty handy when it come time that he was chewed up by that sow grizzly he'd riled up, left for dead by his friends, and he had to crawl back to a fort on hands and knees over hundreds of miles of wilderness. Maggots eatin' on his bloody wounds most of the way into Fort Kiowa. Bass clucked and watched the last blue flame lick itself out along a burnt limb. Nothing was left now but dark red coals as the gray sky finally fell to black velvet outside their shelter of trees. The wind rose and fell, creaking through the protesting branches of the dried-up trees. We ain't never had it near as bad, Josiah. Ain't gonna, neither. We'll just sneak right on through Pawnee country, easy as you please. Way to do it is lay low whilst it's them short winter hours of daylight. We'll travel on the long hours of nighttime. That way we'll be a luckier sort than old Hugh Glass. We won't get ourselves et for dinner. Pawnee or grizzly, we won't get et. Good night, Scratch. The older trapper heard Paddock sigh and adjust himself down in his robes. He waited a moment to see if Josiah would comment on his story any further. You don't appreciate my bedtime stories, huh? Story was fine. Bass smiled, satisfied in a small way. "But you didn't like me trying to scare you, huh?" "No, I didn't." Josiah's voice was muffled beneath the warm robes and blankets. "I'm not the kid you met a year and a half ago." I know you're not, son. Suppose I was just having some fun with you." "I don't know why you're always trying to joke with me, especially when we're about to get ourselves in some new lick of trouble or having to get ourselves out of a stupid fix. Don't understand why you always have to do that." Scratch stared intently overhead at the gnarled gray branches and limbs of those old trees outlined against the storm clouds. Looking at the sky this way made it seem as if he were looking through a piece of shattered glass. Sleet splattered into the fire pit and spewed up wisps of steam into the frigid night air. "It helps me, son. I ain't so old that I don't get scared at times. Tough to own up to. For a man, that's often a hard thing for him to admit to others. Maybe it's hardest for himself to own up to. Sometimes, no matter how old he gets, no matter how many rings he's got around the middle, he gets scared of something. That's the time when Titus Bass is at his best to make a joke of what that something is, or make some fun out of what he's afraid of. That's all, Josiah." The eerie silence of their camp was punctuated from time to time with the ghostly climbing wail of the winds galloping by. Snow and sleet continued to pound into the grove of trees. Thanks for telling me that," Paddock spoke softly, with a gentleness born of friendship with the old man. "Never knew that about you." "Each man faces his worst fears in the way he knows best, I suppose." "Your way is probably one of the best," the younger man answered. "Well, say we get some sleep. You're wanting to pack up and pull out pretty soon here, soon as this storm rolls over us. We'll need the sleep if we're going to ride all night." "It's always worked for me, son," Bass replied. "Laughing in the face of it has always worked for me." His eyelids fell heavy, and he felt some of the trail drain from his tired, wounded body. Bass listened for a while to the pawing and stamping of the animals nearby. Then he asked, "How many days has it been by your count, Josiah?" "Days for what?" "Since we left house? Since we left the gals?" "It's been better than 3 weeks now," Paddock answered, suddenly reminded of his wife and family and Taus. "By traveling at night, we can pick up the pace some." "I don't mind that," Josiah said. "Sooner we get there to St. Louis, sooner we can get back, just like old Mateo said it." "I'd like that. Getting back, Scratch." "You're happy there," Bass stated. It seemed without question. "I was, yes. I want my family around me. I miss 'em." "Know what you mean, son. There's a emptiness inside that can't be filled with nothing else, not even a big mess of hate. I can't fill that big empty spot inside me with all this hate I feel for them 2 fellas who owe me so much. Not even with all the hate, that special spot will stay empty till I get back to her." "Then you know how I feel?" "I believe so, Josiah. I think I know just how you feel. A man finds something special after all the years, after all the pain, after all that searching. It's hard for him to let go of that." "I never want to let go of what I've found, Scratch." Bass picked up what sounded almost like a plea in the younger man's voice. Finally, he responded. "I haven't heard a solitary soul tell you that Josiah Paddock had to give up what you found. Not a soul." "Good night, my old friend." "Good night, son."